you've got more money than you negotiated for, they'll just take it all. Sometimes, like not always. Sometimes you'd be able to like befriend them and be really polite, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, I'll just take this much." But sometimes, yeah, if you negotiate a 200 rupee fine and then whip out 1,000 rupees, they'll just snatch it out of your hands and go, "That's mine now. Fuck off."
Yeah, thanks for that.
But India's like dodgy, but it was super non-violent. Like really rare to have violence. Whereas my understanding is like it's pretty common for people in PNG.
I could see India as like a spiritually dodgy, like a lot of tricksters and shit. Probably be a fun time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of it is kind of like if you get angry about like paying too much for stuff, it's not a good place. But like for people who see it as a bit of a game to like pay the right price, sort of like persuade or haggle without getting angry, it can actually be, I think, quite fun if you.
I mean,
get into
I don't
the
know.
vibe of it.
The way I view it is India is really straightforward. They're like, I mean, all their teachings and stuff, like the way they present it's like, it's like, this is like mystical wisdom or whatever, straight up or something. It's like, and then it's like, I don't know, if you fuck up and shit. Like, there's gonna be like stuff that you have to face. Like they have like crematories. Like you fuck up, you go work in the crematory and shit. Like faced with like, I don't know. It's like I feel like that's a good thing because like spiritually, like things are very serious. So it's like everything should be treated like that. So India's like very good central like spiritual like Nordic like type thing. I don't know, in my opinion. India good.
You know the thing about like JJ's mentioned carrying a fake wallet to these countries where you're likely to get robbed. There's a really funny bit by Stephen Merchant where he talks about going on holiday and he's thinking like, I need to carry a fake wallet so if I ever get robbed I can just give them this fake wallet. But then I have to get all this stuff to put in the wallet to make it look like a real wallet, right? So I've got like these cards I'm putting in there and like receipts and shit and then a little bit of money. But then I think to myself, well, what if I hand this wallet over? He looks at it and he's like, there's not enough money in this wallet. And I'll have to carry a third fake wallet, which I put more money in. So if they figure out that I gave them the fake wallet, I can give them the second fake wallet, so that they think that's the real wallet, and then I can walk. So he's walking around on holiday at all times with 3 wallets in his pockets in different locations, just in case he gets robbed. I thought it was a really funny idea.
I'm trying to live life like that.
Yeah,
you think like
I'm so when I do see those things or hear that kind of stuff, I do get super thankful that I live in such a safe place. Like the one I saw was a what do you call it? Police thing where they're following some police in Port Moresby, and they're like trying to find a guy who'd robbed a liquor store. And so they just go wandering around and they eventually just grab this guy and beat the shit out of him with their shambok or something, I think they call it, like just a sort of club. And they beat this guy up so badly, chuck him in the back of their Toyota and drive him back to the liquor store and then like chuck him out of the back of the car in front of the liquor store and be like, we got him. And they're like, that's not the guy. We told you it was a guy wearing a blue shirt. This guy's wearing a red shirt. He doesn't look anything like what we described. And you can see the police looking at them and laughing, and like then they're like, they ask somebody nearby like, what would normally happen to this guy, and they're like, they'd probably still just lock him up anyway and accuse him of it because they know they're not going to get the real guy.
Quality.
Yes, I watched this this documentary on the Philippines because they have this really harsh approach towards drug users and drug sellers. And they went into all these kids. There's tons and tons of street kids that just live on the streets or are homeless because their parents were drug addicts, and they got arrested and put in prison for like a long sentence. And so there's all these kids just growing up without any parents because they're all locked up in jails that are like 3 to 4 times capacity now with just drug users. And then the police just run around looking for drug users because they can just put them in prison. I like they're doing a good job, and I guess according to their country they are. But then the result is there's a bunch of more kids on the street.
That's fucked up. That's literally exploitation of like human conditions.
Kids get addicted to drugs too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, especially kids that don't know better, so they're handed stuff. They're like, oh, what is this? I mean, I don't know. Stuff like that.
Yeah, the world's fucked up.
At least like some
Whether
aspects
it's
for sure.
whether it's flat or curved, it's fucked. Yeah, not all
No,
aspects.
exactly. Like looking at each other instead of like concepts. It's fucked up. I feel like I get eaten up, dude. Oh shit, dude. Some wind. Dude, have you heard about Bluetooth and like EMF like stuff? I don't even want to use my Bluetooth speaker now. Cause I heard it like fucks
Just
with
the Apple one?
stuff. Huh?
Just the Apple one or all?
I heard like all. I mean, I don't know. I barely watched like a video on it, so I could probably delve deeper into it. But I mean, it just made me weary of like. And some other dude like told me that it's like the emissions are not good, Bluetooth wise and stuff. So just something to stay away from unless you got absolutely need to use it. Or
Yeah, I know at, higher powers there are issues. But from my own personal looking into things, that the powers at which a Bluetooth headset, for example, might operate at, or a speaker, there are no issues with any bodily function.
oh,
But
cool. Oh, okay, I got you. So if like you got like a complex like Bluetooth system that's like maybe like interconnect, you might be able that might fuck with like waves and stuff. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe just in radio in general too.
oh, without a doubt, there's interference. But yeah, I mean, as a biological level, power is where it comes into play. So if you got a lot of power, any of this stuff can be bad.
Yeah, like
Obviously,
emitting way too much.
exposure over time. I'm not saying put your Bluetooth headset on and live with it in your head. Obviously, that's not going to be good long term. But yeah,
No.
sensible exposure won't hurt you.
Okay, got you. Everything in moderation though, for sure. I'm chilling with the cat, guys. You guys think I should drink more wine or not?
Do I think you should drink more?
More wine, yeah. I have more wine. I don't know what to do. Just sitting here.
I wouldn't drink it, but if you want to drink it, go for it. Did you make it?
No. It'd probably be a lot better if I did, for sure. Then I wouldn't like question it.
Maybe. Okay.
This game. Oh, I made this shit. My friend makes wine, dude. Very, very strong, dude. Good stuff.
Nice. Chemical free, hopefully.
Yeah, pretty sure. I doubt he would put anything that's
Chemical
not good.
free. What would chemical free wine look like? Is that like a pure vacuum in a bottle?
Oh, you know what I mean, eggshells. Don't be silly.
Just fucking with you.
I know you are. Did you turn your live stream on, did you?
No. You can just subscribe to my thing and you'll know if I'm streaming, but I don't stream unless I say to people I'm streaming.
Yeah, I'm only staring with you, mate. Settle down.
Alright.
Have you got a little lump starting to form anywhere, Harry? Like
Oh,
out of
constantly
your
got lumps
chest,
all over
or
me.
no, like a new one, like where there might be a third limb trying to bust out eventually, or something like that. Is there anything going on with you?
No, not really.
You
Nothing
guys
to report at all.
No, like felt shitty for a day on the first one, and then fine. Did barely even notice the second one.
with the
Do you do
second
regular
one.
exercise at all?
Glass of Kool-Aid.
Not nearly regular enough.
Wait,
Did go down to the park the other day, so I'm stiff as hell because I've been trying to, but only really getting out once a week. And I really kind of need to be like 2-3 times a week, so I stopped becoming fat and middle-aged.
See, the first one didn't do much. My second glass of Kool-Aid knocked me on my tail for like a week.
For a week, wow. Yeah,
Okay,
mine was
maybe not.
just
It was maybe it was like 2 or 3 days, but
It's Kool-Aid code.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I had my second one less than a week ago now, and it was had a sore arm for like 3 days. But it beats the alternative.
Oh, COVID toes. Yeah, they're shocking. I've seen pictures of COVID toes. Yuck. Would not want them.
what is that?
I don't fucking know. Some bullshit they were trying to push on TV. Long COVID causes COVID toes.
COVID.
Yeah,
I thought
it's
that was caused from not being able to get a pedicure, and you end up getting ugly feet.
funny. That sounds actually more logical, but no.
Wait,
No, I
what's
think
that?
those desperate enough for pedicures were able to get them done still, even in lockdown.
Have you never got a pedicure?
no.
Like,
God, no.
I get where you're coming from, but try it sometime. It's actually really relaxing and makes you feel like $1 million.
Dude,
Okay.
I'm an Aussie. I'm an Aussie male. The last thing you would catch me doing is getting a pedicure. Whether it felt good or not. It's just not happening.
I'm a disabled American combat veteran. I get it.
No, I don't think you do. Otherwise, I'd consider doing it. And here you are having done it. So, I don't know. Clearly a difference. Just saying. I'm sure there's Aussie blokes out there doing it. Eggshells, what's a pedicure like, mate? Tell me all about it.
I haven't had one.
Exactly. Here we go. He's
Had
a baller
somebody-
Aussie and still hasn't done it.
I've had somebody, like, not that I got a manicure, but like a girlfriend get out her manicure kit and start doing something to one of my nails because she was a beautician and she wanted to fix one of my nails, and it was just fucking painful. It was like torture. And then she finishes. She's like, "Doesn't that look nice?" I'm like, "They look exactly the same. They look like slightly shiny." It's like, "Yeah, shiny nails." I'm like, "What? Why the fuck do I want shiny fingernails? Put up with all this agony for shiny fingernails?"
Yeah, it's a different generation. Living in different times, eggshells. Different times.
Yeah, there's a weird kind of like value on those sort of things. I had this woman, they had these. They try and drag you in to show you their thing that they have. This whatever it was, like a scrub thing for your nails. And she did it to my nail. It's like trying to sell me this thing. At the end of it, I looked at my fingernails. Yeah, they were shinier, but I thought there was no pain. It's like just the amount of time. Why would I do that? Why would I spend any amount of time trying to make my nail shiny? There's just no value in that to me at all.
I mean, sure, if you overheard girls being like, "Oh, sure, I get that he was really funny and everything, but how shiny were his fingernails?" and you knew that was like a dating criteria, maybe we'd be all out buffing our nails, but it clearly isn't.
Yeah.
I would assume that the girls were trolling me and they knew I was eavesdropping on their conversation and they were
Yeah,
trolling.
exactly.
That's what I would assume now. I wouldn't go and buff my nails up. That's funny. But whatever makes you feel good at the end of the day, whatever relaxes you, whatever de-stresses you or makes you feel good, you do. It's entirely up to you.
So I heard about that protest that happened in Australia. It was apparently quite a big one recently.
Yeah,
wasn't
I'm really annoyed with myself that I wanted to go out and film and talk to people, but I didn't.
it? Yeah, it was about the lockdown, right? It's about the kind of freedoms and stuff that's being restricted. Is that right?
Yeah, we've had a series of them and growing, but yeah, about lockdowns, about the requirement to show that you've drunk minestrone before going to places, the sort of that kind of gist of it.
Right. Yeah, I've been kind of following it off and on. I don't really know too much about it, but I do think that some of the things I've seen have struck me as a bit odd that have been going on in Australia, like in terms of the police response. I don't know if you saw that video of the old lady that got pepper sprayed at one of these protests.
No.
Yeah, I think it was I always want to say Montreal, but it's not Montreal. Melbourne. Yeah, there was a protest that happened in Melbourne, and there's always a variety of ages, but there was, as there always is, the hardcore were at the front, and they pushed through this police line. There was only one person thick along the road to Melbourne, and then everyone else behind them obviously streamed by, and they got into the city centre when it was apparently supposed to be closed down, and no one was meant to go there. But then after all these people flooded through, there was the stragglers who were just kind of walking behind, and the backup, I guess, the police came to disperse everyone, and there was an old lady left there who was kind of walking behind, not necessarily like running as maybe they were supposed to be, but she was just kind of walking and talking to the police at the same time, probably protesting about what happened and the police response and whatever else. And then a policeman just kind of pushed her over, and then two other ones sprayed pepper spray into her eyes while she was lying on the floor, and she's, based on reports, in her 70s. I just thought I remember in the UK there was an older woman at a protest, similar kind of protest in London, and she was just being kind of taken by police and sort of held, not forced necessarily, but kind of being held by their arms, put into a police wagon, and that was enough for a parliamentarian, an MP who was walking by, to get pissed off enough that he was reprimanding the police, and he brought it up in the House of Commons. It was like a question in the House of Commons, and there was no pushing over this lady or pepper spraying her. They were just trying to put her into a van, and she was resisting. I just thought there seems to be a difference in the way that policing is done between in that one example at least, but it's a pretty stark example. I'll get a link to it if I can find one.
Yeah, I found the video. I think. Hang on, where is it? This video below shows the incident.
What's up?
There's another clip of somebody saying you beat up an old lady, and a cop saying, no, that was a man in a wig who's trying to make this look bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's been discredited or not, but I think that they found out who that person was. I'm pretty sure it was an older woman.
Yeah, they've got other photos of her elsewhere, and she is wearing a wig, so you can see where some of it came from. She's wearing this big, silly, weird wig. But definitely, well, I think probably a woman. Probably even a female woman.
I think so, but I can't see how you can justify doing that. It's such a crazy thing to do. She's not a threat to anyone, especially when she's on the ground. I mean, why pepper spray her when she's on the ground?
Yeah, I think police are just thugs quite often.
What are we talking about?
Protests.
Protests. Is it people who make the job bad, or does the job make the people bad?
I think the job makes the people bad. I mean, I think it's somewhat cause and effect, where I think people who sort of want to wield power over fellow human beings and want to walk around with a gun and be able to tell people what to do are drawn towards that. But then I also think, like, you know, I was thinking about just the other day when there was a cop out the front stopped this guy and said, "Hey, you're meant to be, you know, wearing the thingy, you know," and he just stood there and just shouted abuse at them for like 10, 15 minutes, and was like doing that whole "I pay your wages because I pay taxes" and all that stuff that just such a dull trope. And stood there just arguing with him and shouting with him for 15 minutes before he's like, "Yeah, I've got it here in my pocket," and then just puts it on, walks off. And they're like, "Well, why did you argue? We weren't telling you to wear it. We were just checking if you had it." No. And it was like, I could see why, if your interactions are mostly with criminals and then there's also sometimes with ordinary members of the public who are just assholes because they can be, that would become super frustrating. So maybe the job makes them bad.
Well, we have a small culture of boy racers. I don't know if anyone knows what a boy racer is.
Yeah, they've got them in the UK too.
And especially the real super young ones, they're real anarchists, like in the sense of punk rock anarchists, and they come in massive packs, and then just to be able to get away with something, they go to like a gas station and all just sit on the bonnets of their car and in their cars, and they're all smoking, like in a 8-pump petrol station. They just come in and just fill up the whole thing, and they know that it's because it's not the law, it's just one of the rules of the gas station. There's no law about smoking in the gas station, so they do it, you know. And then woo, the cops come and they all just spread, but the cops can't do anything. They're just, you know, powerless. They love it. That seems like a huge waste of time. Oh, absolute idiocracy. It's just fucking juveniles on, I don't know what they're smoking, eh?
GMO something, mate.
But if you want to get across the border and stuff, or all of that type of thing, all you have to do is put on a gang jacket, a gang patch, and you ride your Harley straight on through. Not sure about that. Yeah, one or two Harleys, they'll pull them over and they'll check, but it's still random check. But then, like, if it's a whole bunch of them, they're not going to get stopped.
I assume you're talking about Australia.
New Zealand, we've got Hell's Angels, Devils, Henchmen. Yeah. Oh, you name it, every man and his dog.
Bulldog, no doubt.
Mongrel Mob, Black Power, I can highway this, highway that. Oh. But then you get the genuine oldies and they're just like riding their bikes. Those are the ones.
Poor buggers.
They end up in a big pond somewhere, like having picnics. Have you seen those ones with those massive ape hanger handlebars? Wouldn't they get tired arms, man? It's like, fucking hell.
I've asked
It's
that a
part
bit,
of
actually.
proving. It's part of proving how hard you are.
Yeah, I talked to one guy who said he just used to have to, like, put one hand down for a bit and then sometimes, like, hold the handlebars with the other hand, which, because of counter steering, I've tried doing that once and wow, I will not do that again. It is
Okay,
Yeah, no.
steering's easy.
right, but counter steering with your right hand on the left bar,
That's fucked up.
super weird, right? Because you pull
I
the
mean-
bar in thinking this is going to turn me that way, and then the bike bucks and wiggles the opposite direction, and you're like, I just immediately let go of the bars and was like, nope, I'm going right hand on the right bar.
I mean, I think ape hang. I mean, tall ape hangers, small ape hangers are really nice, actually. You know, the sort of teardrop type handlebars are really nice to ride. But tall ape hangers, where you're literally extending your arms, you know, almost fully up, those are just fucking idiots.
It looks like it would just hurt your shoulder after about 20 minutes.
Why?
Yeah, I mean-
why even do it? Like,
I don't
shit.
know. It's so
It looks
strange
hard.
to me.
Look at me, I'm hard.
Yeah. I don't know. Has anyone seen Once Were Warriors, that movie?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's so true to life. It's just so fucked up. Except for the end part with all the fake tattoos on their faces. But I don't know. In America, is Pink Floyd a thing, or is it just on this side of the world?
Pink Floyd, they're huge everywhere.
Like in America too, just like Led Zeppelin, that kind of fame.
Yeah.
Even on the dark side of the moon.
Even on the dark side of the moon. And I wish you were here.
That's what she said.
Shine on, you crazy diamond. Yeah, no, Pink Floyd are just big. They are an internationally, they're renowned as one of the best concert bands ever.
You ask a Chinese person and they've never heard of Pink Floyd or Def Leppard or Led Zeppelin or
Well, it's understandable not hearing about Def Leppard because they're a bit shy.
Yeah, well, we're kind of separated by music, separated by language. Like they have absolutely, except for some of the young ones now, but they have absolutely no idea about Western culture, and Western culture is totally like coming from in out sideways from music. You know,
I bet they heard of
That's how-
Michael Jackson.
You've got to
Yeah,
wonder about a band where the drummer got better after he lost an arm.
Def Leppard, Hysteria.
Too far?
Too soon.
No.
He was fast. It was quite a nice sound back in the day when I was about a teenager.
Yeah, I think they were much better metal bands than Def Leppard. They were what I classed as commercial. They were so commercial. So like Bon Jovi kind of commercial. And okay, everybody likes Wanted Dead or Alive because it's a good song. But, you know, they were the people you wanted to beat over the head with a blunt piece of wood.
Yeah, I never liked that guy, that band.
Bon Jerkoff.
Yeah.
I don't think I can name a song other than Wanted Dead or Alive.
Exactly.
Bad Medicine. Slippery When Wet.
Oh, God. Okay.
Living on a Prayer.
What about
Yeah.
Bono in back in the day with his ponytail? I think he looked more like Martin Liedtke.
I
Back
have
then.
to say, Jericho Tree is one of my favourite YouTube albums. It's when the Edge had the right sound.
Or the Australian guy
That
on here,
sounds.
name you must remember Icehouse, Ivor
Oh,
Davies, and Icehouse Flowers, and he talked about like the wall.
no.
You
No,
don't know that? He talked about the ice wall. He sung
I
about
know
the
Ice
ice
House,
wall.
but no. Didn't really get the reference of that, no.
Yeah.
I have to listen back now.
Mm.
Ice House, fucking hell.
no.
What a throwback, man.
I have got the most commercial sort of like 1980s, late 1980s, early 90s kind of track. And I think this to me just sums up the worst of the music of that decade. And of course, I meant the Joshua Tree, not Jericho Tree.
I think I'm
Yeah,
glad I don't know what you're talking about.
there's the link to Icehouse. Icehouse. I think it's from their album Flowers. Icehouse Flowers.
How old are you, Carlos?
47.
Right, I reckon that 6-year difference in us has made a little bit of difference.
He's almost an adult, is what we're saying, Whites.
Yeah, yeah. No way. If he's almost one, I'm behind that. Anyway,
You know what they say, if you weren't born in the 60s, you know.
it's live in
Oh,
Sydney.
oh man, I was in a second-hand shop today and they were blasting the Beatles. All the good old funky 3-beat songs. Awesome.
So simple, that music, isn't it?
It is. Kind of like that one by, what's his name? Old man lying by the side of the road with the full moon in his eye. Who sings that? Old Man? You know the song Old Man? It's that hippie dude from America and he's got a guitar and a harmonica.
Not
Neil
familiar,
Young.
mate. No.
Neil Young.
Yeah, 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 man. He's a down and out hippie cowboy. That dude.
This was them live in Sydney in 2012. That's crazy.
Sydney.
How old are they on stage?
Oh, he's still rocking now. I think they did a concert just before all this shit started to happen a couple of years ago.
Awesome. Good on them.
Kind of like Mick Jagger. Still going.
Rocking for a long time, yeah. Yeah, they mustn't have been too controversial along the way.
Yeah,
They
they
must
made
have
it.
kept it pretty tidy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're really good at their hand signals and their eye signals. They were trained well. Don't you think the astronaut that hung the lemon on the rocket or whatever, don't you think that speaks volumes? I mean, that was a real serious like government program, you know, and it's open to the public, and they did a stunt like that. You'd think if that didn't explode, that and if it was all real and he came back, he'd be fired on the spot, right?
I don't know what you're referring to. Lemon on the rocket.
One of the astronauts that went up into the Challenger, what's the number, and the rocket exploded, and then now there's a conspiracy that they're all still alive and working in schools and shit. And he hung a lemon on it
Yeah,
before they
I
went
know
up.
that part. Right. So who? Which one of them? Or you don't know?
Oh fuck, I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, and he said this is never gonna fly. This is just this bullshit. It's not gonna work or whatever. And he hung a lemon on it before just as a sign or a joke or whatever. Because he didn't think that they had, you know, worked everything out. But
Right.
Not enough testing or whatever. Not enough research.
Well, I mean, to this day, I find it very interesting that in all the testing they did with the lunar lander, you know, they never once had that functioning correctly, from what I've heard, on the Earth. And yet, when they got up there, and I know it was designed to operate in those conditions. They couldn't be replicated down here, and it just happened to just
Well,
work, you know, as required, you know.
it's fair to say that. I mean, it's fair to say what, as far as you've heard, but like logically, if they had have done testing, all of that information would be public information by now anyway, because every single document has been requested from NASA. And
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen video of it being trialed, but it was always catastrophic. I think one of them almost died in trialing it. You know,
yeah,
they just never could get it to function.
they had to eject out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so if there was footage of them nailing it repeatedly and doing it, you know, over and over again, we'd see that as well, wouldn't we? I mean, shit.
Yeah, I mean, even with a scale model first, just to begin with like a crash test dummy in it instead.
Yeah. A lot of luck. A lot of luck involved in the whole space industry. Uh, and where there's bad luck, like the Challenger thing, you know, that's terrible. All those people getting blown up. It's just very peculiar that they've got doppelgangers everywhere. Uh, Isn't that right, eggshells? Very peculiar indeed.
Very interesting, actually, if you look into some of the sort of problems they had with or trying to work out how to design the lunar lander versus how it worked here. It's quite fascinating.
It is very fascinating.
That's
How
a pretty
does
good.
that lamp work in Narnia? Let's discuss how that lamp functions in Narnia.
Well, if you want to talk about fantasy, why do people hold to a proposition that they have no justification for?
Why not?
Cool. You can be irrational. That's your choice. But don't try and take
Oh, fair
everybody
enough.
else into your irrationality. And to say that nobody's done studies on the engineering problem around this is foolish. Because they have.
Well,
It's clear and it's present.
do you think hypnosis is a thing?
Does it matter? Is it anything to do with the conversation we're having now, or is it a rabbit hole going up?
No, it's totally relevant. You were saying
Do
why
I
would
think that
anyone?
hypnosis? Yes, I think that there are certain people that are susceptible to suggestion.
Because I was wondering if it's possible to have your 100% faculties still alert and alive and working just as they normally are after being hypnotized, but some function
No.
of your memory or whatever has been altered so that you basically are held to that and there's just like no way out of it.
I don't think hypnosis is anything like that accurate. I don't think there's any evidence to show that it is. And it certainly wouldn't last over time. You'd have to reinforce it constantly to even have a minor change. That's why people can go and have hypnosis, give up cigarettes for a couple of months, and then go back to smoking.
Or maybe that's just how propaganda works.
Ifs and buts and pots and pans, then you and I be tinkers.
Shouldn't say maybe or probably though, because that's induction and not deduction.
Well, you have no chance of having a deductive answer in a world where we don't have all the facts, where we don't know that the propositions are true. That's why we rely on induction and inference.
And that's why, because there's no solid evidence for this place being a spinning wet ball in space.
No, that's a logical argument versus a factual observation.
No, it's deduction, because you can just deduct that. Without that, it's just not going to be possible.
Okay, show me the truth of your premises. If you want to make a logical argument for that, show me that your premises are true. Prove it.
Well, if it was a globe, there would be such strong evidence that there would be absolutely no reason to even start a debate.
Yeah, there is. And that's why, unfortunately, you're seen as very fringe.
You would have such solid evidence, like you'd have a 24/7 camera on the moon, and you'd be able to see yourself upside down on a screen.
I'm afraid that's just incredulity, Carlos. You're gonna need something better than that. Josh ain't gonna fall for that.
Hell, Jerry, we're agreeing on something. I like this. This is a positive start to a Sunday.
It has to be recognized, though, because with all the technology nowadays, that should be one of the first things that NASA should do with the money that they're given from the government.
So let me get your argument right. Because there isn't a camera on the moon that can zoom in and resolve you as an individual on the planet, the Earth isn't a globe.
Well, at least you'd be able to zoom in on something fairly close. Maybe not the size of a human, but
You wanted to see yourself upside down, Carlos.
that would be good.
And you wonder why the argument seems ridiculous.
Is it because
you make arguments like that, why it's seen as ridiculous?
Well, I come to the reasoning that you're saying. Basically, I hear you saying that it's too far away to be able to have a camera of that power. Is that what you're saying? When they've got Hubble.
I want you to consider your argument. That's what we're talking about, whether your argument is rational or whether it's silly.
Well,
that's what I want you to think about.
It's rational when I compare it to the statement that there's a Chinese ISS version flying around there the size of a bus, 250 miles straight up, and I can see it with my naked eye, not using any device. Surely they should be able to have a
What do you
camera
see? Do you see a point of light, or do you see the actual object itself?
and see something.
Do you see a point of light, or do you see the object itself?
Well, I'm only informed by the authorities that tell us it's the size of a bus. So
What
if
do you
think
see?
I see a dot.
You see a point of light, don't you?
Yeah, so they should be able to use one of
Cool.
those.
So why did
one
you
of-
avoid answering that question directly 5 times?
They should be able to use that. What's that schematics device, or what's that device? They can like look at a star and tell the density and everything by the light.
So now
should be able
you're
to point to-
confusing how spectroscopy works, because now what you're not talking about is you're talking about something that's reflecting light off solar panels versus something that is emitting light. Do you understand the problem of that?
Yeah, but whatever the case, you should be able to point it to that dot and tell us what it's
Do you
made of.
understand the problem of using spectroscopy on something that is reflecting light rather than something that is emitting light?
I understand that there is no evidence that either way for what they claim in the first
Do you
place.
understand the problem? We're going to keep on this question. Do you understand the problem? Just using the rules of how spectroscopy works about looking at something that's emitting light versus something that's reflecting light.
How do you know the stars aren't reflecting light?
Not the question I asked.
Yeah, well, that's your answer.
No, not the question I asked. That's another question. That's not an answer. That's you dodging an answer.
There's no evidence to say that stars
What's the
aren't. Just
question?
You understand the difference when using spectroscopy between something that emits light versus something that reflects light?
Is there? Is there a difference? Isn't it
Yeah.
light getting to your eye?
We're
Totally.
talking about spectroscopy. So that's
You're
working out
being-
what
Oh, sorry.
elements are actually producing the light. So the thing is
Sure.
the reflected light is just going to show the absorption bands from the object that's emitting the light. That's why I've got a problem with Carlos's argument here. And again, rather than being direct, I'm just being really direct and on point and answering direct questions without trying to dodge, duck, or dive. And I do not feel I'm getting the same from Carlos. No disrespect.
No, well, I replied saying, how do you know that stars aren't just reflected light?
Which isn't anything to do with the question that I asked.
All that stuff's your idea totally out the window then.
No. It's nothing to do with the question I asked. All I asked was, do you understand the difference of something that emits light versus something that reflects that light? Where did I
Yes,
use the
he
word
does.
star
And then
in my question?
Yeah, that was your premise, though, wasn't it?
So you can tell that the ISS Chinese one is reflecting light, not emitting light by using some apparatus. Yeah.
No, I'm not even saying that, Carlos. I mean, again, that's because you're trying to run forward with the question rather than dealing with the question on its own. You're already making assumptions about the fact I'm trying to lead you down into some pen to be slaughtered. It's not my goal.
No one gets slaughtered, mate.
I know, but it's hyperbolic.
But it can't happen. It can't happen because everybody knows that you can't see that far. And if you had a camera that good, why can't you just see it?
Well, again, how far do you say the moon is away?
Fucking long way. It's like impossibly
see it?
far. Yeah.
Kind of destroys your problem, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't finish the rest of my sentence in the heliocentric model.
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, I said, how far do you see? Again, that's you not addressing the question. That's you trying to dodge the question, and not be honest with me as an interlocutor.
It's not as close as a rainbow, but it's not as far as from here to the other side of the country.
And do you have evidence that is of the same standard as you request the globe to make that assertion?
Yes, it's called logical deduction.
I'm going to go make a cup of tea and I'll let you think about that. Because again, if you want to talk about a deductive argument, you have to show that all your premises are true. I do not think you can do that. You may say, well, I think it's that, or I'm inferring it's that, or and this is the reason why I'm inferring it. But to say I've logically deduced this is the case, to be honest, mate, is utter bollocks.
Well, lucky you having a cup of tea. Otherwise, I might have been taken down and got slaughtered.
I think if you think about what's been said, I don't need to do anything, mate. You're cutting your own throat.
Well, it all started. The original point that I made is, why can't we have a camera on the moon? And you said because it's too far away.
No,
No, I said
no. That's not what I said. I said, do you expect that you can actually resolve a single human being? Because that was part of your claim, Carlos. You're now changing the story to try and make your narrative sound a bit better. What you made was
said
a really silly point, which
said
I pulled
maybe.
you up on, and then we've ended here. So please don't try and change the story, man. Come on, I'm not
Well,
that stupid.
I said maybe not. You might not be able to see someone like
That
myself,
was
like a
after
human.
I rebutted you the first time.
But then I said, well, don't we have like these amazing telescopes that can see
You then
trillions
mentioned Hubble, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Hubble Deep Field view. Yeah, right. That's an amazing picture. But do you think, again, it's got that resolution down to the size of a human at 230,000 miles or so?
Well, if you can see the edge of the universe, I can't see why you couldn't be able to zoom in from the moon to a tennis ball here on Earth.
I'll let you think about that. Go and have a look at some problems with magnification and how telescopes actually work and what you're trying to do to resolve an object. Yeah, because that would be a good thing to do. And then you find out why I find that silly. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Enjoy.
Adios, amigo. I wish there was a a baller here that could talk Chinese. That'd be quite cool, having a flat Earth debate in Chinese.
Well, I mean, it would be cool for you, obviously, but everyone else would just feel like, all right, go and get your own room.
Or it might sound like a chicken fight.
Or an Asian movie where there's no subtitles.
Like Shaolin soccer. Is it called Shaolin football? I don't know the English name. The Shaolin monks playing football.
Not Aussie rules, I presume. That would be funny.
Yeah. So these monks with tight shorts.
Yeah, where the ball just bounces randomly. They're used to such organisation in life, and here's this random ball. That'd fuck them up good.
It's a funny game. Like those gridiron players, they tried to play rugby against the All Blacks, and they're just like shocked as because they're used to wearing all this armor and helmets, and they tried to play the All Blacks, and they just got pummeled. Can't remember. It was quite a famous game.
Was this some gridiron people?
Yeah, the All Blacks went over and they decided to have a friendly match with some gridiron team, and they just pummeled them because
Oh, as if they wouldn't. Yeah.
with the helmets and the armor not used to all the pain and the bruises.
Yeah, they just would have ran through them for sure.
Yeah.
Big boys. Big boys.
Too much cloud cover tonight. Can't see the Chinese ISS.
Yeah, same here.
Do y'all
Wonder if
have?
that was
Sorry.
go for
Do
it,
y'all
Chad.
have college sports over there?
Yep.
Is it like a big deal?
Yep.
Okay.
We have big clubs like Marist, stuff like that, for rugby.
hmm
Yeah. And the girls do the same thing as well. Yeah. And for netball.
Netball.
Yeah.
I have to look that one up.
It's like basketball, but you can only yeah, it's for girls. You can't dribble the ball.
Interesting.
There's no backboard.
Yeah, no bat ball. And it's just a chain. No, is it a chain? I think, yeah, it's a chain. Yeah. Chain net made of metal.
hmm
Reminds me of a steering wheel I had once on my Charger 265 Hemi. Chrysler Charger had a chain steering wheel back in the day. I
Oh
bought
my
the
god.
car. I bought the car because I just loved it. I drove for about a week with that chain steering wheel on my car. I couldn't get my little fingers sometimes. Fucking dangerous.
Lose a finger driving for your coolness.
Oh man, yeah, it was a badass steering wheel though.
Netball is a shocking sport for girls busting their knees because they've got to catch the ball and then like stop on a dime, and ankles and knees are done all the time. Netball.
Yeah.
Do you have volleyball?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Okay. I'm not trying to be offensive. Please don't take it that way.
we're not taking it that way.
Yeah, bikini volleyball on the beach.
Uh, it seems around here, all the guys every Saturday watch college football, and all the girls watch college volleyball. So, and I don't get either of it.
And they've invented a whole lot of new food that revolves around playing games like chicken wings and spiders. Fucking helicopters everywhere. Now I'm building a crooked playhouse for my daughters, for my two younger ones. Have you ever seen a crooked playhouse?
With all the off-center lines and things.
Yeah, kind of like whimsical, like fairy tale designed, like a
That's really
witch house
cool.
with a crooked chimney and a skew with like a attic window. Everything sort of like a coffin shape.
Kids are lucky they actually have a dad around who can still do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, these days, yeah.
Even if he is a flat Earth dad. Good on you, Carlos.
Yeah, they know all about it.
See, I don't know. Maybe I'm different than a lot of Globers. I don't think that you being a flat earther means all that much in the end of the day. You're still either a good or bad person based on who you are, not what the hell you think the shape of the planet is, or if it's even a planet.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear that.
Because there's a lot of like yogis out there that are supposed to be super duper spiritual, but they still think it's a ball.
And I don't know if I'd say spiritual is necessarily always good. I think those two are separate words for a reason.
I guess so, yeah. Some of them could just be this kind of like what's the word for it? It's like you don't want to walk under a ladder because it might be bad luck, that type of thing.
Right. Superstition.
Yeah, like Chinese, man. You have a new house, right? The first thing that you do when you go to a new house is you bring a pot and some money, some coins, and maybe some rice, and you put it on the stove for 10 minutes. It's one of the little rituals that they do.
Mm-hmm.
There's so
That's fucking hilarious.
yeah, you cook some money and some rice in a pot. First thing
That'll
you
sort
do.
it out.
Yeah.
Get rid of the bad juju.
Salt the threshold of the door.
Yeah.
I was reading the ingredients on my friend's new vape yesterday that he got from the gas station, and it's got nicotine salt in it.
Ooh, that sounds nasty.
It's got that propylene glycol and another glycol, not the veggie glycol, another one, and then it's got nicotine salt. Yeah, never heard of
Nice.
it. Can't be good for you.
Definitely not.
And I wonder if it's monatomic, if it's like a sodium glutamate or something, MSG. What type of salt is it? I tried it, and I just felt sick.
Yeah, okay.
It's like I can't drink those aspartame drinks. I just feel sick.
Yep. Yeah, your body's telling you, mate. Don't do that again. We don't like that.
Yeah. Can't have chewing gum anymore because that's what it's made of.
Mm-hmm.
Used to love the Hubba Bubba back in the day, Hubba Bubba bubblegum. You never heard of Hubba Bubba?
Oh, of course. You can only imagine the damage that was doing to us.
We used to put it in the freezer and it would regain its flavor and you could eat it again.
Oh, it would only regain about 10%. It would a little bit, but I still reckon that was psychological.
Because things taste better when they're you have a stronger flavor when food's cold.
Yeah, but half the flavour of things is also the aromatics, and there's less aromatics when things are cold. So, half when you open that Hubba Bubba, the smell was fucking like, that's what got you. And then you'd like chew it and like it'd be half smelly and juicy and yeah, Hubba Bubba. Oh shit.
It's amazing how they could like manufacture the smell and taste of a peach with no peach in it.
Yeah, yeah. All different acids. Yeah, crazy.
I know that you can do it like using an apple base, like a real like with actual flavors, not artificial flavors. And you can use an apple base, and you can make all sorts of different. You can make stuff taste like strawberries with no strawberries. It's just mixing different fruits together
That's amazing.
and acids, vitamin C. It's kind of how they make perfume. They used to have the guys that would come and knock on your door. They'd go around selling you like these perfume kits. You remember that back in the day, like Tupperware and Jehovah's Witness come and knock on your door, or the
Silver
vacuum
Swan.
cleaner. Eh?
Silver Swan. Did you ever have Silver Swan over there?
Oh yeah.
My mum
Yeah.
was into Silver Swan. Fucking hell.
Oh my god. My grandma was into going to the
Around.
supermarket.
So,
She'd get those coupon books, and then she'd buy everything with coupons. And then every time she saw a product that had like you can win this, like a label on it, she'd buy that one. And then her house was full of like whiteware and you name it, the sofa, the TV, the fucking everything won by these competitions through the supermarkets. She had like 3 microwaves,
awesome.
man. Yeah. Crazy.
Sad little fact. There was a restaurant in a town close to me that used to literally have a kitchen with a wall of microwaves. That was how they'd cook. Pretty bad.
Sounds like Denny's.
Just a wall of them. Like, I can only imagine the power bill.
3-phase microwaves.
Poor, like apprentices or dishies. Just, imagine if only one of them was leaking, let alone a few of them leaking. Yes. Hope you didn't want kids, little Johnny.
Rub off some of their radioactivity like Homer Simpson does every day he comes home.
Is that yummy, champ? Yeah, that's fine. What's the temperature right now, Carlos, where you're located? You're in the South Island, is that right? The top of the South Island?
I'm in Auckland, which is near to the sort of center top third of North Island.
Oh, North Island.
So I
Yeah,
just
what's the
sent
temperature?
today. It felt like I'm pretty sure that they were taking the temperature in the shade because They reckon it was 25, but I think it was probably like 28.
Is it dark there now? Oh, of course it is. Yeah. What's
Yeah,
the
it's
what's the
10.
temperature now? You reckon?
What's the temperature now? It's actually looks like it might rain, so it's cooling down a bit. It's probably about, I don't know, feels like about 13, I guess. I could check it up.
13. Does that feel cool to you when you say 13? Is it a cool 13? Or is 13 not too bad? Like, where's your thermostat set? Are you used to much colder, or is that getting pretty cold?
No, it's pretty warm. It's pretty warm. Yeah, can walk around in a t-shirt.
Okay.
Doesn't feel as humid as hell.
Pretty nice. If it's 13 where I am and there's no wind at all, it'll be bloody cold. But if there's no wind, it can be pleasant. But right now it's just getting dark. That's 9 degrees.
I'm just trying to post.
Daylight savings as well.
I just want to get someone's opinion which one I should build.
The crooked cubby.
Yeah, I just posted. There's one more to. Where is it?
Is this a tree house? I mean, a birdhouse? What is this?
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a playhouse. Yeah, I'm just posting the third one now. Which one should I make? There we go. One of those 3.
The last one looks bigger.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I think so.
But we don't see any scale. It just looks
I don't
that
like
way.
the Alice in Wonderland warped windows because that, to me, that's confusion, and that's kind of what they do to us. They confuse us with crazy shit, so we believe anything. But it does look beautiful.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, 2 or 3.
I go with the third one just because it looks bigger and roomier.
Looks inviting.
And I want to tell you guys, I don't want to interrupt your tree houses, but I was watching on Netflix a new show called Cowboy Bebop, and I put a little clip for you. They have in this clip, 19 seconds, I just put in my stream, they flash a picture of flat Earth puddles, and I can't show you the whole clip, but this lady flies down. They show the puddles, then she flies down to one of those puddles, and she's on Earth. So there you go. They're flashing reality for us. Check it out.
Yeah, someone else actually pointed this out as well. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Actually.
Crazy, bro. I mean, why would they be doing that? That makes no sense. Unless they're trying to, was it true whistleblower? Was it?
You guys can't watch a single show without thinking conspiracies immediately.
No one's thinking conspiracy. It's just interesting.
It's a fiction show.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
watch it.
And they've chosen to use fiction that is conspiratorial, which is fine. They're allowed to do that. And we're allowed to see it.
No, fiction is just fantasy.
Okay, so what, you think these movie people come up with that idea on their own? In all honesty, you think that's an original idea of theirs, do you?
Depending on what idea specific.
Well,
You're talking
what
to
are
a
we talking
Glober,
about?
so
We're talking about the puddles. We're talking about the girl flying down and viewing the different puddles.
Yeah.
That's
Puddle.
not the directors or the writers or whoever. That's not their idea. That's an idea that's been around for a long time. They're
That
choosing
puddle.
to use it.
What do you mean by puddles?
Well, watch the clip in the
I
chat.
watched the clip. I see puddles.
Okay. You don't see puddles?
Yeah, I see puddles in the water. Or I don't know what. To be honest, it's very blurry.
Oh, just slow it down. Have another look.
Yeah, I see puddles, but it's still blurry, as I don't know what like altitude they are at. You know where
You
it's
don't
from,
need to
then I
know.
can watch. Hmm?
You don't need to know altitude or anything. It's just the concept. It's not an original concept. They've chosen to put a concept that's already well in the minds of some people into the movie.
I show you what
And
the
God,
puddles
let's just
are.
point it out.
Would you pay attention if I showed you what the puddles are? I'll show you. Hang on.
It's Manly. Who's this? Bitch.
But if you
Carlos,
just
that
yell
last
conspiracy,
that
you're not
last
going to get
puddle's
it.
no good. No. The Hobbit one. Just cancel the Hobbit one, Carlos. That's no good.
Yeah,
Can you show me? Can you tell me which episode it was from? Then I can watch it with like, except from.
Before you do
like,
that, let me show you
240p.
what we mean, okay? Let me show you what we mean. I want you to be clear, okay? I'm going to show it to you. Hang on.
Yeah.
And I know you're a Glober, so you probably don't even care about this, but let me show you what I mean. This is
Who
something
here
that's been
knows
going
what the
around for a
Randall
while.
cycle is? Carlos, do you know what the Randall cycle is?
All right, Funk, you see that? What is that?
You haven't
Where they
posted it.
Having a coffee.
Okay, it just went in now. It takes a second. Sorry. What am I showing you?
You're showing something that looks flat, and then there are a bunch of circles on them, and in there are like bigger Earths and tinier Earths.
Worlds. Right. So this is an idea that we've been kicking around for a long time, but now they're putting it in the movies. I'm just making the connection. That's what I'm doing. It's not random. It's not an accident, right?
You don't
That's
think
all.
it's an accident?
Do you think it's an accident?
Can you tell me where it's from the show so I can get some context rather than seeing like 10 seconds?
Okay, you saw that clip, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in episode 5, Cowboy Bebop, Netflix. You have Netflix?
Yes, I'm looking for that.
Let me make sure.
What's it called? Cowboy what?
Cowboy Bebop.
Can you spell that? Because I can't quite hear you properly.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me
Not
spell
cowboy.
that.
I can spell cowboy.
Cowboy Bebop. B-E-B-O-P. Bebop.
Okay.
Episode 5.
Bebop. Yep, cool.
Episode 5, right in the middle of it. Episode 5, the middle, closest to the beginning.
I can't find. I'm in episode 5.
She's in a ship. Well, you can see the girl, right? You can see the girl in the ship, right? You can see that much, right?
No, I haven't found anything.
So here's the thing. We know that you can fly over the flat Earth, right? So if you can fly into those other lands, right? That would be something. And she's flying over these puddles, right? And she comes down and picks up her friends in one of them. So there you go.
I want to see it in the show. I can't find it.
Okay, so let me help you out then. It's exactly. Hang on, let me get you.
Understand.
If I can hold your hand here. Hang on.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
do you
have
need a
to
Wii, mate? He can help you with that too.
Episode 5, like at 10 minutes. Episode 5. But I'm just guessing. It's around 10 minutes. I have to rewind it.
No.
Here you go, mate.
No. There's only one season, right, of Cowboy Bebop?
I don't know, but I'm on episode 5. Yeah.
Yeah, there is episode. No, sorry, there's only one season.
Okay, I lied. Hang on, wait. Okay, I lied. It must be episode 4. I lied. I would go to episode 4 because it just came in episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind asking. I'll get it for you.
That helps to have the correct episode.
Oh, we're gonna get it right for you. Go to episode 4.
I think I found it. Maybe.
Yep. Shows the girl on the plane.
No, I haven't found it yet. Calm
She
down.
flies over the puddles.
Calm down.
Go towards the end.
She's obviously coming down from quite a high altitude.
Yeah, but you know who would know is the military can do that. The military has the assets and the equipment to fly over and to keep flying and see what's on the other side if there is something on the other side. We can't do it. We don't have that kind of equipment to do that.
It's not Earth they're flying to. That's not Earth.
It's the world they live on.
Yeah, but that's not Earth. It's a fictionist planet.
Okay, thank you.
31 minutes. Episode 4.
What's up?
Yeah, so you can say everything's a conspiracy, but this is a conspiracy. They're showing shit on Netflix. They're showing it on movies. So you know about Stanley Kubrick in The Shining? He showed these hints of the moon landing in The Shining. The little boy, right? Stanley Kubrick. His wife claimed that he did not die of natural causes. This is what his wife said the first thing when he died. He didn't believe that he was foul play. So if somebody passes, you don't just automatically say it's foul play. You must have had something, maybe saw something or thought something. You don't just say that when someone passes. Oh, that's just foul play. Damn,
It's Callisto. It's the moon of Jupiter, actually. That's where they are.
Was that the story that goes with the?
And that's
Nice.
also it's the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. And I think those circles are like what you call terraformed areas on the moon, on that moon.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. I see water and continents is what I see.
Yeah, but you didn't look into the lore or follow the story.
And an ice ring. I see an ice ring too.
It's a moon built from ice. It's from ice.
Okay. Thank you for looking into that. So it's not. It's Callisto. Okay.
It's Callisto, the moon of Jupiter.
Can you find? While you're talking about Jupiter, can you find diamonds on Uranus? They say there's diamonds on Uranus. They say it rains diamonds.
In
Uranus. In reality. Mm-hmm. Look into it, bro.
I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, look into it.
You'd have to believe it, even if it's ridiculous. You'd have to believe it.
Those diamonds on Uranus, man, those are the shit, man. Those are the diamonds you want.
Yeah, they don't even smell.
They're just forget the smell, man. If they're diamonds, man, shit, I'll fucking.
Could be. Wouldn't know.
Wouldn't matter how big a diamond was, how pretty it was, how much it was worth, mate. If it sat on your finger and stunk like shit, you wouldn't want it.
It's just this is just like a high pressure area. Carbon, so you form diamond.
You think you can form a diamond with high pressure?
Well, that's how we make them artificially. So I guess so.
Oh yeah. Have you seen a diamond form naturally? How would that work? 1 second is coal, next second. 1 second is coal, add pressure, heat. Next second is diamond. How does that work?
Why do you assume it happens in 1 second?
I'm asking you how does a coal turn into a diamond? I'm asking you. You believe the science, right?
Why do
How does that
you
work?
say it has to happen in 1 second?
Well, I'm asking you. Does it happen in 1 second? Like 1 second it's a coal, then it's a diamond, or is there a process like a? Evolution. Evolution has like a missing link. I mean, it has like
not a missing link. It takes just a little time to form. I think
it has what are those called? The forms between the forms. What do they call them? What Darwin called them? Transitional fossils. Is there a transitional fossil between a coal and a diamond? Can you show me a piece of rock that's a half diamond, half coal? If you cannot, that would indicate that 1 second
I
it's
think
a coal,
like unpure.
next second it's a diamond.
I think unpure diamond, like similar, like partially formed diamond.
Partially formed diamond?
Yeah.
Can you show us that? I've never heard of such a thing.
Like
I've heard of diamonds.
Look up diamond inclusions.
Diamond inclusions is a diamond diamonds that has like shatters down the sides of it. Like they're like it's
if you looked into this
like they're split.
yourself, I don't know if it's necessary for me to Google this for you.
Well, I think you're full of shit.
Like
There's no diamond. There's no half diamond.
Spent like
I'm telling you
thinking
that.
about it and made a conspiracy out of it.
There's no half diamond, bro. Look all you want.
How much did you look into it?
It's not true.
I ain't look into it at all. Maybe you can do it for us. That's my claim. You can prove me wrong.
Apparently time does it. Meanwhile, time's just a fucking concept. I'm not sure how time does it. Pretty interesting.
Whether time does it or not, you should be able to show me a transitional diamond, half diamond, half coal, right? If it does change, show me what's in between.
I mean, wouldn't it be like asking
coal
for
and it's at a certain pressure, and then the pressure goes up and it's still coal, and then it goes up and it's still coal, and then it hits a certain pressure, and then boom, diamond. So you never see
that's
half
what I was
coal,
saying.
half
Does it turn in
diamond.
1 second? Does it turn like in a second? One time, 1 second coal, next second diamond. It would have to, unless you can show me the transition.
Why would it have to?
Boom.
If it's a gradual process, you can show me what's in between a coal and a diamond.
Process, it means that it takes time to form everything into diamond, I would say, because it's
then you can show me a transition. You can show me a transitional piece.
That would be impurities in diamond. Like you have parts of it which is not formed.
No, but that's not them not forming. That's diamond with stuff in it.
Yeah,
that's
but
different.
that was diamond that didn't form. I mean,
that's diamond.
Because you have water and you have ice, show me the transition between water and ice.
But you can do that. You can show the phase where the water's really, really fucking icy.
Well, it depends on the process. I mean, you have crystal forming. You don't have anything in between.
See, not the same thing. I can show you an ice cube and it'll form back into water, right? I can show you water, it'll turn into ice back and forth.
Yeah,
but diamond and coal is not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Give me a bucket of half-formed ice.
Basically, like, you're saying that a diamond will turn back into a coal.
Well, I think it would if you melt it. Mm.
Oh,
Very
now you
lavish.
got now you got a whole nother claim to prove.
I think they have melted. It's kind of stupid to do that, but it's just carbon.
And expensive as carbon.
Yeah, I know.
What degrees does diamond melt at? What's the melting point of diamond? There you go. See, you guys can talk. I don't want to take the conversation to the wrong place.
Was.
The fuck?
All right, Buster,
What?
go and brush your teeth, please.
Yeah. Yes.
It says here 1300 Fahrenheit. Burning
Not
a
so
diamond
high.
without oxygen, however, will make it change into graphite.
Yeah.
Okay, it says, but just under 1300 degrees, it says it will begin to melt.
Yeah.
Doesn't say it'll turn it into carbon.
Turns it into graphite. It's graphite is a
It says burning
crystalline
a diamond
form.
with. Hang on. It says burning a diamond without oxygen, however, will change it into graphite, a crystalline
Yeah.
form of carbon.
Probably not to make it oxidize, because carbon is very. I think it's prone to oxidization. I
They
think
have here
most things.
putting diamond in lava. I'm gonna watch this video.
Yeah. Why did you say it doesn't say it turns it into carbon?
I'm gonna tell you after this video. I'm watching a video of a guy who's gonna melt a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
believe you
4
can
minutes
melt
there.
diamonds now?
Well, he's gonna do it, so I have no reason to not believe it. Hang on.
Why did you not believe it in the first place? I think that's like more in proper question. Like unmeltable, it would be like literally only unmeltable substance in the universe.
But the truth is, I didn't know. But the argument was, how does a coal or a carbon turn into diamond? That was my real question. Does it happen
Yeah, but
instantly
you
or is
also
it over time? If it's over time, I should get a conditional fossil.
no.
Whoever that is talking in the background, you're very, 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 very quiet. That might be you, Godric. Very quiet in the background.
Sorry, I just turned it off, muted for a second.
No, who's that? Who is speaking in the background? Someone's trying to speak.
It's the video he's watching.
Oh, right. My bad. I was thinking, poor bugger, he's trying to get a word in and everyone keeps talking over him. Oh, shit.
What was I talking to about diamonds?
We're done talking about diamonds.
Well, diamonds versus lava. The diamond won. It's a 4-minute video. He wasn't able to melt it down, but what he said was, if you have heated oxygen, you can melt it. But he's just saying that. So, but you put it in lava and nothing happened. So, I'm gonna link the video. Who wants to watch it?
Well, it's my understanding it takes heat and pressure to make them, so surely it could only take equivalent forces to break them down.
Yeah, makes sense.
Let me link the video. I saw it. There might, you could put it like in maybe a huge furnace and it will melt, but this guy couldn't get it to melt. There's a video. Diamond versus lava. I think it's interesting, you can check it out. I always question everything.
Has anyone measured the sun angle? A sun timed observation? Yet, fucking Corey from Globebusters.
What is Corey from Globebusters saying?
If you do a timed sun observation over 3 hours, you can measure the sun moving more than 45 degrees, which shouldn't be possible on a sphere. In a 3-hour window, the sun should only be able to move 45 degrees. So this was presented over a week ago through Globebusters, and it got a bit of traction, but I just don't know anyone that's. I plan to repeat it myself for my own personal verification of it. But I would have expected a whole bunch of people to go out and do it quite quickly, but I haven't seen any feedback at all from anyone. It's quite strange, actually.
To be honest, it's the first time I've even heard of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll quickly link a website you can go to, so you can just check it out if you're interested.
I mean, that would.
Well, it's not a link; it's just the website, flatearthintel.com. He's a career military guy. He was a gunner, and he was teaching people about all sorts of that stuff. If that's true.
So a gunner doesn't mean much in. Is he an American?
He is an American, yeah.
We use gunners for to mean a lot of different things in our military.
Yeah, well, don't assume anything. Then just go on the website and just have a look. I think he has his credentials there. You can check them out.
We'll do. Hope it's better than John's
videos and stuff. Yeah, again, it's almost all a grain of salt to me, but it's a very interesting observation.
Yeah.
If what he says is true, and it doesn't cost much in equipment to do it yourself, and I plan on doing it on the 21st of December, when I can get the sun at its closest to me, where I am, the Tropic of.
Okay, wait till the
Capricorn?
solstice.
Makes
sense. Yeah, because that would be the biggest deviation if there was one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it beforehand as well, just for comparison's sake, and after. But I'm keen to make sure I'm at least organised for the 21st.
So I know how I would measure it, but does he have a specific way that he wants everyone to measure things?
I think you could measure it however you want, as long as it's accurate. But I mean, again, if you go to his website and have a look, yes, he has a very specific way of explaining how it needs to be, so that you're doing it accurately.
What is I don't understand what he says there. The North Star is advertised as being around 44 million miles, and then parentheses 22 million mile radius in size.
Yeah, that's separate again. So he's taking his observations to a different level with that regard. So yeah, you can look into that a bit further. It's just about how far things are out of whack. Like things should be in different places by millions of
What
miles.
does the size of the Polaris have to do with anything?
Because when you look at something and take an angle, it's usually center of mass. So and there's an apparent. Oh, I'm just
Center of
reading his
mass has to
website.
do with. I am reading it. I don't understand it.
Well, then keep reading through it until you get an understanding. And if you don't, send him an email or call him. All his details are there.
I did read it, and I don't understand it. I read. It's like one page. Not a lot.
Well, you must. There's more to his website. There's much more than one page to his website.
Sure, but I read that
Unless it's been
article
removed.
he posted, and it doesn't make any sense. As a person who have used equipments to measure angles to stars and stuff, it doesn't make any sense what is right.
Okay, is it possible that you don't understand it? And I'm not saying that you don't, but is that possible that you're just not grasping what he's saying? Or maybe his terminology's a bit different?
I think this is the problem. Like I read several books on astronomy because I am an amateur astronomer and I have no issues reading their book. But when his article does not make any sense, so he's like completely way off in terms of the.
When he gave his presentation, and you can actually see the man give the presentation, he does use terminology that is very different. But then there's a
just makes everything confusing.
Yeah, but listen, there's a later presentation he gives where he's asked a few questions, and he basically breaks down with someone else that some of the terminology that he's been taught with regards to his career in the military is essentially means very similar things, but they have different words for them in standard geometry and stuff like that. So I forget who it was, but they I think it was on a Jeranism video. They talked about different terminologies that essentially mean the same thing.
That could
does
be,
provide
but at least
confusion.
what he writes does not make any, and also like he brings up some like irrelevant, I would say, in my opinion.
But do you understand the premise of the sun time observation? Getting a point facing north or south.
Oh, here he writes
depending
about
on your-
measuring Polaris, which I've done personally. So
No, but forget about Polaris. I'm talking about a sun observation here. And you're bringing up stuff that he talks about later on. I'm talking about the sun observation over time, not Polaris.
yeah, I'm just
look
reading
at that
the
bit.
link you posted.
I didn't post a link. I just posted a website.
Yeah, I looked at the website, which is a
Okay,
link, by
so
the way.
is that one page, is it? Is it changed from what I looked at last? I'm not on there now.
No, I'm not on the homepage. I'm just reading the homepage.
Okay, right.
And it says, could you help me explain? Position of this OS was latitude 46 degree, given the model 44 degrees to line of parallel. What does that mean?
Well, it's completely out of context from what I'm looking at now, but is that on the first page?
It's
What are
on
you
the
looking
home
at?
page. It's on the home page. It's on the first page. It's on the main page.
Which line are you reading, Funk?
I'm just reading Globe suffers geometric failure in its first night test
Right.
Operation North Star. Do you understand what that means, Goulet? Position of this OS that
No. I don't
Oh,
know
it's
what.
probably the same. Probably the same thing. I didn't. Sorry, go on.
I'm not sure what the OS is. Oh, okay.
I have an observational star or
Observation.
something.
Observational station.
Yeah,
He's
it's the
trying
same
to-
thing.
Okay.
Nothing can move more than
He's trying to
45
break
degrees.
the LPOP.
To line of parallel, does it mean 44 degrees from the horizon up to the star?
Yeah,
I guess.
I would say so.
Operational station. Sound like he's on the military to hunt down Osama bin Laden or something.
Right. Also, with that device they're using, yeah, I believe they had some errors in the measurement.
That, to be honest, that tripod does not look precise. Like you should see my tripod on my equipment. It's like fucking 10 times the size and 10 times the weight. That look very unsteady, and it's like you tape it together.
Don't
I mean,
dismiss it based on the equipment. If
I
you've
would,
got better
because
equipment, then
you can't
replicate
possibly
it.
get
Replicate it.
I have. You can't possibly get an accurate reading with that.
Yeah.
There's no way to center the
I mean-
object in frame. There's no way to verify your horizon with one fell swoop. They're using what they claim to be a horizontal and then attempting to do navigational calculations, which require a horizon dip calculation.
No, see, you're assuming way too much. If that's what you're going to do, that's fine. You're going to dismiss it.
No,
But
but-
I'm personally asking for honest investigation into it. If you're
No, but
not going
he
to
used
actually
to-
go through the videos of what he does, don't assume you know and dismiss it. You can if you want, but I'm telling you shouldn't.
I'm just looking at his setup in the.
Okay, you're
Look around
looking at a
there.
photo of his setup. Have you looked
Yeah.
through what he's done to verify how accurate he sets it up? Calibration. Have you looked through that?
What is the
doesn't
calibration
say.
of the duct tape?
Yeah, how to
The
calibrate that.
calibration of the duct tape.
I
Okay,
just
fair enough.
very-
Dismiss
I'm
it all
just-
you like.
I can only
Okay,
say
it
that.
doesn't fit your narrative, so you just got to mock it and laugh at it. No worries.
I'm
Cool.
not mocking it, but it's just
Well, you
literally
are. You're
used
not
this
even giving it
equipment.
any credibility. You're just
I'm
writing
That's
it off.
because he
because you
uses
saw
duct
what?
tape.
Duct tape, and you think the equipment's not good enough. That's
For
pathetic,
this
guys.
precision, yeah, I would say.
Well, then prove him wrong. Do a setup and show
Sure.
that all the measurements are within 45 degrees in. That
Yeah.
would be awesome. And that's what my
Um,
question was. Has anyone done anything to either
Yes.
verify or
Yeah, I have
debunk this?
verified it because I've looked at Polaris and it works with my model here,
No,
and I am much more
You
precise.
have not looked at what he's suggesting.
Yeah, but my equipment is more precise.
Heaps
than
of people have looked at Polaris, champ.
Yeah.
That's not what he's doing. He's not just looking at Polaris. Do you agree that things in our sky go around us? Or we revolve and things appear to go around us in a circle. 365
but not-
degrees. They can
not
only
to the
move.
extent
They can only move a certain number of degrees in a certain number of minutes.
Yeah,
That's
it
what his
moves 15
observation
degrees
is.
per hour. 15 degrees per hour.
Right. Therefore, the sun, for example, if we can focus on the sun for a minute, should only move 45 degrees in 3 hours. So he has made observations where it goes further. You are suggesting that these observations are only made because of poor equipment. No wonder he's gotten errors.
I'm
So I
just
would
looking
like
at
to see that in a
setup of this
3-hour
equipment
window,
to measure.
you can repeatedly show with better equipment that it's less than 45 or 45 degrees.
I'm not talking
not
about
more
the
than.
sun experiment. You're mixing the
But
equipment.
that was
with
my
the sun.
original question. My
Yes,
original
but you
question was
linked.
about a sun time observation, and you've gone Polaris. Can you
That's
answer the
because
sun one, or don't you want to?
I haven't looked at that because I opened your link. There was no sun experiment there. It was like a Polaris.
You should have looked for the sun one, because I gave you the link to his
Sun
website where he
Yes.
has a sun observation.
Click on
And you've
the
chosen to go to the
information
Polaris
tab.
one and go,
Information. I'm clicking on information.
So just be
This
honest.
is where he talks about the sun.
Yeah, he uses the same equipment. It seems like on the
Literally a digital protractor.
yeah, but he taped it on a very tiny tripod. Who does look like it doesn't weigh anything.
A digital protractor. What the fuck is a sextant?
A sextant is a highly calibrated optical aiming device.
Highly calibrated optical. So if he's calibrated this, is that not good enough?
He didn't calibrate this. There's no possible way he
didn't?
could. There is no
Okay.
There is no aiming device on this.
So you're just writing it off. You haven't even looked at how he's aiming it. Cool.
There is no aiming device.
Have you not looked at what he's done? You haven't looked at the video of how
he
he's
laid down. He laid down behind it and kind of sighted along the top and went, "Yep, sort of looks straight to me." That's piss poor.
Oh, is that what he did?
Yeah.
Is that what he did? Sort of looks straight. What do you do when you have a sextant?
You
sight it up
measure.
and go, "That looks good enough to me."
No. There's actually an extremely difficult process, which involves, first of all, calibrating and checking your calibration, making sure you don't have any vertical or horizontal stepping in your image, and then providing yourself with your rough adjustment, and then fine tuning it with your micrometer, and calibrating that.
All right.
with
Well, I
the
suggest you
exact
go
time.
out and debunk this guy. Okay.
Sure.
You go
Every
and debunk
sextant
this
ever.
guy. Go for it.
I mean,
But didn't he do? If this guy didn't do this, then he already debunked true methodology, like faulty methodology. That's how you often dismiss papers due to faulty methodology. And if this is the case, then he doesn't have to
I
take.
just think it's funny that you two clowns
build
think
up-
that you can just dismiss
Why am I
this
clown?
from someone who's presented it on the basis of what you're dismissing it for. When,
Why am I?
if you were
why am I a
honest, you
clown?
would sit through a presentation just out of curiosity because it's a slightly different concept that's ever been presented before.
but we did
and
sit
you'd
through your
actually see
presentation.
what he's presented.
We sat through your presentation, which
I
we
didn't
then
make
had
a
questions,
presentation.
which we then had questions on, which you were unable to answer us, directed us to the website, which we then had to navigate ourselves to find this information, all the while
But you haven't looked at the information. I gave the website to you if you were actually interested to explore. You then had questions about a website to me. I didn't write it. Send him your questions if you're interested, or keep whinging to me about the things that you think make it not credible. Because I couldn't care unless you're going to say,
Right.
"Hey, yeah, I've done this
No, 'cause
experiment that he presented. I've reproduced it, and it doesn't cut the mustard." And here's why. But you haven't done that.
I have produced a very similar experiment when I personally used a sextant and used it for navigational of the
But that's
surface
not
layer.
the experiment. You can't compare the
It
two.
is though, because if the sextant, or if the sun was to move more than 45 degrees, the sextant wouldn't work. It's the same
Rubbish.
effect with a different. Okay, cool. Who's dismissing things now? You don't
Well,
even
I'm
let
not
me get
dismissing a
finished.
thing.
You don't even let me get through my sentence before you dismiss it with
No, because you're
rubbish.
making an assumption. I'm asking you to prove someone wrong.
Yes.
That's
The
all.
Nautical Almanac has the GP of the sun registered at any given point in time. Would you like to know where it is right now? I can look it up for you.
What relevance does that have to what this guy's presented, mate?
It tells you the position of the sun in the sky, which is exactly what he measured.
So what?
Oh, that's why do you mean so what? That's
So what?
exactly what we're talking about.
It proves that you've got no understanding of what he's presenting, and therefore it's even worse that you're dismissing it with a complete lack of understanding. So, which is fine. I mean, I don't expect anything more, to be honest, which is sad, but I honestly didn't expect any more. So that's fine. We can move on to a different topic if you like. If there's a point.
Probably not. Anything we say,
No,
you
probably
dismiss.
I mean,
Anything you say, we
What
look
are you
hang on a
into
minute.
and then dismiss.
What are you guys on about now?
No,
I was
not
done.
at all. I've dismissed nothing. I presented a something new, and you guys have dismissed it. And I'm saying I think it's foolish to dismiss it without actually looking into it.
He literally
And then you
has
say you
a
have looked into it
protractor.
because I've used a sextant and I've
He
travelled across the ocean in a boat. That's
he
fucking gives a
literally
shit.
has a protractor taped to a piece of cardboard.
Do you think you could not do it more precisely with more expensive equipment?
He didn't.
No, but do you
Ye-
think it's not possible? He's presented it in a way that anybody could go ahead and do
No,
it.
I
Any
actually don't
layman,
think
they
it's
could go and
possible.
buy shit and do it. He could
I
have done
think
it with heaps more fancy equipment and got the same fucking results. And
I
you're just
don't
going to go,
believe
oh
so.
no,
Do you
I
realize
reckon he would have got different results. I'm a dickhead. That's all you're doing.
Okay.
I have when I set up my equipment, I have set it up on a wooden porch, which is pretty steady. It's pretty large where I set it up, and even if somebody steps on the wooden porch like 10 meters away, I can't look through the telescope because of the vibration. That's how precise
Right.
this needs to be. This is why you cannot use
Okay,
the
so that would be a
cardboard.
silly place to set it up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but
You'd
that's
want to
why
set
it's
it up
also
somewhere a
silly to
bit
set it up
more.
on a cardboard, which is like 10 times more unsteady than my wooden surface. If you think my wooden surface will feel vibration 10 meters away, what do you think a cardboard would do?
Well, for
Definitely
starters,
not any better.
it's not a decking. It's not a decking made of cardboard that people can step on. If the cardboard's small enough, it's
but
probably
if there
going to
is
be much more secure than your 10-meter long decking that people are walking on.
no,
So
but
everything's relative, isn't it?
any tiny gust of wind is gonna move that.
A tiny gust of yep, no worries.
And
You keep coming up with excuses as to why
It's
it
not
might not
excuse.
work.
He still
It is
doesn't have a way to
excuses.
even.
A butterfly could have farted. A
He doesn't even
butterfly could
have
have
a way
farted
to
right in
cite
front
his.
of the lens.
There's no way to cite the observation in this. There's literally no eyepiece.
Why do you need an eyepiece?
In order to get a
Could you not
clear
use?
observation.
Is it like eyeballing it with like the
Yes.
along the? Oh
He's
boy!
laying down behind it,
Oh
eyeballing it.
boy! Wow. You
Oh, I
guys.
wouldn't call that precision.
Well, I suggest you get some precise equipment.
Isn't it supposed to
prove him
use
wrong. Otherwise,
like
you're not
on
very
a structure?
intellectually honest.
But this is supposed to be used with the structures where you actually put like one piece of wood and then one next, and then you push it against it, right? This is what you normally use it for. You don't like eyeball it along it. You just all the precision of the whole point
Hey,
of having
a
a digital
shovel.
light.
A shovel is for digging a hole, but I can use it to whack a burglar over the head too, knock him clean out. Just because it's got a purpose to be built, a purpose that was built, doesn't mean it has to be used for that. You can use it for other things.
Yeah, it can, but it doesn't mean that it's good for that.
Yeah, but if you verify it, i.e., calibrate it to show that it
But
is accurate enough to show
How
these
did they
things.
do that?
Right?
How did they calibrate it?
Oh, I don't know. Have you watched the thing? Have you
I've
checked?
looked through. I've looked
There's
through his.
Oh, you've looked
there's
through.
no
Have you
video.
watched all
There's
the
no
video
video here.
presentation?
How are we supposed to watch
There's
the
no
video
video there.
presentation that's not there?
Okay, well, I did mention again. I did mention he's done a presentation on Globebusters and Jeranism. You could,
Cool.
if
Can
you
we
were
get a link?
interested. Do you need a link, or can you Google?
Yeah, I
Because
need
I
a
can
link.
provide a link, but you could Google at the same time that it takes me to find it, copy the link, and send it. You could just Google it. Jeranism, Globebusters. Look at the list of videos.
Well, can you tell me what I need to look for to find how he calibrates the equipment? Because I looked for how he calibrates it in the link you sent, but there is no information.
I find it hard to believe you've read through his whole website, but
No, I
anyway.
I skimmed through it, and I also did search for calibration, for error, for some like all these word compensation. I couldn't find any words. He used any of these words, so.
Oh, I found it.
I'm glad you found it. I can't even find my fucking phone. I'm talking to you
Here we
through
go.
Bluetooth, so it can't be too far away.
We'll go ahead and print screen this. So what we're complaining about is this doesn't look like a high-speed, low-drag setup. This looks like a cheap tripod with a piece of cardboard and something duct taped to the top of it that has no eyepiece and no way to make it sure that you're actually getting a true line of sight along that, and your angle behind it isn't off when he lays down and kind of worms around behind it.
So again, your contentions with his setup, and that's it, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only thing. So
It's
you're
a
going to
very important
dismiss.
thing. It's
Okay,
reason
but then
enough
if
for us
it's
to dismiss everything he's done with this. So yeah.
but listen, what you're saying is the setup you perceive is not accurate. Okay.
Yeah.
Therefore, the results can't be sort of even considered because the device is inaccurate.
Well, I have
But
done this measurement myself with more
if the
precise
device is
equipment.
inaccurate, then it should have been faulty either way. It shouldn't be faulty one way or the other. If it's inaccurate, it's inaccurate, and you're just going to get wrong calculations, wrong data.
Right.
But the data happens to be conclusive both ways in certain latitudes where it can work both ways, and then in the lower latitudes it can only be one way, and it happens to just be faulty again that way. So it's either biased towards flat, which I don't know how something that's inaccurate can just be biased towards flat when it needs to be, and then.
Yeah, but I don't think there is a. It's not a systemic error in this case. I think it's a just like severe and precision.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, you'd say, oh well, then you always see 3 degrees this way exactly all the time. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming it could be flailing 10 degrees left or right or up and down because it's like eyeballing it. And yeah,
I think you missed the premise of things again. If you think it's inaccurate to the point that the error margin is greater than the discrepancies he's found, then I suppose you'd probably have to try and. I mean, you can assume that, but you would. I mean, it wouldn't be very fair without surely you going and getting one and showing that, hey, yeah, look, check, I bought one, and look at the
I
error.
have an
It's
equipment which
fucking.
can do this more precisely.
No. But what I'm saying is, for you to actually say that his equipment has an error margin greater than the discrepancies that he's getting in the data, then I think it's only fair that you at least provide some details where you've gone and got one of these things to show
I have
that
an
the error
equipment
margin
which
is
does
in
this
fact big
more
enough.
precisely, and I can show that.
That's not my point. I don't care if you've got equipment
You think
that is
that
more precise. That doesn't show that his is less precise. Okay?
Well, why doesn't my equipment correlate with his conclusion?
Because you haven't done what he is proposing you should do with your equipment.
What haven't I done?
Describe the experiment to me then that he's suggesting. What would be the first thing you need to do if you're in the Northern Hemisphere to do his exact experiment?
Well, he is measuring the angle of the sun across the sky.
But what would be the first thing to set your experiment up? What would you do?
I don't know how
And
to
it's
set up
not
his
it's not
equipment.
measure the angle.
May
I wouldn't
may
use
I-
his equipment.
Funk, may I?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If I had Funk set up, and I believe you have a EQ mount on your telescope,
Yes.
I would put a solar filter on Funk's telescope. I would aim it at the sun, and then I would turn on the EQ mount and watch it rotate.
All right. Well, that's not the experiment either. So that wouldn't be. So
No,
that measures
neither of
angle.
you would know how to set up his experiment.
What he did was the same thing, except rather than having the EQ mount that Funk has, he had to manually manipulate it and kind of tapped it to get it to change.
Yeah.
No.
Mine
No,
is
he
set up
sets up
to
at 90
rotate.
degrees. You have to start it at 90 degrees. You've got to set up so the sun is at 90 degrees to your position.
It
You're
wasn't
in the
in his
north, you
video.
have to be facing south. So what, you've watched videos now, have you?
Yeah.
A second ago you couldn't find a video. Now you've watched
No,
the video.
I literally just was posting screenshots from the video. Remember?
Oh.
Well, I'm not looking at the text chats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was posting screenshots from the video with my critique of the setup and what he did in the video.
And what are you critiquing? Just the precision of the equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So my point still stands. The precision of the equipment, if that's going to be your only critique, you got to back that up or show that
Sure.
by using different equipment and following his exact steps, not doing a different experiment, but following his experiment, that you get different results. Because there's no point showing different results from a different experiment and then
Okay.
trying to say, look, this proves something. So I would love for you to use more precise equipment and do what he's done exactly and prove him wrong. I would love nothing more than for you to do that.
Can we use telescopes? And can we do
The
it from?
telescope's going to be what you sight.
Can we do it?
Things with.
Yep. And can we do it from thousands of positions across the world?
Well, he's done 300 positions, but yes, you can do it
Okay.
from as many positions as you want. But
Cool.
it
Now
needs
we
to
have
be
a solar
done
almanac.
like he.
Would you like it?
Like no. You see,
Okay.
you don't even understand his test, mate. Oh, for fuck's sake! I give up. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm after someone who actually is interested in doing something honestly. So we'll move to something else.
Probably try a different server.
But this, but my equipment is built to rotate 15 degrees per hour, and I use this equipment to take pictures and also to follow.
But okay, the fact that you even mention those words clearly tells me you have no understanding of his experiment. That's what that tells me, because you just wouldn't mention that. Would have no bearing on it if you understood where he's coming from. You wouldn't even say what you just said.
Could you explain what the
And
purpose of the experiment is then, in your own words? His experiment.
yes, it's a timed observation of the sun.
And what is the purpose of it?
Okay. To
What is
show
he
that the
measuring?
sun moves. Oh, look
Yeah.
again. Go to his website.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I asked in your words because I
I
don't
know
understand.
you said you have, and then you told me you skimmed through
No,
it.
I haven't said I
And
looked
then you
at the
said
video.
his equipment's not accurate enough.
I haven't looked at his video.
So in his presentations,
I
he
haven't
goes
looked
on
at his
about
video.
saying how accurately he has to land
I never-
artillery here, there, and everywhere. Very precise.
I never said I.
He seems to think that the equipment he's using is
I'm just
pretty
asking
good.
you to explain
And you're just dismissing it
You
because
said
you've
you
got
just
something in your
look at
backyard
the
that tracks the sun.
sky, but what do you measure? Do you measure
You're an amateur astronomer, and you
Yes.
track the sun. So therefore, he's wrong.
No,
You're not going
I
to prove
think
him
that
wrong.
it's.
You're just going to say it's wrong because I've seen a picture of
I know
cardboard.
from experiments that how imprecise
From his
equipment
experiments.
on unstable foundation can be.
Okay, but can you not assume that someone who is aware of the same things that you are would go out of his way to limit as much of that as possible? Like, let's
think
just
you're-
pretend you were doing it. You would be aware of all these things, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you would try and eliminate that and make sure that the equipment you were using was accurate enough
I
for the
wouldn't
job.
use that setup he uses. It seems too unstable.
But what happens if that you could actually set up to a point that was accurate enough?
I
and
don't
you were
think it
happy with
is,
it?
because you can't use
Or
cardboard and
think
duct
is not
tape.
suitable. Okay, and here you are saying you've got better equipment. I'm saying please use the better equipment to repeat his experiment. And for some reason you don't even want to understand his experiment enough to do it.
Yes, but then I asked you, what was the purpose of it? Was it to measure how it moves in the sky, you said? Sun?
Yes, it can only move 45 degrees in a 3-hour window.
And
3 hours
45
is very
degrees,
precise.
45 degrees in relation to what?
Okay, let's just say you're at the equator and the sun is directly above your head, and the sun is obviously right in the middle of the year and it's at the equator, right?
Yeah.
It's right above your head. Now,
yeah.
At 90 degrees, right, zenith. In 3 hours' time, that sun can only be 45 degrees away, right?
Yeah.
So you would have rolled, picture yourself, you've rolled back 45 degrees in 3 hours on the ball, and the sun is now at a 45-degree angle. It cannot be more.
Yes, but that's at the equator, which is
Cannot be
rather
more.
simple when the sun is directly above your head. When it's at an angle.
Right. No, stop. We know this.
How?
Right.
Don't tell me
so
to stop.
when it's right above your head, no, but
He has better equipment.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you a question. Like when the sun is lower at the
Tell me to
horizon,
stop.
how do you measure degrees there?
Stop.
okay, so yeah, stop. Why bring up something I didn't bring up? So from the
Because
equator,
he didn't use the equipment only at the equator. He used this equipment elsewhere. I wonder how he
I'm aware
measured degrees.
I'm aware of this.
Yes, and how does
But
he
the
measure degrees lower at the horizon?
Can you ask me how that's relevant? How does he measure it lower at the horizon?
Because that's what it did. It's literally the experiment.
It's no, the experiment is where it's more than.
Not according to what he said.
Well, you said he measured the how much it moved in the sky, and you said, how do you measure it? I asked you, how do you measure it? You said degrees, and you gave an example at the equator, which I would say, well, it's simple to measure because then you see the sun go directly over your head, so you can assume it rotates. It has a degree of rotation around us, like directly above us. But how do you measure rotation or degrees or like whatever? Like how does what is the rotation is measuring or lower at the horizon? How does it do that?
So let's just say you're at a different latitude, at a southern latitude, looking north towards the sun. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, you're let's say you're at the northern or the southern hemisphere, so the sun is lower in the sky.
Yeah, so you just set yourself up facing whichever way you need to, north or south, depending on where you are, and get it so the sun gets to your 90-degree point. Obviously, it's not going to be above your head, but it can still be 90 degrees to your position.
When it's at the highest, you mean 90-degree in relation?
Yeah, well,
to what?
that's why I'm going to try and do it before and after the 21st. Before, on, and after the 21st, because I want to see the difference. But anyway, yeah. So and then 3 hours later,
He lies
you're measuring
on his website. Sorry,
You what?
I just found it. I just found an outright falsification on his website.
How?
Please tell.
If you look at the observation visual sight picture using the digital protractor, he manufactures into those images a sight picture that is not in any of his orienteering station setup pictures above. It's a
I noticed
direct
that
and outright lie.
So he used like a wooden cardboard stuff, but when you looked at the images you posted, he uses like a protractor and duct taped to a cardboard.
Yeah.
But I didn't like think much of it. But anyway, yeah.
Post where you're
Sure.
talking. Which
Here
page?
you go.
That was the link right there.
Here is his picture of the site that's manufactured. Here is the last 2 steps of his setup procedure, where you can clearly see no sight on his digital protractor.
Yeah, it's the same stuff that I've been criticizing.
Yep.
Very unstable. It's like something you would give to like this kind of setup with something you. That's like a tripod you use for like binoculars or something.
If you would like more information about the piece of equipment he's using, the digital protractor, here's one you can buy on eBay.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything for me. You're still just picking on the equipment, not the observation.
No, but how can you trust the observation if you're using shitty equipment? And it goes against my own observation, and mine is more precise. So I don't know why I would even need to consider his.
Well, it's just very narrow-minded of you. That's all.
I don't think so. I just think I'm being
Oh,
very
I personally
irrational.
do. Like I take people at their word until it can be proven wrong.
I mean,
right? This guy's come out and he's got a career that would lead me to believe that he wouldn't be as inaccurate as you're claiming with his equipment.
My telescope is worth almost.
If you can prove his observations wrong with better equipment, I'm all for it.
But my telescope is almost worth $10,000, mainly due to the apochromatic lens. But if you remove that, it's like $5,000.
It doesn't matter.
This is a $15 protractor, and he's eyeballing. Come on.
Yeah, but okay. What he has suggested, not even suggested, in his lectures is that not lectures, his whatever presentation. He has put this kit together so that you can do this yourself in a layman's way. Now, cool, criticize the accuracy all you like, but to suggest that he hasn't done it with more accurate equipment, you need to back that up. And to back that up, you claim you have good equipment. Repeat his experiment and show that it's wrong.
Would you like me to prove it that he has better equipment to do this and he chose to use the inaccurate equipment?
No, it's not that he chose to use the inaccurate equipment. He's presenting the inaccurate equipment here so that other people can go, you know what, hey, I can actually go out and try and do this.
Why didn't he
not $50,000 worth of equipment, because then no one will go, oh shit, I can attempt this.
Why
Right?
didn't he
So-
use his M2A military bubble, military sighting bubble, which he has videos of him setting up on that same porch? It looks like it belongs to him. It would make sense for somebody who's a veteran of as many
What-
years as this guy
Okay,
claimed
so
to
if he
have one
had
of those in the
videos,
house.
if he had videos of him doing that with better equipment and it still showed the same shit, would you
Then
still
it would
come up
be
with
worth-
another critique?
No, then it
Oh,
would be
so
worth looking at. This isn't even
then
worth
you would
looking
have some intellectual honesty and go and see for yourself. But until that point, you don't care. You're not even going to actually look at the experiment and even think about replicating it purely because of a few pictures of cardboard and shit.
Didn't
Well,
Globusters
that's
measure
narrow-minded.
Cardboard and shit. But
Globusters
it is
measure
cardboard.
15 degrees of drift, didn't they?
Sorry, champ?
Are we trusting Globusters now?
No, I'm not putting trust in anybody. That's why I'm asking for other people
Why
if
would
they have
I?
done this
Why
themselves.
would I or anybody be interested in an experiment done by Globusters?
It's not done by Globusters, mate. I don't understand your issue. Have you got a personal vendetta or something? I've got no issues with anybody, mate. If you've got an issue with Globusters, then half your luck.
I have got a big issue. Yeah, they haven't busted the globe. They've just said loads of stuff for 3 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, so's the other side for a very long time. If there was anything definitive, this wouldn't even be a conversation, Dawn, and you know that. We're not arguing about boiling water. Fucking hell.
You know, if you keep bringing up a Globust experiment, I'll keep bringing up the 15 degrees drift. Saying, what about
Yeah,
this
but that's
result?
fine. But this isn't a Globusters experiment, Dawn. That's why I asked if you have a vendetta. Like, pick on Corey, mate, not Globusters. Pick
Is
on
it- is-
Jeranism if you want, as well
This
as
guy-
Globusters, because he had Corey on as well.
Is
Are you
this
going to
guy a
pick on
member of
Jeranism as well,
Globusters?
Dawn?
Is he a
Obviously
member of
I've got no idea.
Globusters?
He's obviously a
I've
Freemason
got no
shill
idea, mate.
involved in the same group of Globusters.
Okay, is Jeranism a shield?
Yes.
Okay, fine. You've obviously got issues with all of them. If they're all shields.
Yes.
Fuck, are you a shield too, Dawn? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Everyone's a shield now. Come on, mate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Anyways,
it's untrustworthy and there's no reason for me to be interested in it. That's all I'm saying.
Anyways,
Okay.
I didn't get like any information on how he measured movement of the sun in the sky at the lower altitude. Latitude, a different latitude than our.
It's exactly
Right.
the same process, but instead of it being right above you, it is at a different height above the horizon. But the 45-degree measurement in the horizontal plane is still the same thing you're trying to achieve.
45
Okay.
degree. But when you're looking
So
at the sun, what is your when you're measuring angle, you need to have like a rotational point. So how does he do that?
he sets himself up magnetic north or south, looking that way at the 90-degree mark, and that's his point.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
his
not the
stationary point.
rotational. That's not the rotational point which Globers claim. You cannot measure rotation around north when you're at like 50-degree latitude.
Well, irrespective of your contention with that, you can do it at the equator or any of the tropics.
I
And
agree.
if you get
You
a
can use
greater
it if
degree
you use
there than
the
45 degrees,
yeah, but if you
if
use the
the
equator,
measurement is greater than 45 degrees there, there's an issue for the
no,
ball.
but there is a problem here. It's very where is the rotational axis? What is the rotational axis where you measure degrees at the equator?
Well, you just zero out with the sun above your head,
That
and then you
doesn't
measure
answer
from
my
there.
question.
It's in a linear
It's a
path from
very
there.
simple. It's a very simple answer to that.
It's not a simple answer. Your question is irrelevant to this observation.
No, it's not, because they measured degrees of rotation, and I want to know. How
So
did they
when
do that?
you're on the equator and the sun's right above your head, and you roll backwards 45 degrees and you measure the sun again, right?
Yeah.
What else do you need to know?
What is the
If it's
rotational
45
axis?
degrees or less,
Yeah, but what is the, when you say 45 degrees, what is your rotational axis you're measuring along?
you're on the equator.
But if you picture yourself as like having a wheel, and you have this wheel, and you can like attach like a stick to it, which is pointing out, and then you have that stick point at the sun, and as the sun is moving, you're having the stick move along it. Then you have the wheel rotating along an
The
axis.
sun's not moving. The wheel only moves. If we're going with the
Yeah, but
heliocentric
your
model, the
wheel
sun
follow
is
the
still.
sun. Whether the sun moves or not is irrelevant. It's still you follow the sun, and the wheel have to rotate to follow.
Well, no, because the angles will change. But anyway, go on. So you're
It
at the
doesn't
equator
change.
and you
Doesn't the
roll
sun
back
move?
45.
Whitesword, you're not understanding me. You just said the sun doesn't move, literally.
No, in the heliocentric model, the sun does not move relative to the Earth. Obviously, it's all moving.
I'm telling
yes.
you how you measure rotation.
I
Like
don't care
angle.
for you to tell me how to measure rotation. If you're at the equator and the sun's above your head
That's
and
his
you roll back
experiment.
45
Why
degrees.
don't you care about that?
Because what
You
I'm
measure
asking
angle.
you is, if it measures more than 45 degrees when you're there, there's a problem for the ball. He's claiming it's been done. And you're claiming,
Well,
no, his equipment is inaccurate.
I'm just asking you how he measures angles. It's very simple if you have, I would say it's rather simpler if you have a rotational axis. I can just give the answer to you because I don't think you understood
Well, it's either
me.
from the zenith, from the
So-
zenith down, or it's from the horizon up. I mean, which way do you want to do?
The
zenith is probably
rotational axis would be along the north-south, pointing at the north and south, and then have it like horizontal or level, if you will. And then you have the sun move over your head if it's directly over your head. But then I would ask you, then how does he do that? How does he decide the angle, like measure the angle at the at the different latitude? I don't know even how we would do it at the horizon, but I guess it's like arbitrary, like trivial when it's horizontal, because you can sort of have like a bubble, what you call it, center bubble on the deck. I think he had that, so that's fine. That works for the equator, but you can't use that for different latitudes. So how does he measure rotation, angles of rotation there?
send him an email, mate, with your question, with all the details,
I will do
and
it.
I hope he replies
I can
to
do
you.
that. I can do that because that's like my.
Meanwhile, get yourself to the equator or one of the tropics with your fancy $10,000 equipment and prove him wrong, and report back. That would be great.
Don't waste time writing an email.
Well, the problem is I have already used this equipment several places, and his experiment should also be consistent at my place, not only at his place. And I have used it at my places, and my I create a rotational axis point to measure the degrees, and my equipment is set up to rotate at a certain speed. I can turn it off, and the stars would quickly move out of my sight. If I turn it off, it will move out of sight immediately. But or any star or like any object in the sky, the sun or whatever, it doesn't matter. And the rotational speed is set to 15 degrees per hour.
Hey, I just got here. What's the argument going on?
It's not an argument. We're just talking about Corey, his presentation with regards to a sun-timed observation.
If it's
I'm
not
not
an
sure if
argument,
you're aware
what
of it.
is it?
I don't understand.
Well, it's not an argument. It's just a debate over someone's view.
So, Funk, we did get one thing wrong. The thing we were calling a piece of cardboard is a piece of flexible whiteboard.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess that's even worse, hey? Oh, boo.
No, just for the state of accuracy, we do need a.
Oh, so it's stronger? Is it stronger or weaker? What was your implication
I don't know.
there?
I don't know what
It'll
whiteboard is.
probably be stronger. Dry erase board.
Excellent. Wow, so more accurate than you thought. Fantastic.
Yeah, but it's still flexible and marketed as
Oh, shit.
flexible.
Oh, damn. Wow. I think everything's
Hmm.
flexible, isn't it? Fucking hell, technically.
Yeah, it is. That's why you need to be careful with what you use. Like my setup is it's an EQ6 stand Skywatcher 120mm refractor with the weight. The whole setup weigh 40 kilograms.
Look out,
And
Dawn's gonna have a vendetta with me in a minute. Settle down, Dawn. Fucking hell, mate. You obviously got some problems with the Globe Busters. Shit.
I'm
Go
just
and sort it out with
genuinely
them, buddy.
curious how he measured the angle, like the rotation, when he says degrees. Because if you measure degrees, you have to have a rotational axis where you measure degrees from. And it's sort of telling because the rotational axis at the different latitudes is also the same as the latitude.
Yeah, what a
I wonder if he
coincidence,
did
hey?
that. It is not a coincidence. That's the thing. It's a very it's a very rational explanation to that, but it's also very strange if he had actually assumed that rotation, but he didn't talk about that at all. I have no idea how he measured that.
He also uses the term clockwise direction. They better tell him to get that off the website.
What did they do to you, Dawn?
They
They must have really hurt you, mate.
pretended to debunk the globe for 3 years. Now I don't take them as a science channel anymore.
They were never
What?
a science channel. Crazy. You must have had too high expectations, Dawn, and they let you down. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Can't debunk the
Were
globe.
you once a flatty? Were you once a flatty, Dawn, were you?
By looking at the sun angles, you can't debunk the globe with this. The sun's been seen all over the sky for years and years and years on a globe.
Yeah, but that's what people assume they're on. So let's just pretend for a minute that we're actually on a flat plane. So the sun has been observed and observed for many, many years on the fucking flat plane.
And
so either way, it's been observed, and that's how it is. Whether it's flat or curved, it is how it is.
If you assume that the Earth is flat, how would it look like?
Well, this is the age-old debate, mate. It wouldn't look anything fucking different to what we see. If it was flat, it's flat, isn't it? So what we see is how we would see it and how it would present if it was flat. Like, fuck.
So your premise
how do you not
is the
get
conclusion.
that? It wouldn't look any different.
Your premise is the conclusion.
If we pretend it was flat, it would look exactly like a globe. That's your argument.
No.
I mean, you could say that about globe.
But you're asking for how it would look if it was flat. And obviously, we're in the position that it's not going to just go from globe to flat if all of a sudden we discover it's flat. It's always been flat if it's flat. Therefore,
you
it looks
you
as
didn't
it
answer
does.
my question. You just made
I didn't hear your question. I was answering Dawn's question.
No, you did answer my question.
Did you know?
No, I was answering Dawn's question. Maybe I hit two birds with one stone.
My satanic farm Earth theory looks exactly like this as well.
Yeah, but I could say that about
satanic farm theory looks exactly like this.
That,
What we're looking at
that
now.
sounds pretty logical. Yeah, satanic farm theory. I like it.
You think it's reasonable to use the premise as your conclusion, Whitesword?
Give me some context. What did I say?
So if you, for example, you ask, how does is the world flat? And then you say the flat looks like it looks right now.
No, that wasn't me proving that it was flat. That was me just suggesting that if it turns out to be flat, then what we witness right now is in fact obviously how it presents itself when it's flat.
Yeah. So then how would you know?
Oh my God. By someone showing me definitive proof of curvature, which is yet to be done.
No. How would it look like? It's also, you don't have to compare everything to a globe. You can also say, how would it look like if it was flat? Not compare it to a globe.
Yeah, but you're then suggesting, but you're then automatically suggesting that it would look different to how it does now in real life.
No, I'm just saying, regardless of where we live at.
You're asking me to describe how it would look if it was flat.
The Whitesword, I'm
If it's a
asking
globe,
you
it
for
looks
a
exactly like
hypothesis
this
or
already,
flatter.
and curvature isn't shown to you. That's what it is. That's the globe. If it's a globe, you're on it. This is how it looks, and still you haven't seen curvature.
No, exactly, Dawn.
You could say that too.
I completely agree.
It's
Show
not
me
scientific,
curvature
though.
definitively, and I'm all for the ball. It's a ball.
No, what I'm saying is, if it's a ball, it's already a ball, and we don't have to show curvature. It just is.
Well,
Yeah,
very
it's
true,
up to you-
but
it's
that
up to
just
you
still
to
leaves
deal with your
the
own confusion
server.
then.
Well, no, because you've got a belief, and you're happy to go with that belief.
Yeah, and you
my
haven't.
belief
You're
isn't the
confused.
same.
You're confused, so you can deal with your confusion, and we can just live on the globe.
Yeah, but if that's how you want it to be, that's fine. And it's not even
I'm using your
confusion, Jim.
logic. I'm using your logic here. If it's a globe, it looks exactly like this, so we've got nothing to prove.
Yeah,
Sure,
he's
but
using the premise.
See, that's
as
where
his
you're wrong.
conclusion.
I'm not using that angle about proof, though, Dawn.
Yes, you did for
I
flatter.
was asked the question. No, I was
Yeah,
asked
you
the
did.
question. How would it present? What do I think it would look like if it was flat? And
Yeah.
my answer to that was it wouldn't look any different because if it was flat, it obviously has always been flat, and it would not change the way it presents
But
based on it being
you
flat.
put exactly the
How would
same
you know
Don
it's
there.
flat?
Yeah. It's
No,
funny.
but
You don't
you guys are
notice.
missing the point. You're asking me to describe
No.
something different. Like what, the sun would act
you're
differently,
missing
would
the
it? If
point.
it was
No,
flat?
I'm asking you.
We've moved on from that point of asking you how it looks. You explained how it looks. It looks exactly like this. Now we've explained this is exactly how a globe looks too. So now we have to find out what it actually is. We've done that.
Yeah, but that's all you've ever said. That's all the globe has
How are
ever
you going to
said.
find out?
Oh my God. Hence, we're here, Dawn. We're
How are you
trying to
gonna
find the
find
straight
out?
edge, remember?
How are
We're
you gonna
trying to
show
pull a
that it's
string.
flat?
Oh dear.
Because measuring
Sun
the sun
observations.
angles, Corey measuring sun angles isn't really convincing so far.
Well, I mean, you personally haven't done it. I'm pretty sure of that. And
I'm not gonna.
you're not going to find it convincing if other people are going to say, oh, it's not convincing. And if you're just going to believe that, like have a belief in someone else's thought or opinion.
I find star trail photos of the southern stars convincing, but I don't find Corey measuring the sun on Globebusters convincing. So you're going to have to do more.
Yeah.
But the southern star trails, aren't real because you can only ever see half a circle, and yet they present full circles.
Half a circle.
So you know they're not real.
But Don, why would Corey lie?
Because he's
Well, it's not
biased.
even about him
He's
lying
in the
or not
Freemason
lying.
group that's decided to push flat Earth.
I have asked
And they
people
pay
to
him.
verify or not, and all I've heard is criticism about the
I
equipment.
can verify
And that's
that
fine. If that's all there is,
his
that's fine.
equipment. I can verify that the measurements are not the same as mine.
Okay, so if you could whack a video
I know
together
risk.
repeating his experiment,
and showing different measurements, I'd appreciate that, and I'm sure other people would as well. But if you're not willing to do that and back the fact that you claim that you've got better equipment and you're going to get different measurements to him, then I'm sorry, but you have no credibility because you're all talk. I've got this fancy equipment, I can do it better, but nah, I'm just not going to. Like, that's pathetic if that's the case. Get a video together and do it, or don't.
A video?
One of the two.
You don't trust my word?
Unless it's on YouTube, it's not real.
Why did you tell me that the Southern Stars don't do a circle? What's that about?
Well, you can assume that. But I mean, I can set my camera up to the Southern Stars, and it's only nighttime here for half a day, Dawn. I'm not going to see anything for the fucking rest of the day, mate.
You don't
Am
think
I?
you'll see the most of a circle rotating around a point?
No, but we don't. We get less nighttime here at the moment than we do daylight. So I'm literally just going to see a little arc of stars. That's all I'll see. That's all I could present to you without using some sort of computer graphics to fill in the rest.
I get you.
So you haven't actually seen star trails.
I mean, I've seen enough, and it was convincing.
Oh, convincing! I love it. It helps religion.
No, it helps me
Helps
believe
belief.
there is stars in the south rotating around a point in the sky, like the north.
Yeah, and it's great evidence for a ball or for flat Earth. It's great
good
evidence for both of them,
It's good evidence,
but it's
for
not definitive
rotating geoid.
for either of them. Unfortunately,
It's
we want definitive stuff.
It's definitive for me.
And if the sun turns out to move more than 45 degrees in a 3-hour window, that is pretty definitive. Hence why I'm sort of going on about this. Can someone else verify this or not? Is he just talking out of his ass? I need a bit more than I think he's talking out of his ass.
How does counter-rotating celestial points work on a flat Earth?
How does it work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Through atmospherics.
In the flat Earth
explanation.
model, the Earth is not the stars.
You have them. You have a
It's
model.
flat.
Can I have this model? Can I
Well,
get this
No,
model?
I'm giving
but if
you
you're
just a little
gonna detract from the point of the sun observation, I understand why you would. We don't have a model.
The
We
Earth
don't exactly
is
know
not-
what's going
Why
on.
did you just
You
claim?
guys claim space. We don't
Why
know
did you just
space. Right?
claim
We
that
don't
the
know.
southern stars is evidence for a flat Earth? Then
Well, I didn't say it was evidence for. I said it can support either.
well, support.
You can say it can
evidence.
support the
That's
globe.
not-
I can
that's a
say it
synonym.
supports flat.
Why did you say it supports it if you don't even have a model that explains it?
Well, there are
Yeah,
models out there,
it's a
Dawn.
good
You've
question.
seen them. You've seen the computer-generated models of the stars doing what they do on a flat plane through
No,
various
I haven't.
optics.
I've
Okay,
seen
fair
someone
enough.
with a
Well,
torch
they're
and a
out there.
pole before, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was very
Sure.
unconvincing.
Okay. Well, when you pull the air out of a vacuum, Dawn, what's left in there? Is it empty, or is there stuff in there that we just can't measure or detect? What's your
I'm not
suggestion?
sure how that has anything to do
Right.
with southern stars on a
Well, it
flat
does,
Earth.
because space is claimed that it's got no air and that light travels through a vacuum. What's a vacuum? Is a vacuum just a space devoid of air, or is it a completely empty space? Because at the end of the day, we don't know what the fuck is up there, right? Neither
Now
do
you're-
you.
You're projecting now.
I'm not projecting at all. You
I
assume
know what's up
that
there.
people better than you have worked things out.
I know
And you
some
choose
stuff
to
what's up
just
there.
accept those things. And you're allowed to do that.
There's a thing called Saturn. There's a thing called Jupiter.
A thing.
Yeah.
Is it a tangible thing, Dawn? And how have you verified that?
No, I haven't touched. I just call it a thing.
Well, there you go. Other people would actually say that it's terra firma and you could go and land on it and stuff. Now, would you claim to back that just because these people are smarter than you? Or would you go,
I think
I
Jupiter
don't know
might
about
have-
that?
It might have a solid bit under the gas. Yeah.
Okay, so it could have. What about Mars? Is that solid?
not.
Is Mars solid?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, you think so. Is that because of the story or some tangible reference you can
People
refer to?
told me, yeah, and I tend to believe it.
Okay, well, fair enough. Point made. We can all believe what we want.
So there is things up there.
Well, tangible, I don't know, but yeah, we can see stuff, sure.
So you're happy calling it stuff, but not things.
Well, things, I said tangible. We don't know if it's tangible. You can say
Things
tangible.
mean
Things,
tangible, but
sure.
stuff doesn't.
Well, no, I didn't make
Seem
that
to be making up
clarification.
words.
Tangible things.
So you agree there's stuff up there?
Whether they're tangible or not.
You agree there's stuff up
So
there, even though you said there's
we
nothing
can,
up there.
okay.
Yeah.
We can see stuff.
Your
There you
level
go.
of confusion.
Well, no, because you've got implication there. We can see stuff, Dawn. You can see stuff, I can see stuff. You've got claims of what that
There might
stuff is
be
based
stuff
on
up
what
there because
greater
I've
men
seen
told
stuff
you,
up there. You've seen
who
stuff
also
up
told
there,
you
yeah?
before that smoking is good for you, and all the
Why-
other bullshit that these same
Why are you
experts
telling
have said
me
that
there's nothing
is
up
true?
there if you yourself have seen stuff up there?
I never said there was nothing, Dawn.
You did.
I said it might not be tangible, mate.
No,
Big
you said
difference.
There's nothing in space. You told me I don't know what it is and I don't know
No,
what's
in
up
the
there.
vacuum of space, in the claimed vacuum of space, it is said that there is nothing.
Yeah.
Because there's no air. Just like when we create a vacuum on
What
Earth,
about that?
they pull the air out, they drop things from a height and go, oh, look, we've just dropped things in a vacuum. When essentially all they've done is drop things in a space with no air. They don't know what else is in that fucking space.
What's bad
Sorry?
about having no air?
Well, the assumption is that there's nothing else, i.e. light travels through a vacuum.
Oh,
Define a
technically,
vacuum. A space
vacuum
with
is
no air.
I've
yeah,
no
vacuum
idea
is
what you're getting at. Sorry.
Yeah, is that vacuum is a place without any air.
Yeah, but light may need a medium then.
Does it? Light can go through there.
Well, it may. It may need a medium. Yet it's
not
claimed
if-
that it can travel without a medium. That's the stupidity of it.
What do you mean by medium?
What do you think I mean by a fucking medium?
Yes, what medium?
Any medium. Light travels through a vacuum with no medium.
You could
Yet,
say
how do they
space-
know there is
space
no
is
medium in a vacuum?
But you could say space is medium. Then
Call it a
doesn't change
medium.
anything.
You can say whatever you can
can
say
call it
whatever
anything.
you want to say.
There's people that are 20 times smarter than you trying to figure out if it's a medium or empty right now.
20 times, you reckon, Dawn?
And
Fuck
probably
hell.
more than that.
They're probably not even intelligent at that level.
No, they're half insane, I agree, but they're at least looking into it. So I don't know why we've drifted off into this unknown territory just because I mentioned the Southern Stars. Third.
Well, no, but that's not why we drifted off. You asked how they could operate, and I brought up the point that we don't even know what's up there. It's claimed that it's a vacuum and light can travel through an empty void.
I told you,
when
we do.
that might not even be the case. So the way things work could be very different to our understanding. So that's off the beaten track.
Do you believe that we've gone, or how high do you think we've gone, and we as a species?
I think 100 kilometers, I think, is the line.
You think they believe the Blue Origin?
Say that again.
You believe that William Shatner going to?
William Shatner, no.
But he
No, I
went
don't
through
believe-
that line.
Do you know? No. No, I don't. Do you know how many G-forces would have been involved in that launch?
It said
just
so.
think
It
of
was
what his stomach. Think of what the weight of his stomach would have become in his little body.
Isn't it like 4.5 or something?
Yeah, 4.5.
But yeah, he's an old man with a massive stomach. He would have ruptured.
Would he?
But anyway, that's
Would
aside
he?
from
Not
that. No, I
anyway.
don't think he went up
Right
there.
word. Which 100
No, but
kilometer?
you're
Irrelevant,
do you believe
irrelevant
in?
of that. It proves nothing whether he went up in a cock rocket or not. That's
White's
irrelevant.
word. Which 100-kilometer
Yeah.
flight do you believe in?
Which 100-kilometer flight?
Yeah. You know, you said you believe we've been 100 kilometers up. Which
No,
one?
I didn't say we've been. I said that's as high as I think we can go, and that's based on all the nuclear
Let
explosions
me
they did.
repeat. Kool-Aid's question was, how far do you think we've gone as a species?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean as a human going up. We could have just sent something at a certain
how
distance.
far up?
Well, how far up we personally have gone? I've got no fucking idea, Dawn.
Oh, why
But
didn't
I told you,
say
I think the
that?
limit's
Yeah.
100 kilometers. Because I presumed he meant us as a species
Yeah, but you didn't
sending
listen.
things up.
You didn't listen to his
Okay,
question
well,
properly.
should have been fucking clarified then. Jump down my throat for a
Okay,
misunderstanding,
so you
mate.
believe
Fuck.
we sent a probe 100 kilometers up?
No, I mentioned the nuclear bombs, remember?
100 kilometer high
Operation
nuclear
fucking
bombs.
fishbowl?
Do you believe in nuclear
Remember
bombs
that?
going 100 kilometers up? But
Oh
not a
my
probe.
god. I believe, a probe, if there was a probe on the end of the rocket that had a bomb on it, of course, mate. If you want to be
All right, so you
pedantic
do
about a
now. You
probe
do
or a
believe. It's
bomb,
really hard to understand what you believe. I have to keep asking. You do believe a probe and a rocket has gone up 100 kilometers before?
I believe that detonations have been made that have tested our boundary. Whether the rocket itself got to 100 kilometers, Dawn, if you're being fucking pedantic, I don't know. But the tests
Yeah.
from Operation Fishbowl showed that we've got pretty much a limit of 100 kilometers. Unless you've got a different interpretation of Operation Fishbowl. I don't
I've
know.
heard about it. I
Maybe
just
you
find
have.
it weird that you believe in nukes being fired into outer space, but you don't
Yeah,
believe in
they
people or probes going.
blew up in higher
No,
altitude.
you could put someone in a rocket. I just don't know if they have or not, Dawn. And a probe is what? What's the difference between a probe and what do you mean?
What's the difference between a nuclear bomb in Operation Fishbowl and a probe with a camera on it? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what why is there a difference?
There isn't. That's why it's weird that you've picked one and not the other to believe in.
Well, it's not that I've picked one or the other to believe in at all. Have you got
You picked
something
100 kilometer
definitive
high
more
nuclear
so than
bombs
Operation
because it
Fishbowl to
supports
show that
flat
something's
Earth.
gone further?
But you don't believe in 100-kilometer probes because they don't support flat Earth. So you've chosen which one to believe in, even though they're the same.
When did I say I don't believe in a 100-kilometer probe? Why are you playing word games?
I have to check again now. So you do believe that we've sent probes 100 kilometers up?
Do you not think that the nuclear bombs being detonated were probes? That's what they were doing. They were probing, Dawn.
Can you answer a question?
It's a very simple
I
yes
just
and no
did.
question.
Okay,
Yes
is a
and no.
nuclear bomb being sent up to test something? Is that a probe or not? There you go.
Yes.
Easy fucking question. There you go. Excellent. So I clearly said that they sent nuclear bombs up. Now Dawn wants to separate a nuclear bomb test where they're specifically testing a limitation. He wants to separate that to the word probe. Okay, there you go, Dawn. Is that better?
Yeah, but he said if you can send up something with a nuclear warhead at the end and just send up a rocket with just the camera, then what's the problem with that?
There never was a problem. I never had a problem. If Dawn's going to suggest that the camera comes back with some sort of proof, I may have a contention with that.
So they have
of course,
sent
you
up
can
rockets
send
with
something
cameras
up.
on. So they have sent up rockets with cameras, 100 kilometers.
We could have sent a camera
Have
or a
they?
probe 100
Have they
kilometers
sent
high.
a camera up 100 kilometers? I don't fucking know.
William
But I know they shot a whole
Shatner
heap of
had a
rockets up.
camera.
You know they
Blue
definitely
Origin
sent
had a camera on.
nukes up there.
Okay, so William Shatner went up 100 kilometers, did he? Is that what the claim is? I've got no idea.
With a camera on it.
With
But
a
why
camera
would
on
you
it.
just
And
why would you disbelieve that when you believe they sent up rockets with nuclears on them, and they didn't have the cameras of those? So.
Because of all the people involved in the testing, including my grandpa.
There's been more people involved in the rocket programs than were involved in the nuclear testing programs.
Have there? Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The nuclear stuff was not very short.
Very short and very secretive.
Okay. Now we're getting into realms of you guys are going to have to, if you're really interested in backing up this claim that there's more people involved in the rocket program that know all the ins and outs than in the nuclear program. So, if you want to go down that path, great. But otherwise it's fucking, a pointless statement to make.
It
Back
was
it
3
or fucking
tests.
keep quiet about it.
But they sent up 3 rockets only. Well, meanwhile, they have been set like probably hundreds of thousands of rockets after.
So hang on, can I just
Can't compare those two?
check? You're claiming we don't know what's up there, but you also claimed we do know there's a barrier up there at 100 kilometers where we set off some nukes on rockets, right?
No. Again, you can put words in my mouth all you like.
So
there was
you're not
probing
sure
done,
if there's a
and
barrier.
it suggests that there is a limit. I didn't say a barrier. I don't know what's there.
Limit.
I'm not naive enough to claim that there's something that's not there because someone told me. All right, you asked a question, how high you think we can go? I answered it.
Are you still sticking with?
So now, if you've got evidence of anything more other than what we can already see, like photos of Earth from space, please present it.
Up there, I mean the planet. So I was only battling against your claim that we don't know what's up there, and I think even flat earthers have an idea of some of the things that might be up there.
Yeah, but an idea, Dawn, is very different to anything definitive.
Yeah,
like we can all speculate, mate, but none of us can go there and come back with a rock, other than some Masons that went to the moon. And I don't know about you, Dawn, but I'm pretty sure you question the moon landings, don't you? Or do you think they were legitimate?
No, I don't believe in the moon landings or William Shatner. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I believe we've sent stuff up and looked and maybe seen some things, so that we can't now say there's no idea. We don't know. We have no idea what's up there. That's not really true anymore for me.
Well, if you're going to go down the route of, top secret government shit and all the technology they've got and what they've explored versus what they've released, no doubt they know the true nature of things, mate. Without a doubt. It's all well and truly fucking known. But that doesn't necessarily mean what we think and believe is what they know. Right?
Yeah.
In every aspect, medical, everything.
But you believe they sent up a rocket to blow up bombs?
Yes, I've actually tested the fallout in the soil. No, okay. I don't dismiss everything the government say and do. If you're going to have that argument, it's just fucking stupid. If you're going to say that everything they do is fucking truth and all for our greater good, then that's fucking stupid. It's a mixture of both. They lie and they say the truth.
I just wonder why that's true and not other things they do.
Well, no, but I have personal experience and stuff to sort of, in my own standards, verify some things.
Did you live in?
Is that enough for other people? I don't know.
Did you?
But it's enough for me.
Did you experience it firsthand, the bomb in 1962?
No, mate, I did not. Does that mean it didn't happen because I wasn't there?
No, there are things that you can see firsthand now.
So just don't even bother with the line. It's just stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Were you in the rocket with Shatner? Were you?
No, but I don't have that same standard of evidence.
But you believe that happened.
Yeah.
You believe it all took place. Right. But you weren't there.
Yeah.
You have no personal experience whatsoever with it, yet you just believe it happened.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You're allowed to do that.
Okay. But why did you why do you believe Operation Fishbowl and not like Blue Origin?
Well, because I've finished explaining before, I have some personal experience with that. Was I there for the bombs going off? No. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah. So you
Right?
weren't
Do you
there
have
for the Blue
anything?
Origin?
Do you have
but
any
do you have
connection?
any?
Do you have any connection with the Blue Origin? That means
I cannot say very detailed, but there is a little bit of connection. Yeah.
Oh, top secret.
But I
Fucking
can't
hell, eh?
say anything in detail because I would be kind of doxing myself.
so some sort of top secret information that you can't
No,
tell
it's not.
anyone.
It's not top secret. I just don't want you to crazy people on the internet to stalk me or something. It's nothing secret.
Jeez. Yeah, no, I've got some information too. It's fucking pretty out there, but yeah, just for privacy's sake,
Yes,
I am gonna keep it hush hush.
but that's. But I
But I
think.
can guarantee it is bombshell information. Hey,
But
like you guys would love to hear this. It would
but
break your
Whitesworn,
fucking world.
it's
But I
it's
can't.
actually
I'm sorry.
irrelevant for my believing
Oh,
that for me believing
okay.
it. So, but you asked the
So
question.
one of you
and
is
I
going to
answered it.
try and get the information out of me.
But even if I didn't have any connection with it, I would still believe it.
Can I progress the conversation, Whitesworn? What do you think is the thing that they blew nukes up next to? The limit. What is it?
Well, I don't know if they blew them up next to anything like deliberately, or whether they just had like a limitation in their range, and when they blew them up, you know, the repercussions or the however whatever they measured, fucking,
They
got up to a certain height. I don't know the situation, and I can't imagine what it was. It could just be an energy, a charged particle field, or I've got no idea, mate. No idea whatsoever. Nobody does, other than those with technology, I suppose.
But does this suggest to you there might be some type of dome, an energy field dome, a hemisphere Van Allen area field, something like this?
Well, no, that's what's been presented. But what it does tell me is that there is something going on.
Okay. Earlier I was just being semantical and battling your language. I don't really mind where you put your skepticism. I'm not offended anymore. I'm fine.
You built a bridge and got over it.
I won't mention Globebusters again, Dawn. My apologies.
These types of layman's doing science on the heavens and the angles and stuff, this has been done for thousands and thousands of years. Before people knew it was a globe, after people knew it was a globe, and before again, and after again. Forever. I'm not nerdy like that. And if I trust the man, and he seems like he knows what he's saying, and no one else is disagreeing, I might believe him. And he tells me, I've looked at the sky this night, and I've seen this stuff. This is what I think about it. I might believe him.
This is like actually a good question because at some point we have to believe people to fucking live in a society. Unless you want to live in the forest all by yourself, alone, and not trust anybody, you at some point have to trust something. Like we trust so many things in life we don't even realize. Like, and it's one thing to buy, like, for example, going to doctors. Not everybody trusts that. Some do, but like just like buying food from the grocery store, we still trust people that they are healthy, that they are like that the food is what they say it is, and sometimes there is like
That's weird.
everybody.
Personal
To
experience.
be safe. That's a weird example. I trust
Yeah, but
Walmart.
like, yeah, like we trust Walmart and we trust the grocery store and we trust the government to import the food that like they are
We
like
don't
people who actually
if we've
verify.
had the experience. We don't trust them. Right? If you trust the supermarket to provide you with healthy food,
then you have been misled. Okay? And it's the same with everything else. If you trust the medical system to do the right thing by you when you go in there for a certain thing, then you're misled.
Oh,
They're
no,
doing the right thing by the medical
think-
system.
I think what we're saying is we trust them not to put full cyanide in all the loaves of bread.
Yeah,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
not only that, but like they are stuff that can be like cause cancer in the future. We trust that they don't have that in them.
Yeah, okay, but
Like
if
we
you
can't-
trust
we
that,
can't find
you
that
have
out.
been misled. Big time. Dawn, back me up. Jesus.
What? But don't you eat food from the grocery store, Whitesword?
Whitesword, yeah, I think this is quite nuanced. We have to trust to a certain degree, but we don't fully trust.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Of course, I don't like I'm not ignorant. Like there are certain things I know is like unhealthy, but I still sell it. But it's like rather known that it's unhealthy. But if somebody were to like, oh, this is a healthy fucking unhealthy orange, you assume orange to be healthy. What if somebody injected like cancerous stuff in it? I wouldn't know that unless like in 10 years I get cancer. Maybe
Trust
you know.
doesn't mean we think these places care about us. It just means we've decided we can risk getting bread there next time.
Yeah,
what-
based
I mean.
on your personal experience, you can risk making that decision. Exactly. On your experience. If you went there one day and you got a loaf of bread and it made you crook, you'd probably question whether you should go back there again. It's based on your experience. So if you go through life la-di-da and you never have bad experiences, you are going to be so much more trusting of everything and everyone than if you've gone through life and happen to have some nasty experiences where people have done the wrong thing by you. You're going to have a very different view of life.
But this is like only for the things that affect us. That's like a very limited subset of experiences, which you would use to validate whether I should trust them or not. Like I would never use just my own tiny piece of experience. I would trust others' experiences as
More than
well.
experience. Frank, I think the example of food is quite nuanced because a lot of truthers and normal people like you, we've started to realize not all food is fully trustworthy, and they do try and make us unhealthy in different ways. But
yeah,
I'm saying you have to have a level of trust that even though I know Asda Walmart is trying to make me unhealthy and is part of the New World Order agenda, I still trust that they're not going to poison me, fully death poison me just by buying something. Yeah, I trust them to that degree.
yeah. You have to. I mean, how would I live elsewhere? Like
not based on my
living in like
experience.
complete cynicalism would be that I don't trust anybody, and if I did that, I couldn't really do anything in society. I just have to live in the forest all by myself and hunt my own food.
Every time I go in there, I have to retrust the shop. It's not like they didn't poison me last time because I know now they could suddenly put poison stuff in overnight. That's the sort of thing that happens in 2021. But I trust them. They're not going to do it today. And then the next time I go, I trust them. They're not going to do it today.
I always ask like also like what's the purpose of doing that? They would kill us. Everybody would like suspect them, and they would kill people, their customers. Like it's a very horrible like business model to kill your customers. You know, like why would you do that?
Kill all of them at once, then some of them are going to come back and complain.
Yeah.
But maybe my point was, Whitesword, if Corey was in my tribe and I didn't know much about the sky, and he spent most of his time studying the sky, and I trusted him, then I would take it on board. But at this point, he's coming from the other tribe that is lost in a delusion to me. And I already know what happens in the sky from my own tribe, so I don't need to listen to him.
Well, okay, and from your perspective, I can understand that. But my original question maybe then wasn't to someone of the likes of you with the situation you've got going on. And if he was in the tribe like you described and he said what he said, I wouldn't just take it because he looked at the sky for a long time and I didn't. I would listen to what he said and then go, I'm going to go and check that.
right? That's what I'm doing here, and that was my question. Has anyone
That point was
checked what he said?
we can't. Sometimes
No,
we
so
can't
far
check
no
it.
one has said yes.
Sometimes we can't check it. We don't have time. We're doing other things, so we have to decide to trust someone or not on their checks.
Yeah.
Okay, no, and that's
Unlimited
fine.
information. We have to do that. Like you can't trust. You can't. It would be you'd be a gullible, naive person if you trust everybody unless proven otherwise. You would be a cynical, off the grid person if you were to distrust everybody just because they haven't proven their trust. So you have to like sort of decide somewhere in the middle. Like where's the middle ground, reasonable middle ground.
Well, sort of, but that's why I said that's why I will personally want to check. Like, I'm by no means saying what he has said or said he's done is true, right?
Yeah.
No, by no means have I said that anywhere. I want to check it, and I'm asking if anyone else has. So that's what it comes down to. It's not. Yeah, very little gets taken on its word. I mean, I'm happy to listen to people and not have a go at them, but I'll always check.
Yeah.
If possible.
And I told you my experience with it, and it goes completely against my first-hand experience with my equipment. So obviously you understand why I think there is some mistake done or something like that.
Yeah, but see, then again, like, look, if you've got the equipment, if I had the equipment that you claim that you've got, and you've got a spare bit of time, I would just go out and make a video. I'd follow his steps, but with your equipment.
Sure, I could
and
do
make
that,
a
but
video
I
to
don't
show.
see the. I could do that.
No,
I don't see the.
Yeah.
I have never been like I'm gonna make a video to prove stuff because like most people actually prove it. If only on the only persons I would maybe prove it to is your guys, but I really doubt that anybody like there are so many people who have done this, and I would only like shown videos like you have Red's Rhetoric who have made like a bunch of videos with other people where he has like done some really like strong evidence for like the ISS and the moon and all that stuff. But people still disbelieve him, and I think I would just be one of these people that people just dismiss him anyway. It doesn't change anything. So why bother? I use that telescope for my own purpose, not for others. I don't use it to prove that the Earth is a globe for other people. If you guys don't trust my word for it, I don't think you would even trust my video. To be honest, because there are videos out there, and you still don't trust it.
See,
So
look, if you're
what's the
gonna
point?
put me in the crowd of other people, then I feel sorry for you. If you can
Well,
do a video
would you trust
and
the
show
video from
in
Red's
your
Rhetoric?
video, I don't know which video you're talking about, and I probably haven't seen it from Red's Rhetoric. But that's not what we're talking about here. If you made a video and in the video, inside the video clearly showed your setup and everything like that, and obviously left nothing, out of the video where people would go, oh, hang on, what about this or what about that? Then it would be a good video. But if you're going to do a video where you leave half the stuff out, then you have to expect questions.
Well, here is a video from where he is verifying the altitude of the ISS, which people claim is not the altitude.
Okay, so he hasn't done the experiment that Corey put out.
Not that specifically, but
Okay,
I don't see
well,
that.
that's what I'm asking for.
This is like
Okay,
moving the goalposts because there's this
No,
new
it's
claims after
not.
new claims. It is.
Again, if I had really good equipment, I would go out and check. Right? I don't
Would
have
you
the
change
really good
or would you
equipment.
become a flat earther if what he proves is wrong? No,
Would I
sorry,
become a
a
flat
globe
earther?
earther. Would you believe the globe model if we prove that his model is wrong or his measurements are wrong?
Well, no, the globe would still have to be proven. The globe's not proven to me yet. If you've got something, hey, then show me. But no,
But
that wouldn't prove the globe.
he
It would
verified it
dismiss
against
his
the globe
claim.
model. No, but his claim was the globe model was wrong. And so he verified it against the globe model, which means if you actually did the measurement yourself, it will be verified against the globe model. And if that's true, then the globe model is true.
No, because things that are true is a process of eliminating everything else. So
How
What
can you
else
eliminate
would you
everything
eliminate?
else if you're only eliminating one other option?
Well, give me a list of what you would eliminate, and then we can go through that.
Well, I mean, if it's wrong, the ball could be much bigger than it currently is, and even that's a problem for the current model. If it turns out that the ball actually it's not flat, but it's a ball, but it's a much bigger fucking ball, then that still represents a huge problem. So that would still have to be eliminated. So it doesn't prove one thing or another; it dismisses one. That is science. It's elimination. It's never proof of anything. It's elimination of
We
everything
use that
else.
same for flat Earth.
What's that?
You use that same process of elimination for flat Earth.
Well, flat Earth hasn't been proven.
So you don't know
it's
the
still,
Earth is
it's
flat.
a process of both.
You don't think
It's
that
where
the
we
Earth is
still
flat?
are. The globe hasn't been proven to me.
No, I'm asking you like for the same reason. You haven't eliminated everything for the flat Earth as well.
No,
So,
God no.
Okay, so then you don't know where you live. Yeah, it could be that we are equally on the globe as the flat Earth.
Of course. Yeah, I'm looking for the definitive evidence, and it's yet to come my way.
But I gotta be honest. Earlier, you claimed directly that the Earth is flat. So now you're saying something else. So
No,
yeah.
you asked how it would present itself if it was flat.
No, you said we lived on the flat Earth.
White's word, you're looking in all the wrong places for the definitive evidence.
No, there's nothing definitive, Dawn. That's the problem.
You're not looking in the right places.
Okay, mate.
You're watching
you got me a
Globebusters
link.
and coming to Discord instead of watching star videos and thought experiments about living on a ball shape.
No, you failed to understand. I've lived several years, Dawn. I'm pretty sure I've smoked enough herb and sat around enough campfires and stared at enough stars to contemplate a lot of shit. Equally, as you probably have done.
I agree.
So to think I haven't done that.
I'm not saying you haven't seen nature. Sorry, I don't mean that. But what I mean is recently you're stuck in a mind schism where you're looking for definitive evidence, but you're ignoring all the definitive evidence. That's what I mean.
Okay. No, fair enough. I guess definitive is now
you're on the
a
wrong
subject of
bookshelf. It's three down to
interpretation.
the end. 3 bookshelves down and then to the end. You're at the wrong section.
Science fiction. Science fiction, you reckon?
Astronomy.
No, mate. Seriously? That is the ultimate guesswork.
You've been looking in geometry and geology sections. You need to go to the astronomy section.
God, no. That's as far away from anything tangible and real that you can
Your
get.
whole language has changed. You now call it a ball instead of a globe. You've changed your whole language.
No, it's always been ball. Spelt B-A-A-L. You know this.
You're just laughing.
It's a cult.
You're laughing as a reactionary cult against a cult.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm looking for definitive evidence of either or. You are stuck in a religion on one. You're not even open.
Because when I showed you some of my definitive evidence, you just said, "Well, it's not even a full circle; it just arcs." It's like you don't even
No,
care
but
about
that's not even a term. Your definitive evidence. They shouldn't even go together. It's either definitive evidence or it's not. It's not your definitive evidence.
Oh no!
It's not an interpretation. It's
now you
definitive or it's
misunderstand
not.
what evidence means.
Oh.
Evidence is a personal thing. You find things to support your idea that you believe. That's what evidence means.
Yeah, but definitive changes that.
No, it means you have to trust someone to be definitive for you. That's all that means.
No, definitive means without question. So if something's definitive, it is definitive. There are no questions left by anybody.
My definitive evidence is Earth's a globe for many, many reasons.
And none of which are without question.
Yeah, for me,
therefore
it's
not definitive.
though.
Definitive is very arbitrary.
No,
I
it's
don't know what
not.
that
It
even
is
means.
without question.
99%
Without question.
definite true.
There's nothing fucking arbitrary about it, people.
How
But
would
there
you
is no.
stop questioning what it's worth? What sort of evidence will make you stop questioning and say this is finally definitive? I have no more questions.
Okay, is there a server where people hotly debate how it is that water boils at sea level?
Yes.
Is there a server we can go to where it's a hot topic like flat Earth versus round Earth, where they're debating the science, the physics around water boiling at sea level? Or is that definitive? Do we definitively know that?
So you've decided
No.
100 degrees is
No,
definitive.
come on, Dawn. Answer the
decided.
question.
Why
Is
did
that
you
definitively
decide?
decided,
Okay, let me
or
ask you, why did you stop questioning how water boils at sea level? Why?
because it's definitive?
Yeah, what made it definitive?
It is without question.
What made it
It
like?
is repeatable
What
by
made it? What
anyone
made
and
it so
everyone,
definite for you?
anywhere around the plane at sea level.
How many experiments have you done at sea level boiling water?
Oh, not many. I've never lived at sea
So
level.
this is one thing you didn't check for yourself.
No, but it's checkable.
How do you know?
And to my point, if it was at all questioned, there would be a server dedicated to it. And you know
Is that
this.
your? Is that
There-
your?
That's amazing.
Sorry, the where
But-
definition, where the standard of deciding whether something is in question or not, whether there's a Discord server.
Of course. No, not a Discord
The
server,
server
but
doesn't exist, it's
contention.
definite.
If there was no, but now you're just being silly to try and escape here. Because if there was contention, there would be debate over the topic. Now, it may
There are
not be on
things that
Discord,
are. There's
but
many
there would
things that are
be
contentions over which
debate
are not
over it.
served. But there are many, sir. There are many things that are contentions over in the scientific field which nobody cares about.
But that doesn't take away from whether they're definitive or not. Who cares
It
whether
would.
people care about
It
them or
would.
not? I asked
It
you a
would if you
specific
use.
question.
If you use
Boiling
that
water
as
at
a.
sea level is definitive. Hence,
How
it
do you
is not
know?
questioned or
Is your
debated
reason-
over.
Is your reason for knowing it's definitive because there's no Discord server that you've ever heard of?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I just mentioned it's about the contention, not the
Oh, that's
Discord
good.
server.
But you don't need to check it. It's just if you've heard that no one is in contention, it's definite.
Well, if something's without question, it's
So,
obviously been
Let's
definitive.
say if you
Otherwise,
lived in
there
a
are
small village,
questions.
if you lived in a small village with one church and nobody was contesting God or Jesus, that means it's definite.
Okay, you name one small village where people don't fucking contest that, Dawn. You're
I'm
being
saying
silly, man.
If
Yeah, but if who gives a fuck? Water boils at sea level. It is not contentious.
you haven't tested
People
that,
understand this. No one fucking even argues it.
you're ready to test
And
it
if it
Okay,
wasn't
now,
so-
argument for a while,
but you're not ready to
if
test
it wasn't
water.
argument for a while, all the questions have been answered, and it's now not an argument.
For the sake of the argument, I no longer agree water boils at sea level. Now it's not definitive.
You
If you honestly think that, then you've got some issues.
Create a Discord and then his argument's falling apart. I'll come in there and debate it.
There we go.
I'm gonna make a server making that a contention point.
Sorry, now we're being silly.
My argument is: how do you know that that you have checked for all the variables?
Do you
Does
honestly
anybody
think
know how
there are
to know that?
questions? Do you think
Yes.
there are questions
No.
My
around
question
this
is:
topic?
how do you know that you have checked for everything?
You can't know, so you just believe. That's it.
Okay. So therefore, I have a contention. I believe that you haven't checked for all the variables.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but do you understand how silly you're being?
Why am I being silly?
Because if there's actually any merit to your contention,
Mm-hmm.
we wouldn't be where we are now.
What
Like,
do you mean?
can you show me where your contention has any merit?
Yes, because
Or would
we
you
cannot
fail
know
to
that we have
provide any?
checked. No, that's from my philosophical stance that we don't know where. That they've
Okay,
checked
well, I'm
everything.
just going to disregard that. I'm
Why?
disregarding that. Why not? You've got no reason. I've got no reason to
I got the
listen to that.
reason. My
You've
reason is
provided
that
nothing
we
of
cannot
substance
know.
to back your
Can you
contention.
know that you have checked for every variable?
Every variable? No.
Yeah. So there is my contention. There might be a difference. There might be some secret variable which we don't know of yet. Secret. I don't know, like some ether stuff.
Well, you better go and
ether who
start. You
change
better
it.
go and start a conversation over that, and see if anyone wants to debate you on it. And we'll just see if that's a contentious topic or not, or whether it's definitive enough for everyone to not bother
Well,
with
can
your
you prove me
contention.
that secret variable doesn't exist?
No, I don't need to.
Why not?
If what you raise is contentious enough, it will provide debate. There'll be debate over it.
You don't
So
really
feel
think
free to go and raise it,
you don't really
and then
think
there'll be debate.
the cosmology and the shape of the Earth. You don't really think that's contentious, do you? For most people.
Why does the server exist if it's not, Don?
Because weird people like to contend with things.
But you're contending with something too right now.
We argue things that are not that, just to be at different sides and have the argument. I would say it says more about the people in the room, myself included, than the argument we're actually having.
Yeah.
I would say
Hey,
so.
White's World, you seem to have from what I've picked up, you seem to have a lot of knowledge about alternative health and some of the things that we used to assume were true about our health and the diet and things that your whole life thought must be assumptions. They must be telling me the truth about it. But now you've found out some things that totally you've proven to yourself are good for your health and bad for your health, right?
Safe to assume everyone's come across that, yeah.
Right. So that's what you do when you look for things that you want to make sure are right or wrong, right? That's what you do. And this guy seems like he has knowledge. He's figured out a lot of things. So thinking that he should just assume that they're telling us the truth about this crazy idea of the spinning ball flying through space doesn't make any sense.
No one
To
said
just assume that he would
assume
assume.
it's true.
Well, it sounds like it.
No.
Saying sometimes you have to trust people because you haven't got the money or resources or time to check stuff yourself.
Did you believe they landed on the moon, Don?
No.
Okay, so then why do you trust them?
What? Them? Who's them?
Same people that are telling you that we go to space all the time, Mars and NASA.
I don't trust NASA. I trust astronomers.
Okay, well then why are you telling him to trust NASA or anybody related to it?
I wasn't.
It sounds like it.
I was saying sometimes we need to trust people.
Okay, not NASA though.
Understand things.
Not NASA or the government.
Well, you've conflated all of knowledge about Earth being a globe with NASA.
There's no knowledge of the globe, dude. There's no knowledge. There's
No
not
knowledge
one
of the
proof.
globe.
There's not one. Just give me one proof. Give me one definitive
Two
proof.
celestial poles.
That's my proof for a flat Earth, dude. You know that.
How
Talk to me about
proof for a
that.
flat Earth?
Because they have a celestial equator they go through, and we can observe this. And it could be that there's actually two stars. Could be something else going on optically, but that doesn't mean anything about the shape of the Earth as far as the surface goes.
Right.
And they if they separate from each other and go off 360 degrees in the opposite direction, there's all kinds of indications that it could be both.
So you didn't explain that.
So that's
well,
not
so I don't
definitive proof for a ball. I'll leave you a video.
No, I
couple
don't
of
want to see the video.
The two star rotations.
If you can't
It doesn't
explain
make any
it,
sense.
then you don't understand it.
Well, I can explain it both ways if you want.
You just
but,
tried.
But it's,
You
I'm
just
asking for
tried.
your
I
definitive
didn't
proof.
understand.
Well, that's not my problem. You don't understand.
It's definitely
If they're adjacent in the sky, there's two star trails adjacent in the
Definitely
sky.
not my
Adjacent next to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a ball. It works like thermodynamics. You ever seen the
Okay,
node
hold on.
and
Hold on.
the node? No, hold on. No, let me continue. He's going to criticize me if I don't give him the actual explanation. You've seen the shavings, the metal shavings on a piece of paper with the node and the anode, right? And the pattern they make, the thermodynamics. That's exactly what we see in the sky. We wouldn't get that on the top and bottom of the ball. It's a self-perpetuating system.
Two
I'll give you
spirals
all
of
kinds of stuff.
filings is not
Do you know who
exactly what we
E1? Do
see
you know
in
who
the sky.
E1 is, Dom? You know who E1 is? I'll leave you the video of my friend E1. He and I used to say that the number one flat Earth proof was the two rotating stars sets in the sky.
Because you're trolling.
No, we're not trolling.
Yeah, because I just asked you to
I
explain
do not
how,
believe in the ball.
and you
I just
couldn't.
did. I just did.
You didn't. You said because I've seen spirals before. That's what you're
I
saying.
didn't say that. I said there's two sets of them in the sky, two counter-rotating spirals in the sky adjacent to each other, next to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a ball.
How does that suggest a flat Earth?
Well, I'm saying it doesn't suggest a ball, and by default, we all only experience
So it
flat
doesn't
stationary
suggest a flat Earth. You've just decided it doesn't suggest a ball.
Well, what would it be over? Why would it be? Why would we ever think we're on a ball? The ball is
there's
ridiculous.
2 points of rotation.
Yeah, not if they're adjacent to each other. If they're next to each other, that doesn't mean we're on a ball.
They're
If
not
they're next to each other, it couldn't be a ball.
Not adjacent.
Looks like they're adjacent to me.
Thousands of miles between them.
No, they're adjacent. They're adjacent star sets.
You have to cross half of Earth.
They're next to each other. They're next to each other. But they're not on the top and the bottom of it. I can prove it.
They're fixed points. They're fixed points in the sky. They're like a celestial sphere, and we.
No, you're just wrapping it around a ball. You'd like to think that, but you'd never be able to see both of them at the same time if it was a ball.
Okay, if I'm standing in South America and I point at the Southern Celestial Point, and I'm standing in Australia and I point at the Southern Celestial Point, and we got Don standing in Africa and he points at the Southern Celestial Point. Are we all pointing at the same place?
Yeah, there's a whole thing about that. There's possible answers for that as far as the reflection that actually goes in all directions. Because what I think it is like there's you've seen flat Earth philosophy, right, Don, with the two tubes kind of looking thing. That would totally explain it as well. There's another one, Jazla 111 has a few videos on that, the figure 8 sun and moon paths, which Kosho said seems like the closest to the possible flat Earth answer he could find. And then actually the model that E1 was working on, he said was probably the closest as well. I'll leave the video, but I always leave that video for people to look at.
It all sounds super made up.
It's not made up. It's observing our natural reality. When you talk about spinning several different vectors at ridiculous speeds and you don't feel any of that, and you think that doesn't sound made up, come on.
There's a whole thing about that.
Oh yeah, what's the thing about that?
The thing about it is,
tell me, explain it to me.
Humans, when they're used to all of those vectors on such a large scale, don't feel anything.
That's not true. Explain that to me. That wouldn't be true.
There's
elliptical orbits change. There's changes in momentum. There's changes in velocity. You can't just claim angular acceleration and angular.
About it. You'll have to look into it. There's
a whole thing. I've looked into all of this, dude. I've been infatuated with flat Earth for years. You knew this.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah, I've looked into all of this. If there was proof of a ball, I would have jumped on it.
When Kool-Aid asked you about, are you all pointing at the same thing? Instead of saying yes or no, you just said, there's a whole thing about this. There's a few explanations, and then you just named 2 flat earthers.
Well, there's debate about whether that's even possible for them all to see it at the same time. That's a test that they've been talking about doing forever. Southern tip of Africa, southern Australia, and then also over in what was the other area? Yeah, like the 4 areas. But that's a strawman map too. The map, the AE map, strawman
from those locations over and over again forever.
Right. If that's the case simultaneously, there has to be an explanation for a stationary Earth because we're not spinning.
Exactly. There has to be a good explanation.
Well, that's like secondary to everything you experience in my book.
But it suggests you're on
It does.
rotating
It could suggest that. Yeah. If you have to make that be your strongest argument, it's not going to work because there's so many Southern people in Australia that do not think. In fact, you just heard it. White's World was telling you. You only see half the circle. He's in Africa or what? Australia, right? White's World.
Yeah, I don't usually go by what flat earthers say.
Wait, you're in Australia too, right?
No, I'm in the UK.
But you've been in this long enough. You don't think that flat earthers are just trying to make to think they want to believe it's flat.
Yeah,
That's not. That's
what I
ridiculous.
think.
No,
That's what I
nobody.
think.
Who would ever want to alienate all their friends and family? That's ridiculous.
Well, you
For
say
years on
that,
it.
but then if you study cults and religion, it's always happened and always will.
No, it'd be like having a cult of people that, like, run around naked in public just because they like the reaction of it, and they just keep doing it for 5 years. Like that wouldn't be popular, dude. This is only growing. There's millions of flat earthers. It's not the same thing.
Well, this
It's
is
not.
an
It's not.
idea.
It's the most unpopular thing. Nobody wants to think
This
that's
is an
flat.
idea and a discussion and a question. It's not running around naked. It's a little bit different.
Well, it's like the last thing anybody wants to be associated with at first.
Do you really
Including
think
myself.
flat Earth is growing and there's now millions of converts?
There's tons. There's millions.
Yes.
There's millions, dude. Yes, of course there is. And it's not something people
Definitely.
believe. It's something people find out. I don't know.
So-
That won't make sense to you unless you actually find out, I guess.
The fact that pubic hair is searched more than flat Earth.
No. Just hold on, Kool-Aid.
That's true.
Look, you have to look at it this way. We're not dying. So if you've already made the switch, you're not switching back. Like you can't unsee what you've seen.
Exactly. It's something you find out, not something you believe.
Other than Ranty,
No,
JG
great.
Gonzalez or Jose JG, whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
obvious
I can
shows,
count-
right?
I can count 5 people in the last 5 years. We've like pulled in
Tiger
like
Dan.
millions others.
Yeah, but those people never realized it. They never realized it, or they're just playing the other side, like JG Gonzalez.
anyway.
Saw an opportunity.
I do
He
believe
saw an
it.
opportunity. He plays the part of a baller for the platform he's got. That's all it is.
I
He
don't think
knows
it's
better.
growing. I think it's fluctuating.
Money.
Oh, there's so many more flat earthers, dude. Everybody. In fact, I would say the majority of people know at this point that at least it's possible. I'd say a lot larger number than we'd expect actually do not believe in the ball any longer.
Yeah, I'll give you that. No, I agree. I didn't mean you are just someone who wants to believe. That's a bit insulting. I mean is you make up arguments to help you believe sometimes.
No, I think that's ridiculous. You know better. You've been around this conversation.
Yeah,
I think
that's
you're
how I
just
know.
playing the role of the baller right now. You switch roles all the time.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Dawn Buster.
I don't have to make things up to help my belief. I just explain why I believe.
Well, but what good are beliefs when you're talking about reality, dude? It's either it is or it isn't.
Very useful.
No, believing is one thing. Realizing something is another. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. But before you can realize a no, you have to believe.
No, you don't.
Well,
You're sitting in a chair. If you're sitting in a chair, you know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. If you were never told about the spinning ball, you would just know that there would be no reason to believe anything about the stationary, plane that we live on. We all experience that. It's not a belief. It's just what you experience. There's no reason to believe anything other than that unless you go into this whole spinning ball theory. Before that, nobody
you
would
want
have
an
any reason to
accurate
think
map.
they're spinning.
Rotating globe, please.
You don't have an accurate map. Nobody does.
We don't have an accurate nautical map.
The nautical map is not at all proportioned correctly. It's all about, in fact, it's reverse engineered, just like everything else about the spinning ball. That's the only way it could be done.
Interesting.
Obvious. Like blatantly obvious, actually. But I just came in to troll you guys a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious. You don't
Not
actually
that I'm
believe
not.
half
I'm
the
not.
things you're
No, I'm
saying.
actually telling you exactly what I think.
No, you're trolling.
I'm trolling
said
you
it
by
right.
telling you exactly what I think.
You're just playing the flat earther role right now.
No, that's not. That's not. I'm not even a flat earther. I'm a recovering heliocentrist. Flat Earth is a misnomer. It's a false dichotomy. The whole thing. Lots of hills, lots of valleys.
Oh, not
But
that.
to think people
Oh
are
my
upside
God.
down relative to me right now is ridiculous. You guys know it. There's not even a force holding them. It's like a pseudo force. Come on, get with it.
I think we're at a standstill.
Something acts like a force, and that's only because of the G in this equation. And that's what holds people upside down, and they don't even realize that they're upside down compared to where they were when they started off on the other side of the world.
Upside down.
Come on, you know how ridiculous it sounds.
Right.
Because living on the one and only floor of the universe, that sounds
I didn't
really
say that.
realistic.
I didn't assume that. I never said we're the floor of the universe. I don't know how many universes there are or the floor of anything. I don't have anything to compare it to. I can't see the rest of the universe. How would I know that? I don't want to assume anything.
We can go to the edge of Earth and look down.
Do you think there's an edge?
Dawn.
Come on.
Do you not?
Come on, Dawn.
I would, if I had to bet, I would bet an infinite plane, because how could there be an end to reality?
There you go.
I think it's funny that infinite plane is ludicrous, but
So-
infinite space isn't.
That's a
Fuck
bet.
that.
You'd bet on an infinite plane, but you don't believe you live on the floor of the universe.
Why would I believe anything? I'm just saying I can only know what I know. And what I if I'm sitting in a chair, I'm sitting in a chair. I don't have to believe that. If the earth seems completely stationary and everything about my experience tells me it is, there's no reason to believe otherwise.
So you cannot prove you're sitting in a chair. You can only believe you ever are.
That's what you think, for real? You're gonna go brain in the vat with me now?
He has to.
That's why I don't ever use the word proof.
Yeah, because it gets
I
you
try
out of
not
a lot of arguments. It makes you be able to strawman people with, oh, you don't actually know anything.
No.
We have an objective reality. No.
Can you prove
No.
you were born?
Yeah, that's the problem.
We
Well,
don't
there's
have
no
an
objective.
reality.
Well, you think the ball's an objective reality, right? You think the
How
spinning ball
much?
is.
How much would you bet that you live on an infinite plane?
That's a good question. You know what it was? If I had to bet, like if I had $1 million and I had to bet it's infinite or not infinite, I would bet infinite, because what can you even describe what the end of reality would look like? What would be on the other side?
If
You stick your hand through your hands in a non-reality? If I had to bet, yeah. How could it end? What would the end look like? Would it be a wall? And how do you know what's on the other side of the wall if there's a wall? The other side of the wall has more reality. A vacuum of what?
Exactly. It'd just go into nothingness. And that'll go on forever.
But then if you just disappear, could you walk into it? And what is that? It's a non-reality is totally inconceivable. So why would I assume there is one? Why would I assume there is one?
If we bet now,
I bet you $1 million right now.
I could live for the rest of my life, and you will never prove that we do live on an infinite plane.
Yeah, so there's no reason to
never
bet.
win the money.
Yeah, right. So that's why the bet is ludicrous, right?
Yes.
But I'm just saying, the edge is ridiculous to think of because of that reason. Even if there was an edge and you drop down, there would be more reality down there, right? If you're there.
I was just getting you to admit you are an infinite plane, which to me is a flat earther. So.
Well, yeah. Well, infinite plane is just a way of describing what it most likely seems to be. I mean, logically, that's the only thing it could be.
That's what
but I'm not admitting to anything.
We call that
flat
earther.
Flat isn't a shape, dude. Flat is a description.
Neither
of
is
shape.
infinite plane.
No, they're both. I mean, that's infinite plane's a concept, but yeah.
So it's flat earth.
It's not a belief either, because I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying if I had to bet, I would guess that's what it had to be.
If you had to bet, you'd put all your money on it.
You run so hard.
If I had to bet all my money, yeah, if I had to bet one way or another.
You're
Dave, I got
using
a
the
question,
analogy
man.
of belief, but then saying I
Hold
don't
on,
believe.
Don. I got to get in real quick. Dave, can you show me something that goes on forever in your day-to-day experience?
Of course not. Well, how would anybody ever be able to show that?
Well,
Infinite is
the reason
never
I ask,
provable, right? How could you prove infinite? Because you could walk forever and never know. I mean, if it keeps going, how can you guarantee it keeps going, right?
well, what I'm trying to elucidate here is that everything has its containment or its itemization, right?
Yeah, but if
So
it's contained on the other side of that containment, what is it?
and maybe nothing. Maybe nothing.
What's nothing? I've never seen nothing. I don't even know how to conceive of what nothing would look like.
There may be just. So I agree with you, the concept of nothing. But what I'm trying to elucidate here is that if we are in if we are in God, then that's all we can know.
How do we know that?
You guys
I can't guarantee we're in God. I mean, I would guess that we're all
I can.
God, and God. I would guess that God is infinite, and God has always existed and always will exist, and we're just a part of God, and God is everything, and not outside of us. If I had to bet.
Okay, you think that if there is a God, it's infinite. It's an infinite God.
Well, if the concept of God is all knowing, all seeing, and all eternal, then that would be infinite, right?
Well, if God were to make a physical reality, that physical reality would have to have limits. So the God would express itself in limitations.
No, I guess that's an assumption. It could. I don't know. I can't assume anything that God is, right? How would I know any of that?
Exactly. Stop assuming.
All right, man. I mean, you can leave your brain that far open.
No, it's not.
If you want.
To try to define something, especially something like God, when you can't really know that, is ridiculous. It's
Well, the
actually
point I'm trying to make.
arrogant to think you could know God, right? Or could know anything about exactly what He is. Maybe He would be something totally different, or it would be something totally different than what you expect. But you were only looking for what you expected, so you totally miss out on what God is.
Look, I acknowledge what I can infer God to be in this reality. I don't try to assume what God is outside of it.
No.
So
How could we, right?
that's what I mean. That's what I mean by nothing, though.
Yeah, I know. We're on the same page. Except that you think there's some kind of limitation, and if there is the limitation, then what's on the other side of that limitation? A
Well,
non-reality?
what I'm saying is that in this reality, these physical limitations that God has expressed itself in for us, like there are limitations in this reality.
Absolutely.
that we've been given. So the concept of thinking about the world as it being infinite is kind of goes against the idea of everything that we experience.
Well, the first law of thermodynamics is nothing. Energy can't be created or destroyed, right? So, if that goes for all matter as well, then not everything that is here was always here and always will be. By the first law of thermodynamics, right? Can't destroy it. Everything just takes another form.
Those are the limitations we've been given, but God wouldn't have those limitations, right?
I don't know. How would I assume what God has?
Okay.
But I'm saying it's infinite. That's a form of infinite. Think of water. Water changes its state. It never
the
disappears. You can't kill water. You can't make it.
Infinite,
Can't destroy it, right?
Well, the creation part's infinite, but the product has the limitations. That's how it's expressed.
Well, we have different forms that have conceptual endings, but nothing ends, right? Because it's just a different form of the same thing.
Well, I think people are thinking after this conversation.
I hope so. That's what we're here for, right?
I guess so.
By the way, I'll have to send you some Plain Eastern information.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what I did? I don't know if you were listening, but I did look into that. It didn't take very long. I was actually pretty surprised I did not expect this. I'm pretty surprised. Anywhere from 80 to 90% positive on it, but I'm still looking for incision marks. Okay, now I do have some older photos of a bunch of scars on his legs, but he's older, so who knows what happened in the middle. But when he's younger, that transition happened. I need more pictures, you know.
There's a lot. I look really deep into this. I'll message you about it.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I figured this one out.
I just heard about it one day.
I don't try to be
let me look
public
into
about it. I actually met a Freemason who told me I was right about it in so many words, and I said it's something that they would kill me for saying, and he's like, it depends on how vocal you are about it. He said.
Gotcha. Like you're not trying to go on the news and talk about it.
I'm not trying to go blast him. I'm not trying to blast for him. I like the guy. I'm glad he got away with it. In fact, or they got away with it. You know, it was a total Masonic operation. I'll message your wife.
It appears that like he came from a very like coddled upbringing. Like he presents like he's this rough person that had to work his way all the way to the top. The dude's been the top since he came out of the womb. You know, he was well taken care of. Like there was never a need that he needed that wasn't provided. So
that's
weird.
As James Dean, he didn't know. As James Dean, he was he was sent home on a train when he was a boy with his mother's casket from his dad. This is a story we're given. It seems like I don't know, maybe that's even made up, but from what the story we're given is he was sent home from California on a train with his mother's casket to be raised by his aunt and uncle. Right? He was raised kind of poor. Great student, played basketball and baseball, and has pictures from their school pictures of him playing these sports, or with the team at least. He was on the debate team, like head of the debate team, really smart. The story we get with Clint was that he was a terrible student, and that he got into acting by following a friend from the military friend to an acting class, and because there was hot chicks there,
and he
stayed.
just bumped into somebody, and they said, "Hey."
Yeah. Right, but he's an actor's actor. He was trained. He was trained as an actor. He is the actor that James. Yeah.
The story of Clint Eastwood was that he was brought up well off with everything he needed. But
middle class.
The reality of James Dean, like his upbringing was not that great. So it's funny how he's in interviews talking about how he was brought up really poor, but then the story of Clint Eastwood is that he actually wasn't. So why would Clint Eastwood say
the
that?
middle class kid, there's no pictures of him as a kid, hardly.
Right? Yeah, there's no pictures of Clint Eastwood, and the ones that there are were done after the fact.
Right. Yeah, and and there's one picture of his dad with a baby that's supposedly him, and it looks just like James Dean's dad, and it could be James Dean as a baby, obviously. But
yeah.
So
I'm surprised how like they didn't really clean up the dates or anything. Like there's just a clear 3-year gap, and then boom, there he is.
There's actually an overlap. I heard you say that. I was gonna tell you that there's actually they went as far as to bill. They put Clint Eastwood in a few bit parts right before James Dean's death, right? And build him as Clint Eastwood, but it's fucking James Dean playing the part of Clint Eastwood.
I haven't looked into it that deep. I was just looking at pictures to get an idea of it. And they're supposed to create a situation where they're at the same time, same place or whatever. This is what they do all the time.
Clint Eastwood was at the memorial site right next to where the crash was staged, right? And he was at the cafe there, and they were saying, "Hey, what are you doing here? You're Clint Eastwood."
Yeah, that was totally manufactured. I don't believe that shit at all. But.
Either way, he was there supposedly, and he said to them, Clint Eastwood was a really good friend of mine. So if that was true, where are the pictures of these two twins just standing next to each other? Where these two guys were like that much look alike, or just in general, if they were friends, which they wouldn't have been, because James Dean was the star of movies when this guy didn't even have a part yet. That wouldn't make any sense. They would be friends, right?
Well, dude, the guy jumped up like almost a whole foot.
Not really though. They embellished up and they embellished down.
Embellished up. Yeah.
I have pictures of him standing overlaps with same exact body proportions, same exact physique,
Yeah,
Same exact
they did this.
coolness.
They did a similar thing with JFK and his boyfriend that became a girl, where they adjusted the heights
Yeah.
just a little bit, and they embellished on both sides. You're right. Yeah.
What
They did.
for
You
what
know what?
reason?
They
For what
embellished
reason
with
did they do
what's
that?
his name, too. With Kurt Cobain, they
Oh yeah.
did the same thing. They fucked with the height too,
I
where they
thought
lied
he's
about
but
the height.
but
I
he's standing
compared
with
the
the
photos.
band and he's the same size as
Yeah, they lied. They lied about the height. I compared the photos.
oh
It's bullshit.
they have them listed as the different height. Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's just listed. But when
Right.
you actually compare them, it's just he didn't even get surgery or nothing. They just lied about it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Wikipedia they can say anything they want, right?
Right, but then you look at the band photos, and then you just start measuring shit out. You're like, yeah, that doesn't check out.
I don't even mind talking about this because there's so many people that just no matter what you show them, they will not believe it. Just because they just think of them as
Yeah,
two different people, and they
it's
look
a
at the
thing.
height and they're like, oh no way, 6'4", 5'8". That's all they needed to do. Oh, their careers
Hey,
overlapped.
I got a lead. I don't know if I share this with you, but you know how the whole JFK thing.
What were you saying about the height there? They were embellishing. Oh, why was the height important for JFK?
I forget the specifics on that one, but the thing is, okay, look, when you actually look at the photos of them, well, this goes into another part of the story that I was going to tell you. So let me just tell you this first. Bill Lemmings or Lem Billings, or I always get it backwards. His boyfriend for life, the kid he grew up with, became
Lem. I think his name was Lem.
Lem. Yeah, Lem. Became his wife as Jimmy Carter. Total changed sex and everything.
Oh, okay. So the
Yes.
theory is that he's Jacqueline, not Jacqueline, but
no. Hear me out.
not Jacqueline, but was
JFK
Jimmy Carter's
had a
wife.
wife,
Jimmy Carter's wife.
Jacqueline, and well, some people say that's someone else too, but whatever about that. But when he became Jimmy Carter, they transitioned his boyfriend into a girl.
Right, to be the wife. I forget. June.
Lem,
Carter,
yeah.
June, right?
They turned Lem into a chick. It blew my mind. I looked into it.
I've
Like,
never
holy
heard
fuck.
that one.
Yes, I know, because nobody fucking knows this. This is what I'm telling you. Like, I figured it out one day. Like last year, I was like, whatever happened to Lem? Because they were always together. And then I find out, oh, fuck. I compared all the fucking everything. I was like, oh my God, they're the same.
Wow,
And
I'm gonna look into that.
so check this out. Is that when they're sitting down, they have the same height, but when they stand, they're different. So they fucked with the legs.
Right. They can do all kinds of stuff with that. It's
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not going to take out a fucking.
He was taller. He was
spinal
taller
cord.
than JFK, right?
What?
Lem was taller than JFK. Wasn't he a bigger guy?
Right. But when they're standing now, like clearly, he's taller, about the same size. But Lem was much bigger than JFK, like taller in every way.
Have you done? Because I looked into the Jimmy Carter thing, and I was like, it could be, but then he'd have to go and like do his whole career over and start with like being a governor and like the age difference. I think they look a lot alike, and they do have a lot of. They think maybe there was a stand-in if JFK lived at some point, and they were actually cousins or something.
Maybe there was a stand-in on the local because I think he was a congressman or something. I forget the exact detail. There was a small, like a couple years overlap, but I don't have any confirmation on that. So it seems like there's stories in there to kind of cover, but then there's an absolute transition when he becomes president. Like, I have no doubt in my mind it's the same person. So all you have to do is just try to play with the puzzle a little bit. Maybe you'll figure it out.
No, I have. I've seen pictures that make me totally convinced that could be, and then other times I'm like, but then all these other things have to add up.
Yeah, there's a storyline you have to account for, right? So
right.
That is that's really the only challenge. But Lem has the same challenge too. But I mean, you can't, even if you clone somebody, the skull ain't going to come out the same. You can have different veins. I mean, things express when they grow in different ways. You can't clone the same person with all the same memories. That shit doesn't work. Like this this
I don't think
person
cloning is
has a
genetic.
biologically exact, but not just that, but it appears that they took measures to make them look different, and you can point those out. So it's clearly a person that knows this transition happened. They went through the transition, and they wear it on their sleeve, like, especially because they're older now. All the scars are like, sagging off, and they look shit. The plastic surgery back then wasn't that great, so it's very clear what got done, and that it's like, it's a sore thumb now, but it didn't used to be, right? Like, they comb the hair the other way, the fucked up lips, and the smile was all different for Jimmy Carter. Like, they did a good job. People didn't suspect shit. They did a really good
Interesting that
fucking
he
job.
kind of was looked at as a failed presidency. If they were going to bring him back, why wouldn't they make him like all the more glorious? Right?
It's a black and the white, dude. They have to kill a hero, and then he comes back as the enemy.
Right. Check out the pictures I just put in the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Some pretty big clues there, I'd say, to begin with. Maybe not to talk about the James Dean Clangsford thing, but yeah, check out the Rebel Without a Cause, and then his book is American Rebel, doing the same look back there, and look at that hand gesture. I've caught him doing that hand gesture with a lot of other people. By the way, Matt Damon's only 5'10", so there you go.
There you go. So are you saying he didn't get his legs extended?
I don't know. They could have done. It seemed like they could have done something like that. I was going to ask you what you said. There was a process that they had.
Well, yeah.
They did at a month. They could make
the leg extension surgery came out from Russia in the 1950s. Came to America in the 1950s. So, it was literally the exact same time period that this was. Sorry, somebody just said, what a pointless post. I don't know what that's about.
People get triggered with this kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry about Rams.
I wasn't sure if he was talking about this or something else. But anyways, yeah, so...
Do you think...
the procedure came out at the same time that as far as Clint Eastwood's transition could have taken place. So I just figured, okay, well, let me look for incisions or something. That was my first thought.
Right. Yeah. It could be they didn't need to. Like, he definitely got a health craze. Like, he stopped doing the speed. And the bags from his eyes went away, and he totally changed his lifestyle, and he became the strong, silent type rather than the young, emotional type.
Dude, James Dean was he was into ballet. I didn't know that.
He's an actor's actor. Yeah, he was total Juilliard, or not Juilliard, but well, he was the whatever the acting, Lee Strasberg acting, actor studio in New York and everything. Yeah. There are heights and proportions in the one I'm about to post, which is kind of like, I've done a lot of comparisons, but this is the masterpiece one, I guess. I'm looking for it, but that you can see that they're proportionally the same. Like that he could have still even grown a little bit. He was pretty young when he was in the movies, but the thing that really is the clincher on why, the reason why, is that James Dean got out of the military by saying he's gay, and he was bisexual supposedly. Knowing that it's well known that he was sleeping with Marlon Brando, he'd wait for Marlon Brando's girlfriend to go away and then jump in bed with Marlon Brando. And Marlon Brando treated him like shit. He was just like Marlon Brando's bitch, and he was always living in the shadow. He wrote like a letter to his girlfriend. He was like basically a suicide letter. Like, he didn't want to live any longer. And he signed it James, and then in parentheses, Brando, Clift, and then Dean after that. So it's kind of like Brando and Clift were in between his James and Dean, which could indicate a lot of things. Just that he was living in their shadow, or he was going to become a combination of the two. But if you take the name Clift and you make it Clint, take the N out of Brando, I'm sounding like Pete Shea, I know, but the other thing is if you do an anagram of Clint Eastwood, you can get cool twist, Dean. He was saying goodbye to everybody, but you know that whole thing with the wreck and everything was a big production. I mean, they took pictures of him leaving. It was like obvious that they were trying to make sure people were documenting that he was driving his car up to the race and then got a ticket on the way for speeding. You know, and make sure that everyone knew he was speeding, got that ticket. That's proof. The car was mangled ridiculously, like out in the middle. So just a crash with a guy that happened. Turnip Seed was the guy's name, right? So, and the car's mangled beyond belief. So it's like it had melted, like someone had taken a directed energy weapon to it, you know. And the other guy lived. And then I even got a picture of Dean on like the stretcher. His head's perfectly fine. You know, he had a closed casket, very rushed funeral, back to his hometown, Indiana. They had to protect his grave so the fans wouldn't dig up the grave because they didn't believe he was dead.
Right. Huh.
Look at that picture. See the overlays at the bottom with where he's standing and walking on the other side? It's a perfect overlay every single time. I did so many comparisons. I just knew as soon as I put one face over the other that it was going to be the exact same thing. When you have $1 million face, it doesn't come along twice.
Yeah.
You know, especially with the coolness to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at all the muscles; they matched up. He's got the same veins in his arm that matched up.
Dimples on his face. I mean, look at those dimples.
Yeah.
Most guys would kill for those dimples, you know.
Even the like really pointy nose, like it's all the.
They did a little
same
plastic
stuff.
surgery on his lip, and they pinned his ears back. And
Really?
they pinned his eyebrows out. Yeah, they pinned his ears back, and you can see that Clint's ears are surgically altered. And
Yeah. Well, I haven't looked at it that much, but I promise you the cartilage is the same, the inner ear.
Oh, oh yeah, the cartilage, but the James Dean had floppy ears, like big ears, and the floppy, you know, or pouty lip. You know, he looked too cute. So they made him less cute by thinning out and you can see the scar below his lip where they did the surgery. And and you know, the hairline's exactly the same. The crow's feet are exactly the same. The dimples, everything about him is exactly the same. And the teeth. Now James Dean had his front two teeth knocked out when he was a kid, and doing some kind of like trapeze act in his barn, and so he used to take. The story goes that he used to take his fake teeth out at parties, you know, to freak girls out, right? No teeth in the front, right? And Clint Eastwood kept a pair of like chipped teeth that he claimed was from a bar fight, which I think worked as part of his disguise for a while. But and then the mole over the lip, there's a couple pictures of Dean where you can see that starting to form, or maybe there's makeup over the mole, that little beauty mark that Clint has, and the beauty mark changes drastically throughout Clint's career. But yeah, check out that. Even the nipples line up in the one that I got there with the shirt off there.
Yeah, he's got the same nipples, you know, the little flat UFO discs and shit.
Well, look at that. The one with their shirt off there. It's a perfect match, right?
Doesn't I think James Franco look pretty similar to James Dean?
He played James Dean in the Made for TV movie. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep. They weren't the same age, and they didn't have like the same exact coolness and same exact voice. In fact, the interviews is what did it for me. I made a couple comparisons, and there's only one James Dean interview. It's when he did this PSA for the dangers of driving fast on a highway 3 weeks before he died from driving fast on a highway. Right? And if you compare the interviews, it's the exact same voice, exact same inflections, same style. He would look down and then look up at the interviewer when he would answer his questions exactly the same way. And James Dean was always doing his best Marlon Brando, like for a lot of his roles. But he was, when he did Giant, he was down there, yeah, like more of a Texas kind of like a little bit he was putting on. But you can still tell it's the exact same voice in the same way that they are.
Hey, do you suppose that Alex Jones is the same way, like a Masonic ritual thing?
I think that Alex Jones looks more like Sam Kinison than Bill Hicks.
Dude, you're.
But wait, I got more. I know you're set, and I think that Bill Hicks could have played him too. But let me present this to you. Let me present this to you.
Disappointed that you like took that turn.
No, I never was saying that Bill Hicks was Alex Jones for sure. There's some pictures I've found that look very like it could be like that maybe he played the role at 1.2, but Bill Hicks was a tall man. He was a tall, lanky guy, and Alex Jones is a bear man, short, kind of stout, you know. And here I'll post what the pictures that I put together for that. Look at this, like just looks wise, you have to admit he looks a lot more like Sam Kinison. Now the Sam Kinison is about 7 years old.
Oh, come on, man.
Look at the nose, the exact same nose, right?
In spirit.
They don't
in
look the same.
spirit.
Now, if I had to bet my money on this one, I would say he's neither, because I would be just amazed that he would lose all comedic talent. You know, like those guys were brilliant. Both Bill Hicks and Sam Kinison were funny as fuck. And Alex Jones just did.
No, dude. Bill Hicks was not funny. He made fun of the audience by telling them how stupid they were.
Bill Hicks was witty and smart and funny in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But wait, this is the crazy shit that I found here. Now, this supports the idea that it could be Sam Kinison, right? Here's okay. Here are the kid pictures. So,
not even close.
On the bottom is Sam Kinison, right?
Hey.
Now he looks way more. He looks way more like the young Alex Jones on the right than he does Bill Hicks. I mean, or Alex Jones, the young Alex Jones looks more like the Sam Kinison kid than the Bill Hicks kid.
You don't realize that
snide
is fake? Huh? You don't realize that?
What?
You do not realize that Alex Jones picture as a kid is a fake. You don't see that?
But it looks like a picture of Sam Kinison as a kid, is my point.
Okay.
And then look at this. This is I think some of the strongest evidence right here. Who's arm in arm buddy with Charlie Sheen? Oh, looks like Sam Kinison was. Oh, looks like Alex Jones is too.
Dude, Sam Kinison was way too old and worn out. Like Sam Kinison was then what Alex Jones is now.
Went on a diet. It would mean that he had to go on a diet until he changed his life, his looks, and do some of that age regression.
30 years.
But we already know that Alex Jones is lying about his age too. He's not 45.
Yeah,
or whatever.
it's about 13 years off because Bill Hicks is 13 years younger, or older. So
I'm not saying I think he's either of them. I'm saying he looks way more like Sam Kinison, and his body type matches. He's a bear man, just like. What
about all the markers, man? All the body markers and shit. They can make him shorter. That wouldn't be hard to do.
Could be, yeah.
If that's the case.
I think that he could have been played by both. In fact, people do believe that. And
oh my God, bro.
Yeah, or even more than
Dave. No,
but I would say if I had to bet, neither of them played it because of the fact that he's too short and fat to be Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks was a big man. He was a big man, a tall man, lanky, and he's not funny enough to be either of them. But in my opinion, but if I had to bet, I would bet more.
Are you saying you can just make people shorter without any issue? I mean, I noticed the Clinton stuff, and I saw that they were like, they are fucking over 20 centimeters between them.
Look, I'm gonna figure this one out for you. How about that?
Yeah, give me your proof, man. I will totally listen.
I'll figure it out for you.
I'm open to it.
if your main argument is height, we'll get that sorted out real quick.
No, it's not the height. It's the body type.
No,
And the
no,
lack
it's
of
fucking
weight.
body, dude. Everything is identical. If your argument's the height, okay, I'll look into that. I didn't look into that. But
Well,
like,
no, I can't
everything
argue
else-
height because I know that James Dean and Clint Eastwood aren't the same height, or at least not listed as such. So, but yeah, I mean, I've gone back and forth with this one. So yeah, anything you want to send my way, I'd be open minded to it. Obviously,
I'd be surprised if I had any details that you didn't have. But give me your best argument, and I'll go look it up.
well, I don't have an argument either way. I just kind of like think that if it was one of them, that they could do anything with age these days. You know that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the age doesn't really matter. So it could be that, you know, that Sam Kinison, buddy with Charlie Sheen, you know, did this whole like workout program transformation thing to become, and putting the space between the teeth was, you know, to make the whole LARP as that he could be Bill Hicks. But let me find the one that shows Bill Hicks teeth compared to Alex Jones' teeth.
My mind how many people are on the fence about the Bill Hicks Alex Jones. It actually boggles my mind. It is the most obvious one that I've come across. I don't know why anybody
I know.
would be on the fence about it.
Right. Well, let me show you a picture that might explain why some people are on the fence. I got one right here. Hold on, I'm looking for it. There's some oh, I've got something else that I'll send you to that was totally different. I'm looking at all my
maybe it's because I'm from Texas that it's so obvious to me. I'm not sure.
Well, Sam Kinison was down there in Texas too, you know.
Yeah, but bro, it just there's nothing about Sam Kinison that tells me that they're anything to do with each other. Like their whole embodiment. There's nothing about this compelling to me about
the comparison I put in the picture.
Yes, yes, I have.
Those faces are exactly alike. All right, now look at these two pictures I put in there. Alex Jones' teeth are not at all like Bill Hicks' teeth in these two pictures.
No, they have the same teeth.
The spacing is not even the same. No, look at the pictures I just put in there. Those are totally different teeth. Totally different.
Man, you need to do this again.
No, look at for the two pictures that I just put in there. Those are not the same teeth. Anybody would agree. Not even the same spacing in between the teeth.
Dude, the teeth is one of the best arguments too that go with it.
That's what they say. I'm proving it. I tried to prove it to myself, and I found a picture of Bill Hicks. I found a picture of Bill Hicks that looks exactly like Alex Jones. I found a few of them that I could totally see it that's possible. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm not 100% convinced on any of it.
Man, I don't even know where to go with this one. This to me is kind of like
Can you say that those teeth? Can you say that those teeth look exactly the same?
This isn't a very good one because of the angle. This one, yeah.
Pictures I posted, those are different teeth.
Well, look, those pictures aren't ones that I'd use.
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying in these pictures, it's not the same teeth. Whether one of them's fake or not, I don't know. But
what I'm saying is you can't determine shit from these pictures.
Maybe not.
The top one is good. The bottom one is worthless.
Why?
Because of the angles. Look, I'm not saying the bottom one's worthless. I'm saying that you have better clarity, better shot in the top one. The angle is more. It has more information in it. So I know the bottom one is used in some examples because there's other pictures of the same angle. So you can use that one. But the top one is one that I would use primarily and then try to find one similar, you know, because you have more information.
But look at the comparisons I did with Sam Kinison. I mean, look at the nose. The nose that I at the very top, it's the exact same crease on one side and the other, and the crunch. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I think it's for sure Sam Kinison. I'm just saying I'm not for sure on either of these, as far as it being one or the other or neither. I like to be for sure.
Matt Damon. Why is he with Matt Damon all the time? What's up? What's going on there?
But let's move on from this one because I got a better one for you.
Eastwood? I don't think it's been that much, but both are actors, so I guess they have been on the same movies a few times. I just posted I don't know what the point was, but I noticed there was an image. But in that image, I think, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like Matt Damon is standing in front of Clint Eastwood. So I was thinking, to compare size, maybe we should have an image where they stand next to each other. So I found a good one.
I know. I know that there's been some times where he's like wearing platform shoes or whatever. I know a guy that golfed with him and said that he's maybe 6 foot tops, but not 6'4" for sure. But people get older too, and they can shrink. He could have had the leg extension. Who knows? But I mean, there's so many things. When you compare the voices in their interviews, and you see that it's the exact same person, then it's hard to deny.
Except that they are 20 centimeters between them.
That's what's listed, but you can see in the comp that I posted that the proportions are exactly the same for both men. The bottom.
You haven't posted any images comparing their size.
Yeah, at the bottom of the big comp that I did, you can see on both sides there's 2 different standing pictures of women.
Yes, but they could still be the same proportions, but they could still also be, say, a different size.
Yeah, but that fine. That could be true, but when you compare the interviews and you see it's the exact same voice and they're interviewing in the exact same way with the exact same voice.
I look similar to somebody. Tell me I look similar to.
I'm not going to try to convince you. You think people landed on the moon, so there's no reason to try to talk to you about it, right?
No, I'm just saying people look similar.
Yeah, that's true.
I look similar to Prince of.
I'm glad
no
you're not.
connection.
I'm glad it's not like I'm convincing everybody in the room right now, because then I might be afraid for my life.
What?
I'm glad that it's hard to believe this one, because I think it's really obvious. But they don't. They might not.
Even if they are 20 centimeters.
I'm a big Clint Eastwood fan. I wouldn't want to blow his cover. I really wouldn't.
I mean, the most obvious disconnect should be that they are not the same size.
That's fine. I'm glad you think that is what I'm saying.
That's true. I mean, there are pictures of them next to other persons who have known sizes, and we can see that they are.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. I've done so many comparisons that you're not going to convince me of anything, obviously.
No, you didn't post any comparison with James Dean proving that he is not the size he claims.
I didn't prove anything. I don't prove anything.
What are you saying in that?
But the comparison of their faces with every wrinkle and dimple and every crease in their face being exactly the same. I didn't post that. You don't see that there?
No, they look. They don't think they look similar. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't think they look like the same person. I can see a difference.
Okay, I said I'm glad you think that. You're my standhold. I don't want you to change your mind, because if you thought I was right and everybody else thought I was right, then I'd be like, oh shit, I just busted like a Clint Eastwood, and I'm a big fan.
No, I'm just saying there are many. For example, James.
Could be. Right.
What's his name? James Franco. I think he looks even more similar. And
well, yeah, but that's ridiculous to even put that out there. He's obviously totally different age. These guys are the same age.
Yeah. So my point here is that sometimes people look similar, and there is actually no connection.
Right, but you'd have to do like.
So you
probably have to do 20 hours of research. When you do 20 hours of research looking into this, then talk to me about it. You know what I'm saying?
I think you can find you can make whatever connection you want to.
You could.
There's no problem in that.
Whatever
But you also, when it becomes a little bit issue for me, is when you dismiss.
Not a coincidence.
Hey, you can just hold on, just bottle it in, mute yourself, and just let it bother you, because we're not going to listen to that.
Okay, I understand.
I'm glad you think that. I truly am. I do not want you to think that I'm right. I hope a lot of people don't think I'm right.
So let's get back to the subject real quick.
Doesn't make any sense. Completely.
What about the meta here? So do you think that they were using protection services or something to pull this off? Because I know that they have all those apparatus in that system, and it's totally legit, right? So do you think it's possible that they used witness protection devices just to pull this off to make it like easy to do. Like, because it seems like they're doing the same pattern with all these different people. They create a cross story, which is the smoking gun. They do a little bit of cosmetic surgery. They make fake baby pictures and compilations and stuff. It's like the same pattern every time they do it. So it's almost like the same agency who has perfected this is performing this, you know?
Well, yeah, the same Masonic organization.
Well, like maybe we can figure that out. Like let's figure out the meta here. Like who's
CIA,
doing it?
CIA, they're all the same people, right? They're all the people in charge.
Well,
right?
Not necessarily. I mean, we're talking about changing identity. Like that's, you have to have the right people in place.
No, but you're just retiring your stage name. You know, it's just like
Okay.
it's all on paper. There's nothing illegal about it. In fact, you can just retire your name, and that's your legal fiction name, and then you legally get a new name, and that's who you legally are now. And you could even sell your identity to them and have someone else take over the part of your personality to make money on that name.
Like Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been done. It's been done forever, right? It makes sense. It should work that way. Why wouldn't it work that way, right?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, maybe we could figure out, like you said, it's a Masonic ritual. Like, is this written anywhere that there is
a ritual?
It's
just an act. I don't know if it's a ritual, but it's like just convenient money wise. I mean, all these rock stars profit from dying early because they don't become has-beens, then they get their last record sale.
I understand the benefit. I'm just trying to understand maybe there is a way that we can research and figure out, like, who would have the vested interest in performing these things. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, well, you know, it's Mason. Obviously, I don't know what that means.
It appears to be Masonic, or Masonic or Satanic. I'm not sure, but it appears that they definitely go from dark to light, or from light to dark. Like the roles change. You know.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, exactly. Then it's even.
So in that respect, I do see how it could be ritual, and like that's where we get the suspect of who's doing it.
Right.
I don't know. I find this shit really fucking interesting, and most people
it's
are just
fun.
not.
It's not like it's not heavy. People get really triggered when you talk about this shit because they identify with their heroes, you know. But
It's
there's
almost
a couple
like
funny ones.
Conversation kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I think that the original Paul McCartney and John Lennon are living in Liverpool. And they're friends still. And Paul McCartney gives tours of Paul McCartney's childhood home. His name's John Halliday, and John Lennon's name is Colin Unwin.
We should have like a group chat with Reckonor because he has a really huge interest in that topic. He knows it's true, and he's been trying to tell everybody.
Recently, right? Because I told him all this shit. That's why he was totally against.
No, not recently. Not recently. He might have played dumb with you, but he's known about this for years.
Oh, about the Beatles?
Yeah.
Here's an interesting one. Okay, here's one I found that totally, and people will say they don't look like the same person, but you tell me if these two people look like the same person, and then I have a whole theory that could back it up as well, which is that we got to find the right pictures here. But there while I'm looking for this, there's a guy named.
We lost everybody after that. As soon as you posted that, like half the chat went away.
What was it? Which one?
No, as soon as you posted that, like half the chat disconnected.
Which posted which one? Which one?
I don't know, man. I'm saying that the chat.
They're done with us. Oh no, you know what I put in there? Did you see the last one I put in there? Or did I put it in there? There's a really funny one.
I'm looking.
All right, hold on.
Okay, so the jaw checks out, right? The nose checks out. I think it's very possible for the one on the right too. Yeah, these are pretty close, man. I don't know anything about these guys though. Are they still famous?
Well, the original Paul McCartney gives tours for his home.
Well, no, not the original. oh yeah, I'm sorry, the original. So the tours, he does
Tours
tours
of Paul.
for.
He gives tours of Paul McCartney's childhood home, the home he grew up in.
Gotcha.
And John
Gotcha.
Lennon takes care of Strawberry Fields, which was a place
Forever.
across from where he grew up, and he still takes care of that place. But yeah, they sold their identities, and then people get to take
Yeah.
over. And they don't have to do
This
the
is
whole
a
rigor.
pretty good argument, man. I'm actually. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd want to see more, know more, but yeah, this is pretty good.
Oh, there's lots
This
of
is
stuff.
pretty
Just look up John Halliday and Colin Unwin.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you nailed. I think it's possible you nailed this one. Is this
Well,
the
I
one
didn't
that?
find it. That was just something the only one I really
Yeah.
feel like I found is that one with James Dean and Clint Eastwood, and this other one I'm about to show you. Not this one. This one's hilarious. This one's true. Think about how hilarious this is. Look at that. What if? What if?
Wow.
Right?
Bro,
Don King. Martin Luther King became Don King.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything, but that would be hilarious. That would be like the funniest thing.
And it's not impossible. And they have
It's
same
not
last name.
impossible, but I don't know shit about it also. But
Yeah.
just the meme itself is
I
hilarious.
haven't looked, right? I think it's just funny that they actually do look like it could be the case.
What's that website? Well Aware One. Like that guy is fucking nuts.
He's like 90% show, but some good stuff.
Yes, I think he's there to kind of mock us and give us the 10%.
Yep, it's disinformation agent.
It appears so, man. Yeah, it appears like he's there just to give us the 10% and then make it look stupid with the other 90. Because that's like, it's really obvious that's what he's doing.
Right. Now, this one's interesting. Look at this.
Dude, the fucking Don King.
Right.
Oh my God.
Does that look like a younger man and an older man? Now, let me give you the backstory. No, you don't think so? I'm surprised.
I mean, I would need to know more, but I'm not seeing it,
give
bro.
You a better comp here.
Okay.
Now, Alexander Onassis, right, was the son of the biggest shipping magnate ever, who married Jackie Kennedy, right, after she left, or after JFK supposedly died, right? And his son died in a plane crash that was only in the air for like 30 seconds, taking off from runway 33, and died of complications, even though the other two guys in the plane totally lived. And totally sketchy.
Well, the thing about this man is that the whole. Okay, hold on. Maybe that's just an angle. Let me look into this real quick.
Yeah, look, I think they better comparisons. The earlobes line up exactly.
Well, like my first thing is the ear and the jawline, like everything's off.
Well,
but
the ears,
but then you look at but then you actually look at the ear itself, and you're like, oh shit, what's going on here?
Now, what supports this is that he was a pilot, right? And he would go jumping from island to island, dropping people off and doing his little transport stuff, right? His dad was rich enough to have one of his own islands taken off the map of the world. That's how much power this guy had. Alexander Onassis was also in a fight with his father at one point because he was dating the ex-wife of his father's biggest competitor, another shipping magnate. I mean, the woman was like 30 or 20 years to 30 years older than him, right? He was only 19 when he was dating her. So that's like the maybe he learned about sex by being with an older woman, and then he reversed those roles by being a younger.
Well, I will say about Epstein is that his whole face looks like someone made it.
Yeah, totally weird, huh?
Like the lips don't have any bump to it. Like the whole chin and bottom lip look like they're puffed out or like not misshapen or something. And then those lines around the back of the eyes, like usually when you have like wrinkles around the eyes, they don't go to the side of your face. They usually stick around the eyes. So that means like a facelift or like something like that. And then if you look at the earlobe, that's totally that earlobe's been fucked with.
Yeah, there's some weird shit, and his
It's
teeth are
squared
weird too.
off.
Got some
So
weirdness
I
going
mean,
on for sure. Like
I don't know if these are the
a
same
picture with his
persons, but
gums. Anyway, it would make sense that he would have access to the islands and know where having his own private island would make sense if he came from this kind of money. And there was like, he was a philanthropist. Also, he was giving money away and stuff to like schools and
well, if you have your own printing press, I guess you can do whatever the fuck you want.
He was a math teacher, Supposedly he made all his money like by helping corporations figure out some kind of financial shit.
Yeah, philanthropist. So he's what, Masonic or what?
Well, he would have been adopted by, the family in New York that he then went to live with, so he could start a new life. Maybe he was being, when you're the son of a billionaire, your life is always threatened, right? Because you could be held for ransom.
Wow, dude, you've definitely made a case here. Like, if you look at Epstein's chin, it's totally filled in to smooth it out. Like, wow, okay. I mean, you've made a case. I'll be.
And
I'll
a suspicious death.
this one.
There's a suspicious death there too. You know why I found this? Because somebody told me that they thought that Alexander Onassis was Epstein's brother because the glasses matched, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
That's not at all. It
Epstein
doesn't
looked
look like his
more
brother
like
at
this
all.
guy when he was younger. He looked more like him when he was young. See that bottom picture on the left? He's much younger there, and he looks a lot more like the other person.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of that is just for the camera angles and stuff like that. But the story would fit too because of the island thing, Like he would have access. But this is the crazy part about it. Now, when Jackie married his dad, what was his name? Onassis, right? The older Onassis. Anyway, when Jackie became his stepmom, JFK Jr. was moved into the house. And the reason JFK Jr. became a pilot was because he was taught how to fly at a very young age, or given the controls by Alexander Onassis. Right? And if JFK faked his death as well with a plane crash and became Q like people think, and Q.
Well, he didn't even have to become Q. He just,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you go with like the whole myth of him being Q or whatever, but the Q team was going after supposedly the ones going after the pedophiles. So in a way, you can see him as playing the part of the person that busted his older stepbrother, and later on in life, you know what I'm saying? He went after the pedophiles.
Do you know about that Masonic order of the something? But it's represented by Q, the letter Q. Somebody told me. Yeah, it's actually like a South American thing. Let me look it up. Somebody told me about it earlier. It's a Scottish Rite thing.
Oh, okay. A certain secret society or whatever.
Yeah, it's like very few 32 and 33 degree Freemasons. I don't know how they get into it, but they're considered Q. It should be my history.
Interesting. Well, Q was always just the right hand man to the president, right? It was the Q team. That was what JFK called it. I mean, they were all. That's what it was. It was just like the Q. The Q team was what they called the president's team, right?
Oh, okay. Order of Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah. Let me just post it so I don't forget next time.
Interesting.
I only bring it up because they go by Q.
So
Here's one that people don't like to see either. Well, I think I sent this to you actually when we were talking about Jordan Maxwell.
I'm really impressed. This one with Epstein is actually compelling. I would look into this.
Yeah,
Huh.
I just look at the Wikipedia page, the flight that Alexander Annette died on, supposedly.
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't add up, you know. It literally says runway 33.
Yeah, and then he's got the same big goofy smile with the lines. But that first picture you showed me doesn't show any lines. He must have been really young. That first picture at the
He
top
was only
left.
23 when
young.
he died. Supposedly 23 when he died. You know, when they say he died.
Okay.
So I got another comparison, I think, where
I guess what like throws me off is how you see where the jawline starts. It's right where the ear is, but then with the original guy, like there's a defined jaw line, you know, an inch down. That would be almost impossible to do, man. I mean, maybe there's a way or something, but that is very different to me. I'd have to look at it more. You know, maybe it's just because he's tilting his head to the left. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, there's
yeah.
no way to prove any of this, obviously. I mean, you can't prove any of these anyway, but it's just compelling because of the fact that it could be, oh, you know, the whole thing about JFK Jr. becoming this Vincent Fusca guy, right? Did I already show you this?
No, I'm going to copy these pictures so I can.
You heard about Vincent Fusca who shows up to the Trump rally?
Hold on. I'm gonna. You know what? Before we get any further, let me just go ahead and copy these files, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So let me just scroll up a little bit and get the ones that I need. So that first picture you have of JFK as Jimmy Carter, yes, really, I made that. That was me.
Yeah,
So
I had it in my collection from you, probably. Yeah.
I found like the highest quality images I could find, and because the well aware one guy used these really pixelated garbage ass photos, and I'm like, well, look, these are pictures of presidents. You know, there's a good version of these out there somewhere. So I just did the work.
Right.
And okay, so I'm gonna copy this one of this is a really good comp, dude, of the Clint Eastwood. That's a huge comp. I'm gonna love that picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm gonna get.
I don't know of anyone else that found that one or is talking about it, at least. The Freemason that I waited on one time told me that, you know, I was showing all the. I mean, I have tons of those comps, but he was
how would
he
know?
They already asked him that. He knows him.
How would he know though?
He's a Freemason. He's friends with Clint Eastwood. He knows Clint Eastwood personally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's a remarkable story.
Well, he wasn't. He didn't want to say. He wouldn't say for sure. He was like, I can't say.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's like, as it goes, something they would do something to me for. And he's like, it depends on how vocal you are about it. He's like, that was the first one they did like that. He said. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. I've got some other ones here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that was way back then, you know, that would have, I don't think it was the first one that they had done. Maybe it was the first one they had done like that.
Yeah. It was a big one. Because you know what it was? The fact that they needed to make an example of him. He was the rebel, and they needed to teach the kids in the 50s not to drive fast on the highway and to follow the rules.
Okay,
so they made him that example.
Right off the bat with Michael Aquino, I mean, I don't know if he's a swap or whatever, but I do know that Jordan Maxwell is Bill Cooper.
I don't think so.
That one I do know.
I don't think so.
So
I really don't think you're right about that one.
Okay.
I think
well,
Bill Cooper
I'd welcome an
might
argument.
not be here. Well, you give me
I
some
mean,
I've compared pictures, but I mean, I think that
yeah.
it's possible. But I would say that you definitely Michael Aquino. If he's Bill Cooper, then that's possible too. But
I don't see the Michael Aquino thing at all, actually.
what? No, you have to. Their
Yeah,
voices are exact match too. Literally, dude. That one's a first. I think I would bet money on that one.
Well, put the money on the table.
Like we can prove it, right?
Well, I mean, I'd say with enough investigation and interest that you could actually prove something, but I'm not sure it would be what you want to hear.
How could you prove it? With DNA tests?
Well, so there are people who do like facial sketches, right? And there are algorithms, AI, that can actually do facial recognition. So if you plug in like JFK and Jimmy Carter into AI, I have no doubt in my mind it'll pop out as the same person. Like there are techniques that could remove some of this error that maybe you and I wouldn't be able to distinguish as well in a percentage kind of style. Huh. Yeah, man. My only argument with this guy is the jawline. Many times now I'm seeing the jawline in the wrong place for this guy.
Or Alexander, or for Aquino.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. I mean, I'm very compelled because he's got the same kind of goofy look in a few different angles, but also like I would need to figure out why the jaw looks so off. Like there would need to be something that helps me understand how to sort that out. I mean, he definitely would have the resources, but I mean, I could get over that hump if I knew more about other shit, and say that I could come to the conclusion where that's the last thing that doesn't make sense, but at first glance, it's a problem for me.
Yeah, I'm not putting any. I don't really care. I mean, it's not like it makes any difference in my life if it is or isn't, but it's just interesting. It's
definitely, dude. There's a couple pictures, a couple angles, very compelling. Definitely will take that on and take it seriously, I guess. Or
how do you know? I mean, how could you? I mean, you could look into the possibilities or do more comparisons, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
the one with the glasses.
I definitely don't think
really interesting.
Here's a few more regular pictures I happen to have in there. So, it's let me upload all of them. Yeah. There's some other Epstein /
Yeah, dude, Aquino's like I don't know how to let you down.
I don't care if he is. I just think he is. If I had to bet, I think he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you have to hear the interview. The interview with Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
You'll be like, oh my God, it's Jordan Maxwell. Same voice.
So did I tell you the story about how Bill Cooper pulled it off?
No, I want to hear that.
Yeah. So how he pulled it off was that he throughout his show, Bill Cooper would he was passing the torch to Alex Jones, the persona Alex Jones.
Yeah, they did an interview where it was just audio and they cut it together if they were the same, right?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that he did an interview that was not an interview. He spent like the first half of his show bitching out Alex Jones, right? So he was basically promoting this new guy for his audience to kind of go check out and figure out who this person was. And then throughout his career, he eventually, was they would refer to each other, so then it was basically planted that he was going to pass the torch to Alex Jones. at some point. And so to exit his career, Bill Cooper created this persona, like the what do they call it when a writer uses a fake name, a pseudonym,
Right. Pseudonym.
or a ghostwriter. Yeah. So
writer or
so
whatever.
whatever the fuck that, I forget the exact. I'm sure there's a few different names for it, but he started to write text. He started to write books under the fake name Jordan Maxwell, and in the middle of his shows, he would refer to books that Jordan Maxwell wrote, and he would quote them. And then
right. I didn't know that.
eventually, yeah, like during his show, he would actually read the quotes from this book that he read, and later, lo and behold, the book was Jordan Maxwell's book. So it was a book that he wrote.
So what was the
And-
reason, do you think, that he needed to exit, or what the whole thing for the IRS? Was it tax?
I actually
they
don't
have to pay taxes or something.
I don't know. I have no idea exactly why, but in retrospect, you look at it, it just looks like he had his radio career, and then he passed the torch to Alex Jones to take over the shilling. So he retired that identity and became a writer because it was more, less effort. He didn't have to, answer to anybody at any particular time. Recording and having your time spent like that. I guess he just wanted to have an easier job, so he just became a writer. So, anyways, what he did was he scripted an interview with himself, and then after his transition, the voice change, and they fucked with his face a little bit and stuff. Like he he just dubbed over the recording that he took later into the original, recording, and then he released it. And it was the iconic interview with Bill Cooper and Jordan Maxwell. But it's the same person talking on both ends.
Right. I've heard the interview, and it was no visuals, so it could be that could be true. And then he was. Then how does that? I'd have to look and see if it matches up with the Michael Kino stuff, because you listen to that interview, the Geraldo interview that I just posted. It's the same exact voice. Just go to the end where he's talking real quick, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when Michael Aquino's younger, I would say that that's interesting. They look similar, but I would say that distinctly they are different people.
Just listen to the voice, dude.
Okay.
The end of that video I just posted.
Okay. Let me switch microphones real quick. Yeah, he definitely has that kind of voice.
Yeah.
That's a very particular voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not like this is a conspiracy we're trying to uncover. It's just fun. No one's going to believe it. No one's going to believe any of this.
Well, that's the great thing about truthers is that I don't really care what other people believe.
Yeah.
So-
Right. In fact, like I said, I'm glad people don't think we're right, because otherwise we might be targeted. Right.
Yeah. Look at that fucking jawline. No, I just don't know how to resolve that.
It's got fat.
He's got a fucking massive jawline, bro. No. I'm not talking about the other pictures you posted. I just scrolled down on my computer. Oof,
yeah, I don't know.
It's just they would have had. You know what they would have had to do? They would have had to literally pull that dude's ear down like a whole inch, and I don't think they can do that.
But I overlaid their whole side of their face, and it all lined up.
Yeah. I'm not going to say no, but anatomically, I don't think they carved out the inside of his ear and like shifted it. So I don't know.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I just don't know how they can. I've been through surgery myself, dude. I've had people explain to me what they could do. I've had over $100,000 of work done on my face when I was young.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
So I was explained by a doctor what could be done, how they would do it, how they avoid different nerves, how they move stuff around. I don't know how to resolve that one with the jawline, because I had a jaw surgery done
especially where I'm talking about the discrepancy here on this picture. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but if they did it, they would have had to like slice off the bottom part of his jaw in the back or move it, and that would change all of his fucking teeth. I mean,
Could be just that one picture. I mean, check this one
I don't
out.
know. Like all the pictures kind of like, I don't know.
Ever wonder where Bruce Lee went?
He had to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, he became David Henry Wang, who
he's dead.
Yeah. Well,
Or
Foolish,
he's dead,
here's
yeah.
the thing. We already told Funk. We're not here to talk to any of you guys about this. This is not like a convincing moment.
We accept that the mainstream narrative could be true. We
Like
totally accept
if you
that that
guys
could be
have
true.
a problem with this discussion, just bottle it up,
Or
go
we
share
could,
it on
we,
Gem
maybe it's
server or
not for
something.
this. Maybe it's not for this stream. And
Yeah,
you know, I don't wanna
maybe
follow
it's not, but we're just kind of having a discussion with each other. So if that's rude, I apologize. But like, this is really interesting to us.
It does trigger people. I understand. But look, this David Henry Wang.
So I'm just going to say I'm not
David
triggered,
okay.
and all I did is I made a very, very simple point.
You're right.
I wasn't
you're right.
trying to get at your conversation, and it's the only thing I've said out of everything that you've been talking about.
Because
is
you
that one
triggered
comment.
us. Sorry, you triggered us because we were already like.
I'm not triggered.
Attacked with some
I
not
Rick
attacked.
said
but
something nasty
challenge.
about my mum, so I'm still hurt about that.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I just if you've ever been in America, you know that we say your mom, and it's not about your mom.
I know we started that.
Got it.
What do you think about the comps I just put into the live stream?
Okay, let me click back real quick.
That one guy has to trim his eyebrows, man.
Yeah,
I
that's
think the
really
jaw
hard.
shape is very different between those two guys. Very, very different.
You think?
Yeah. And the cheekbone structure is
Well,
very
just
different.
because
The
they've
face
got,
is
he's got
actually
fatter,
broader.
he got fatter in his older age. Yeah.
No, that's cheekbones. That's not fat.
Now they're fighting. They're fighting with us.
Could be, yeah.
No, I was just saying.
What's
I was
interesting
actually
is
kind of agreeing with where Riggs was going earlier on that.
this
Well,
guy.
I couldn't say.
Anyway, David Henry Wang just directed a musical about the life of Bruce Lee called Kung Fu.
Is that the guy at the bottom left?
Yeah.
No, the bottom at the very bottom left.
Harry Wang?
Bottom right. Sorry.
Or who's the guy at the bottom left?
The that's in the very bottom
Brandon.
left is Bruce Lee's Brandon Lee, who became Christopher Green. Christopher Green with a little bit of a nose bridge.
Christopher.
But their voice is also mad.
Now, did you get a lead? Was this a lead, or did you figure it out?
I got a lead on all of these.
Okay.
These aren't my ideas. I did the comparisons, but
yeah. I would have to do my own comparisons. I mean, these are good, but I need more than just like the face.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean this is
something to go on.
interesting. Yeah.
I think one of the things you've got a good point on, Riggs, is ears, because ears and jaws are hard to fuck up.
No, the ears, they can totally reconstruct ears easily. It's just cartilage.
Yeah.
Not convincingly.
Yeah.
Not move them up and down. It's pretty. If they are not.
Well, I will say this: I've seen ears done well, and I've seen ears done bad. The ones that are done well are usually just kind of pulled back, like a facelift kind of thing. The ones that are done bad is when you can actually see where they've changed the earlobe and they've left like a big square, or like they've like somebody had like rounded ear cartilage around the edge, and then they also squared it off where it looks like this weird like trim on a car or something. It's
but you know, I mean, if you've had a lot of facial surgery done, I've got one of my ears is a bit cauliflower, and there's fuck all they can do about it.
Well, maybe you didn't throw them enough money. Yeah, it just sounds like.
Did you wrestle?
I did the ear surgery.
No, I played
done
rugby.
actually.
Yeah, there's not fuck all they can do about it. You just have to pay them enough.
I did the ear surgery actually.
Yeah.
Cosmetic.
to
Yeah.
make it not look like a mouse, or what?
I had what you call there is on the inside of the air. There is a part of the air which is like hard, which makes the air stiffer, and it's also the part which makes the air also stay into the head, so it doesn't stick out. And in my case, I was lacking that, and so it was sticking out. So they put in, I think it was fucking plastic or something. I don't know what they put in there. There's something they put in there, which now it's hard and it also sticks in. It's not. It doesn't feel natural, but it looks natural. Like nobody will see it's been
Right.
surgery.
It just looks like your feature. Yeah.
It just looks normal now, but it is pretty hard on the touch. You can feel it's not like normal.
Yeah.
But it looks normal though.
Huh.
No.
I've seen with his
That's,
ex-girlfriend Ava Anderson and actress Morgan Freeman. Here, I'm just like copying these over so I can move on. Dude, the jaw is just so got such a huge fucking jaw. I don't know, man.
The kid or
The
Jeff?
kid. You know what would help me with the kid would be to like if you can't go to the face, go to the veins, go to the hand, the wrist, the lines on his hand. Like all that is I'd have to try something else.
if you see the kid I posted, if you look at the inside of his hair, he's lacking like a structure in there. There is just like completely smooth. I don't know if you see that.
Yes. Yeah.
There is like what is the name of that?
Oh, they helped that kid out. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you can. I think it's cartilage. It's lack. You don't have normal people have cartilage in their ear, but some people are born without them. It's not very normal, but quite a few people like that. Like before, they didn't like it. Doesn't. It's not harmful. It's just like cosmetic stuff. So yeah, they did this surgery with me when I was like I don't
Young.
know, pretty young. I was
Yeah.
about his age, I guess.
That's
We would have
that's
called
really
you a
nice.
wingnut in the UK.
Huh?
Wingnut.
Wingnut?
Yeah. That was the nickname of people who have very sticky outer ears.
Oh, like his
Yeah.
his hair.
You know what a wingnut
Yeah.
is, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I understand now.
Got it.
They called us sometimes. They could mock us calling like I remember somebody called like Have you heard about Dumbo? Dumbo?
Yes.
The flying
Elephant.
elephant. Yeah, somebody would call me that, for example. So it's like it's not fun when you're young. My friends didn't like. It wasn't a big issue, but it was like I don't know. You know, kids find anything they can to mock children. So if you have some kind of feature like this, for example, it's very easy to mock. Yeah, they do.
Okay, where was I? So you were showing me the Bruce Lee. I mean that's I don't really know where to go with that. So let's go back to Aquino real quick. I am. You know what? Let me listen to the voice again. Because I'm actually really surprised the voice is strikingly similar. I think that's funny. Yeah. I still don't think it's enough for me, but I'm going to listen again.
Yeah, maybe the inflections and the way he talks would help too.
Um, okay. Bro, I mean, could you get more obvious?
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh man.
Right. But you know, he was giving us some truth. That's the whole purpose.
Yeah, it was like honestly it was like 90% truth, and then it seemed like his biggest job was to inject fake shit about Jesus, and then aliens, UFO encounters, stuff like that.
Yep. Tie it all into space.
But other than that, like he would just put it out on the table.
Right. The waking up and giving us these things is part of the whole thing that they do.
You know what? Do me a favor. Let's find the oldest picture of Jordan Maxwell.
I gotta go to bed actually, but
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's another funny one I was gonna put in. It's gonna be really a laugher, but I wouldn't rule it out though. At the same time, this is the funniest one, maybe even funnier than Don King. Maybe I have to find the pictures. Well, we know AIDS wasn't what they told us, right?
Who?
AIDS.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Of course.
So who was the spokesman for AIDS besides Magic Johnson?
I knew that Don put the heart on that shit. I already knew. Why do you keep posting that picture of Alex as a kid?
Because it looks like they're using Sam Kinnison's kid picture for who Alex Jones was supposedly as a kid.
Okay. Do you have a
like the same
Kinnison
kid.
picture that's like that?
No, I'm saying that's who they're showing us as for Kinnison as a kid, and we're showing us the same kid for Alex Jones as a kid.
I don't know. I don't see it.
A little different age, but it looks like it could be the same kid.
All right. Am I waiting for something? Are you?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the
okay.
first part. Here's the first part. Now, these are two different guys, or there was some teeth surgery done.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So obviously got a
Yeah,
bridge.
he needs to brush. Yep.
Yeah. Or there was an original guy that was replaced, right? Like he had the career and everything, and before he went on Oprah and became famous, they switched him up with another
So
person.
I know somebody who doesn't have teeth, and I had to look into all the different ways of doing stuff, and yeah, so this is just they just put caps.
Yeah.
Or not. They just they create a row of teeth,
or
and then you plug them
they
in.
made him look just like the guy that was actually what's his name? I can't even think of his name. So tired. What's the guy's name? You know who it is, right? Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this was not something I came up with, something I heard, and then I
Well, that's the same person.
Okay, that could very well be too.
Wait. Are you saying that these are not the same people?
Well, I'm saying that who he became could be somebody could have stepped in and become the
Oh.
star. Like this guy, like maybe Dr. Phil wasn't the personality, but he had all the right things to lead up to who took over.
Okay.
And so now I'm going to post who it could possibly be, and it's going to be crazy. Hold on. And there's more to it. I'm going to do all the pictures at once.
Well, I'll start by saying I can see precisely that this person is the same person.
It is, okay.
Okay.
But he's had some teeth work done.
Yeah, he just had he just cleaned his mouth up a little bit.
The last one. But yeah, so if AIDS wasn't what we were told, they needed somebody to like prove to the world that the gays get AIDS, right? Or at least be an example of it, a famous example of it. Who's the most famous guy to die of AIDS? There we go. Now, people were saying this, and I'll post the video that seemed like it could be a cover up for this being possibly true. Even though you're gonna laugh when you see these pictures. Everyone
Maybe.
is. Now, Freddie Mercury's ex-girlfriend is above, the wife below of Dr. Phil, and that looks like they could be, like the look in their eyes and everything, like go past the surgery, that could totally be the same woman. But the ear was the big thing. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, no,
very
you,
unusual ear.
You got my interest with the ear because that top
very
part is
distinct ear.
totally manufactured.
Well, look at the bottom. Look where the little loop is. A little like where it comes together weirdly at the bottom of the ear.
Uh-huh.
That little crease. That's very unusual ear type. And it's exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, I didn't laugh. So now what?
Well, it would be funny if fucking Freddie Mercury fucked Dr. Phil. That would be hilarious, dude.
I mean, I'll say that the cartilage is intriguing.
Well, but the weird thing is when this was actually people were saying this, or some people were at least. Then all of a sudden, Dr. Phil goes on his show and performs with the band, and it's like, why? You can tell he's purposely singing bad. Like it's so bad.
Yeah,
there'd be no way for him. I'll put that video in there right now.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that? You know, like why would you go on there and sing really bad to cover for being the famous singer that people?
Was it the Phil Rocks Out with Good Charlotte?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
Oh, I just Googled it.
Yeah. It's so over the top bad that you might think, well, if he was, it could be like a way of covering. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like all the arguments I have against this are easily fixed with surgery. So I don't. That's why I'm not laughing. Is that like I could see how they, changed a few things.
Somebody said that he's played 3 different people that have been famous since, and they gave like the first letter of the names, but that was it. That was all they did. They said it's easy to find, so just do a deep search on who.
But Dr. Phil is just so like not cool that I would never.
I know.
I would never.
I know. I know.
Yeah. Hey, you know about Rush Limbaugh, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then it's not too far fetched
The
that
gold
this would
microphone
be
is pretty crazy. Yeah.
like on the same kind of level of strange.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's better than, I mean, as far as money goes, it's obvious, right? If you have a daily show where you're just talking, you make more money than anybody.
Uh-huh. Well, dude, Oprah makes like 1.5 million per rerun or some shit.
Yeah.
Like that's
where the real money is. So it would make
That's what I'm
sense
saying.
career wise. Yeah. And if you're also paid off to be the scapegoat or the representation of what it means to be a famous person dying from AIDS, and everybody accepts that they died from AIDS because Freddie Mercury did.
Yeah.
When it was really the AZT.
This is just interesting. I'm just gonna put it in here. The lines, the original hairline. You know? Where the muscles are. I just think that's I would have to maybe look for that on a Mercury video. But that's just muscle. Like the thing about JFK, for example, is that you don't even need muscle or even veins. I mean, they match too, but you can just look at the bone structure itself and say, yeah, that's like a perfect match. Like there's no way you're gonna recreate that. Like they're just so distinct. It's you're talking about the earlobe or like the inner ear cartilage. Like with JFK, the bone structure is so prominent and distinct that it's like, well, how could you mistake them for anybody else? Like they're so specific.
I'm gonna have to look into the left being the wife. That's really interesting.
The what?
If June was the ex-boyfriend or the old boyfriend, June Carter.
Oh, okay, yeah. Look into I might have a picture somewhere. Actually. Maybe not here. What
do you think about Dave Chappelle? What do you think about Dave Chappelle?
Same guy. I think he's just older.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone goes crazy with the whole clone thing.
No, I don't think people are clones. Maybe, but I don't think so. We couldn't have the same, like you were saying.
I mean, what a great. Okay, so did you see that movie, Paradise Hills?
Sounds familiar. I don't think so.
Okay, it was recommended by ODD a long time ago. Let me find a good copy for you, real quick.
Would it be on cable?
It's not a super popular movie, but it did serve its purpose. It's supposed to reveal, Let me find it.
I was never a big Dave Chappelle fan, to be honest, but I've known a few big fans that would swear on their life that it's not the same person. And I know if it's not the same person, I think I know who it is. In fact, I think it might be his other person instead.
I mean, I would say that his personality is so irreplaceable. Like, to me, it just looks like a dude that's just older, man. Like, that shit was so long ago when his career started so young. He just looks older, and then he got buff, and then he got jaded, and then he fucking went to Africa, or wherever the fuck he went. Doesn't matter to me. He was gone for a while. Then he came back. Here's that movie. So this movie has some hints in it. I mean, I don't think it would be new to you, but there are some twists that it just seems like they really want people to believe certain things, and maybe they inject it in a movie that tells, like, if they're telling truth, then they have to like mix in some lies so that people don't take it too seriously. You know.
Right.
That
All
appears
right.
what they're doing in this one.
I'll check it out. Gotta go to
Okay,
bed.
let me. All right, man. Hey, thanks for all the leads.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
That's interesting.
Good shit.
Fucking fun stuff. Probably a lot of people think we're crazy as fuck now. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, I will take that on. No
Yep.
problem.
Exactly.
I'm
Later.
gonna listen to this Dr. Phil singing thing.
But yeah, you should. You'd be
Yeah.
like, why would he do that? Like,
Mhm.
why sing so badly? Why ever do that? Like intentionally embarrassing.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you.
Adios,
Bye,
dude.
guys.
Okay, clown show is over, guys. You can talk about the Earth or some shit.
These guys are motherfuckers, bro. You can't do nothing over at Gems, man. You can barely get shit done here. This whole arena is fucking chaotic, hectic, and obnoxious. What's up? Yeah, you gotta say, hey, can I come in? I could have been butt naked changing or something. Yeah, but you got it. The point of knocking is to, get the acknowledgement from another person that they're coming in.
Look, it's already been passed through.
I know, but I don't want you. I just don't want you to walk in here and see my bare ass someday or something. That's all. Because I like changing. This is the area I change in. This whole area, I know, but the door's open. This whole area is where I change in. I'm like, there's times where I'm naked in here, so I don't want you to like walk in and. Neither of us want that. No, this is the bathroom we share with Nikki. What do you mean? All right. All right. You all right? Huh? I said, you all right? What's up, Alexa? Oh, boy. Ha ha ha. Adam, no. What are you doing, kiddo? I was miking that whole time. What up, Carlos?
Morning. Yeah, I've got to take my daughter for a COVID test so that she can go to get an operation, pull some teeth out. And unfortunately, I have to get the test as well. Good start to the day. Never had one before. Apparently, it's pretty uncomfortable. You ever had that swab thing done, the test done, Jeremy?
Yeah, they mix your boogers up. It ain't nothing. They don't even go that deep in your nose.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I don't know. The one I take here all the time.
Oh, that's good.
I don't. The kids do. I have only had to take it once, but
Nothing to be worried about. I don't want to do it, but it's
yeah,
not a
it's
big
not
deal.
really. It's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have to take her for an operation on, because she's only 5, so she's got lots of little rotten baby teeth she has to get pulled out, and on the 25th, so have to get the test done, and then spend the whole time in the surgery with her as well. So I've got to get it done. Be cool if it came out positive, just for fun. Yeah, fuck, that would screw things up. Remember in the old day, did you ever have copper coins in the States?
Would you hear me playing with coins right now?
No.
I had a whole bunch of $50 I was storing up. I
Oh.
want to start doing, you know what I want to start doing is this coin hunting thing. They'll go get like, just rolls of quarters and $50, even pennies, dimes, everything. And they just break open the rolls and find stuff. Find rare coins that are made out of copper, coins that are made out of silver, and boom, you end up turning, and then you can return them for nothing these days because they have machines. Like a lot of banks will have a machine where you can just go dump coins in, and it doesn't take any percentage. Like it's not like the Coinstar machine will fucking scrape you. They take like 11% or something crazy. Like in the supermarket, if you tried to bring it back, they would hammer you.
Oh,
But
yeah.
at the bank, there's no fee if you have an account with them.
Yeah, we've got those machines. You just chuck a pile of coins in and it adds it all up, and then you can get your cash. But it just shows you how many coins were not valid as well. Well, I don't think it spits them back out, though. I think you have to take the whole lot back out and then sort through them. The coin counting machine, yeah. No, I was going to say, because
My bad. What'd you say?
the copper coins back in the day, when you
You talking to me?
yeah, when you've had a little bit to drink and you've been driving and you've been pulled over by the authorities.
Yo, start
you
over.
suck
I had my volume the whole way down, bro. Start over. I couldn't hear anything you said for the past minute. My wife started talking to me. What'd you say now?
Back in the day, if you get pulled over at a checkpoint, you suck, or there's a checkpoint coming up, and you're going to get pulled over and tested for drink driving, or you suck on a copper coin. We used to have 10-cent coins.
Yeah, I heard
Make
that.
sure
I heard that before.
makes
Yeah.
sense. Or another one, you have a little vial of vinegar in your glove box. You had to take a swig of vinegar, and it neutralizes the test.
Oh, that's disgusting. No.
I know, but it's better than going to jail.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Or you could just not drive drunk. I mean, back in the day over here, they used to just like escort you home. They'd be like, "All right, I'm just gonna follow you home. Just drive carefully. You're wasted right now." You know what I mean? This was back in like the 70s, dude, like 50 years ago.
Oh, back in the day where I grew up, the cop would pull you over and you'd have beer bottles all over the floor of the car, everywhere, one in your hand, and he'd go, "Have you been smoking marijuana?" No, officer. You go, "Oh, I'll keep driving then."
Well, they're cracking down hard on the marijuana and driving now because
Yeah.
they're not getting a lot of DWI anymore because Uber and Lyft came to town, so now their DWI rate is like super low, and they gotta hit you with something. So now
Exactly.
they're gonna crack, and they just made weed legal, so they're like, all right, we can crack down on the weed people because people are driving around high as fuck driving.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think they know you can. I don't think they know you can get like a DUAI or something for it. Like you can definitely get charged with that.
Yeah, if they've got a legitimate way to test it. Yeah.
There is a thing. See what you just said with the vinegar might negate it, but there is a thing where they can see if you smoked in the past like a month or something, and another one that's checks hair to see if you've smoked in the past like 6 months or something, and then they got another one I can tell if you're like actively high or if like THC is like in your bloodstream right now that's getting you like there's something else they can do to check. They do have a test for that.
Oh, it'll be a prick on the arm. Yeah, blood test.
Maybe. I don't know. Or it could be a swab thing, I'm not sure, but I know they do have something like that.
Wow.
They say to wait like 4 hours after smoking. So it's best to just not smoke till you're done driving for the day.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like
no,
I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't go out and drink a beer and then wait an hour and then go drive, or drink 5 beers and then wait 5 hours and go drive. Like I would just wait until I was done driving to drink.
I think here we can have like 3 small stubbies of beer and go driving if we're over 25.
They let you have 3 beer. What's a stubby?
Just a baby bottle, just
A
a
baby
normal,
bottle?
just like a Corona bottle, just the one you can
We
hold in your
drink
hand.
grown man bottles. We drink grown man bottles over here. You ever heard of a 40 ouncer?
40 ounce. So that what's that? 600 mil.
Dude, we use freedom units, bro. I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
We have only 2 sizes: the small bottle and the big bottle.
Oh, we got all different sizes. We got little bottles too. My favorite used to be these little Mickeys. It was a small liquor, came in a green bottle, and you could get it in a 40 ouncer or a little tiny bottle. But the little tiny
Yeah.
bottles would be shaped like little grenades. They were awesome.
In China, that we have a beer here called Steinlager. It's one of New Zealand's most famous beers, and in China they're making it, but they're making the bottle the shape of a naked woman. It's quite popular in the nightclubs.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, nice green bottle. Collector's bottles. Yeah. Well, I got to go take my daughter, so I'll check you out. See you later, dude.
I'll
Take
talk to
care.
you.
Yeah.
We'll be here. We'll be here all day. We're gonna
Oh
be here
yeah.
all week. We're gonna be here all week.
See ya.
Later. Yeah, it's getting obnoxious with these COVID we shouldn't even. I've already taken the kids like fucking 6, 7, 8 times this school year alone. Don't fucking sniffle or have a headache or something. What up, Briggs? God, I was over in Gems earlier, man. Those guys are. It's hard enough to get stuff done in this arena, but over there, it's fucking impossible. You know, we'll cut out a lot of the hecticness and craziness. As if when you have a Glober and a flat earther like disagreeing on something, just let them have at it. Like, don't let anyone else interrupt. How long is it really going to take to get to the bottom of it? You know, we've all been doing this for years now, so it gets crazy when everyone wants to put their 2 cents in the middle of this little debate that's happening here, and you know, tempers start flaring. It's already a hot topic. Next thing you know, shit's crazy. I'm home with my family, bro. I'm living the life right now. I can't be screaming at you motherfuckers.